Oh, Foster's hosting? Okay.
I heard that Jarchi was hosting.
Oh,
Carradine Hydrate? Thanks, Carrot. I actually needed that.
Wowie. Wowie, wowie.
I'm starting. Hey, good luck with your work, Carrot.
Oh my goodness, have so much fun
Good
at
luck,
work.
Carrot.
Good luck,
Have a good
Carrot.
day.
Don't get packed by the basic ass lizard.
Yippee!
We're gonna play
Surely,
Yo.
on easy so that
surely
doesn't
we're
happen.
gonna be good.
Yo. Why would we get hit by lizards? We're gamers. I
Yeah,
Okay,
haven't
but
wait.
played the
fine.
Who's
update.
hosting?
I'm
You have?
excited.
Oh, you have not or have?
I haven't. I have
Oh,
Oh,
do
not.
you
do you
have the
have the update?
DLC?
The DLC, yeah.
No. But I thought it was like if one
Fake
person
fan.
has it, then you can like go
I
on
don't
the
think you get
maps.
access to the characters. We can go on the maps though, yeah.
I'm
You
excited
can
for
Laughing
the
you can get all the
maps.
items and stuff, I think.
Yippee! Yeah.
Okay, and let's bring to.
We're so
There we go.
Speak
Oh my
we're
god.
so
Azu, have you
prepared.
tried or
Hmm?
gotten what's
I
it
have
face
not
yet?
gotten the
Oh
other
my gosh.
one. Loki, the reason why I invited you all for the collab is so I have an excuse to try and get the other
Oh
the
my
other
What
gosh,
the?
character.
dude. I went
Oh.
on easy and I got her.
I wanted to play with my friends
Oh. Yeah.
Why was that after
and
then?
Yeah,
unlock the
why was
character with my
that the
yeah.
second reason instead of the first one? Um
um,
Interesting.
the order doesn't matter.
Zumazu.
Mazu Mazu.
Wait, who's hosting? Am I hosting? Are you guys hosting?
Oh, I thought Jarchi was
It's
hosting.
probably best if somebody else host is because I'm gonna have like 50 people over making tamales.
Okay,
What?
let me
Wait,
try
can
to
we
host
circle
and
back to
see if you
that?
guys lag, because I'm
Tamales?
afraid like it's gonna lag. But when we played back then, Faucet didn't lag for you when I hosted, right?
It didn't.
Okay, so
Surely it'll be
surely
fine.
it's gonna be all right.
Surely. I
So
don't know.
let's see.
I remember when I hosted it, you had some trouble, Azu. So
Pause. Where are you, Jarchi?
where
Oh,
is
maybe I should
Jarchi?
uninvisible myself.
Yeah.
What
Why are you?
the?
What
You're
were you playing?
hiding.
What are you
I
hiding
always
from
play
us?
invisible, yeah.
What?
Thank you for the
I don't
big
want anyone to
hero.
know that I'm playing games.
You
I'm
don't
just
want
chilling
people
and
to
doing my
The
know
me
girls
you're
in
time.
the
playing
back.
games. What? Why can't everyone know that you're playing games? You're a closet
Because I don't want
gamer?
people to be like, oh, Jarchi's playing Risk of Rain. Oh, Jarchi's playing Risk of
Why?
Rain. Like when I open, I close it again. Oh, he's playing Risk of Rain.
No, spam them with that. Let them
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, I want to know. I'm
No.
signed up for Jarchi newsletters. I want to know. I
Oh,
want to know.
nothing goes on. I just spam
Ahem.
Risk of Rain.
I like it
It's
when when
awesome.
before right before I start stream, I think like all of my friends see me like booting up 5 different games going back and forth. Before
Um, my goodness. Hi,
also hi
everyone.
hero. Welcome,
Hi, hi, hi.
welcome.
What is this
How's it go? Sorry
Bro.
I
notification
only
fast?
notice you when you spam balls of fate.
Oh
Don't
my
say
gosh.
that, bro. That's crazy.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh, yeah, gamers.
Down there.
Okay. Have I invited you fast? Wait, are you in here?
Yes,
Get in here.
I think I'm in here. Oh,
It
wow,
it
thank you
doesn't
for
say you're
inviting
in
me.
here. Oh, here, I'll invite you again.
Wait, no, you already stop.
Again.
No, don't
Again.
do it
More.
again. No, stop.
More. I
Wait.
want
Wait,
all
you're
of
in
my
here. Here,
invites
get in here.
centered on
Get
that
in here
streamer.
twice. We need two
Oh,
fasts in here.
shoot, you're so right.
Double
What
carry?
what are these
Double
check? Oh,
carry.
pause. Okay,
Double carry
is
pot?
this the pause? Okay, allowed to pause the game for themselves and other. Yeah, sure. Allowed to spend money on respawn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's a new thing too. If you die, here I'll start it.
If you
If you
die,
die, there's a new thing.
what happens when you die?
Oh, you'll see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's good. Okay, wait. Let me choose my thing though.
I'm
I want to
so
try the new
engineer
character. I want to
build.
play with the new character more. I like the new
Ooh,
character.
look at that claw. That looks cool. Oh
The
yeah,
drone
locked
summoner
in.
guy.
Yo!
You haven't played it? Oh my god, you're gonna see the new update,
Oh my
hero.
goodness. Yeah, I haven't played it either.
You're about to witness peak.
It's so
Wow.
good.
I'm witnessing.
I'm gonna play the hobo.
Are we on normal difficulty?
I think we are.
Okay, okay. We gotta work our way up to monsoon.
Okay, so how's the
Yeah.
lag for you guys immediately?
It's not the best.
I can't really
Brr.
tell. I think it looks normal.
It's kind of chunky, but
Huh.
Ducky!
Why is it
Oh, thank
just
you
for
for the
you
hydrate,
that it
Kyra.
doesn't lag? Because I played with Splingus and they also like were very laggy when they played with me.
I'm
when
just
I
built
hosted.
different. Or perhaps
What
I
is
don't know
your
what lag
Wi-Fi
looks like.
built up?
What
Maybe
are
you're just like lagging and you're just thinking like, oh yeah, that's smooth gameplay.
definitely odd.
Yo, that might be real. I
Uh,
think it's looking smooth. Yo.
okay,
Looks
maybe
like-
Foss
Not
should
feeling
host.
smooth. It's definitely kind of chunky.
Is it
Okay, wait. Do
chunky?
we...
I think this is looking
Kinda chunky.
awesome.
Maybe you should host, Jarchi. We don't know what happens if you host yet. But...
I'm
Well,
scared.
if he hosts, then the people who are coming over to make tamales are gonna explode.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. That's what
I'm gonna have
Jarchi
like 50
said.
people over on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, surely they can join us, right?
yeah. Let them
Oh,
hop
they're gonna
in.
do this. Yeah.
Okay, Foss, I think then if Jarchi's gonna be lagging if I'm hosting.
Okay.
Are you
well, what
trying to
about
take
you?
my items, man?
Oh yeah, items are a thing. Oh
The
fuck,
items that I work for?
Oh,
I
God.
forgot. We're supposed to open.
Why is my
Oh,
attention
you know,
being demanded?
who was stealing items?
gotta
You
come
can
here.
steal this. It's kind of shit.
These items,
That's
I've
bad.
never seen these before. Who
Do
are
you
you?
want this item? It's regen.
Are you asking me if I want your slug? Yeah. That's...
It's yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Wow. Yummy slug.
Good.
I'm
I
more of a
wonder.
fungus enjoyer.
That's mine now.
Oh my goodness.
Your
Ow.
turret is mine.
What?
You can have it back.
What? Wait, why are you Santa Claus right now? Yo, look at
Tis the
you.
season. You see your turret here?
No.
Not anymore.
Oh!
Mine.
Oh, I didn't know you could snatch it.
Oh, you're playing the guy. Oh my
Duh.
god. Ayo.
What the? Hi? Can't watch. Looks good to me. Have you guys seen the TikToks where it's like someone playing Minecraft with shaders on and they're like, bro, look, this is so awesome. Are you seeing this? And then it like cuts to the other POV and they're playing like regular and they're like, yeah, this is so awesome. Look at the sun. But it's just like regular.
The sun.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but I can imagine it. It's
Aw.
like playing out in my head.
Don't say it's playing out in your head.
I'm getting a MLG play-by-play on it, on that YouTube short.
Don't want to say YouTube short. Is that your preferred way of looking at content?
I don't use TikTok. It is my preferred way, YouTube short.
Oh, I'm an Instagram Reels enjoyer.
Oh, you and Rose.
Instagram reels go hard.
Yeah, oh, Jarchi gets it.
I don't use Instagram at all.
The reels,
Oh.
fire.
Fire.
Am I the only YouTube Shorts fella here?
You
I
do
mean,
shorts.
great,
I
but
don't know. I don't want to be like scrolling with my
Instagram Reels
mouse on my computer to watch short form
No, you can use your
content.
arrow keys.
Better. Like I want to be on my phone in bed looking at them.
Yeah, you can all, it's on
Just
mobile.
pick up
It's
your
not like it's on mobile.
Yeah, but is that how you're watching them? Because I feel like you're just watching
I
them
mean,
on
I
your
don't have a
computer.
phone. It's the thing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I just
But
feel like that's
even when I had
goofy.
a phone,
What do you mean
I would
that's what I
watch it
thought?
on mobile. Oh yeah, what do you mean? What's what you
You attacking
wait?
this poor guy?
Wait a second. What is this?
No. No.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Floss.
Uh,
That's what I thought.
Oh. Anyways, what did you guys do today?
I woke up, I showered,
Yo!
I'm streaming.
Oh.
I played Rotmug.
Oh. Did you wake up?
Why was
or...
there so much more?
Wow, what the heck?
Well, did you wake
Well,
up?
I woke up, but it
He
wasn't
did more than
today.
me.
I woke up yesterday,
So
and then
you
I've
haven't.
been playing Rotmug.
So it's 5 a.m. and you like haven't gone to sleep yet.
No, I woke up like 10 p.m. I woke up like
You
night.
woke up
So
at
it's-
10
it's-
p.m. and then hopped on Rotmug. When that was
I
like
ate
the
breakfast
last thing.
first, and then
That was the last thing you saw before you went to bed, and then it was the first thing you saw when you woke up. So
yeah,
you-
no,
Oops, I
because like I slept because like no, it interrupted my session, so I'm like, okay, time to continue. You know?
mhm.
Alright, time
That's-
for class.
right, class.
Uh,
So interesting. Rain riskers.
oh, I got a
my
legendary
goodness.
item. War Bond.
We're risking
What
our
is
rain
this?
foe today, Florence.
Bombard boss events with missiles. What? What did I get?
I have not seen any of these.
I think I got like a new legendary item. Let's go.
Yeah. Counter any damage? Jarchi, what is this?
Rotmug. Oh my god, Flare. Does Flare play Rotmug too?
Oh,
Hey yo?
Flare?
Hey yo?
Flare joined the Banana Guild?
Join the banana.
I brought you a
Guild.
gift.
You have
I brought you a
gift?
gift. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. There you go.
What is this? Oh, wow,
Recycler.
thank you.
Scrapper. Yeah. Would you like more gifts?
Wow.
I have more gifts to
Boy,
give.
would I.
Here you go.
Oh, this is so many, thank you. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
the lag is maybe a little sussy.
Oh, it's getting. Should we redo a new host? I feel like we should.
We can, but then
I
what
mean,
about
you're
you,
the one that
Azu?
one of the collab.
No,
Yeah.
no. My viewers are used to it.
Oh, they're used to
Viewers
stuff.
are used to lag.
They won't mind. It's okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's nothing
Let's go.
new.
Okay,
Here,
quit.
I'm gonna quit.
quit the menu.
Yeah. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Dapper.
See, Zan's laughing. They're not even complaining. Look at that. Look at how well trained
Good.
they are.
Well trained is crazy. What the? I don't think you can say
gosh.
that about your viewers. Hey yo, the corruption. What the hell?
Let me
Get-
Oh no,
get-
you
get
invite.
in
Let me wait for
here.
an invite.
We just left for that reason.
Yeah, what the?
Let me
Get in
invite you
here.
guys.
Don't
We're not
invite
done
me.
suffering yet.
Go through sensitive
We're not
baby.
done till I say we're done.
Oh, I just saw the Steam thing. I just saw my 5 invites to like. Get
Get in here.
Oh no, it's bad.
Yippee!
Let's go.
Let's go. Right, I hope this works for you nicely. Can't stay long, just wanted to support you while I can. You got this, take it all. Oh, thank you so much. I will steal as much as I can.
Wow.
No, like it's
Wow.
it's fine, it's chill. I'll carry
It's
you.
fine.
I'll carry you.
I said that you would carry, but like that doesn't mean take all our items carry.
Well, no, like I need the items to help carry you. I need to be big and
Oh, we can
strong.
have this then.
Huh?
You take that. Have fun with that.
What?
Have fun with my box.
What does your box do? Yo!
Stuff.
What the? Okay.
What?
Azu, how is your lab?
Oh, this works. It works out. The drones aim for me.
Is the lab... Are you rubber banding or anything like that?
Fine.
My drone is spazzing out, but they're just
Oh.
having a good time. It's okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
awesome.
no.
They knew you were such a gamer. They had to nerf you. You hear thunder rumbling. What does that mean?
Huh, what does that?
Try your baby.
Baby, what?
Hey, your turret?
Oh, I guess that is my baby. Don't kidnap. What the heck?
It's not kidnapping, it's relocating.
That's against the law, I think. My goodness, I got a goat hoof. This is so awesome. Hello?
I got a red item.
Yo,
Oh.
already?
Temporary runic lens.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, you got temporary red item.
What?
How do you get the temporary stuff?
It's one of the abilities that I have.
You can just
Oh.
spawn in
So I click-
items?
Yeah, I can spawn temporary items.
Yo.
Yeah, they added that in the update. There's some items that just like time
Yeah,
out.
that's where you been.
Well, I've been on Warframe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
My god, we need to play more. Oh my god, how far are you in the Warframe? Ayo. Ayo.
I just
get back into
made a
it.
character, like a human character.
Yo. Hey, nice.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Pretty cool. She looks awesome.
Are we swapping over right now?
Are we? We might
Are we
be if you guys are down. I'm
Guys,
just saying,
we
like,
have to at least get through one level. This is ridiculous.
okay, one level and then we can
Oh,
Oh my god.
Azu. Oh my god, and then we play Realm of the Mad God, and Jarchi has to download
Oh,
it.
you're so right, Jarchi.
No
We're
way,
Jarchi,
no
start-
way. I'll stay here.
No,
Oh
start
my
installing
god,
it right
this
now.
is peak.
This is so
Yeah.
good.
Fault.
See, this is why you didn't host, so you'd have the internet to install.
Yes,
That's
Jarchi.
crazy.
Oh my
The
god.
tamale people aren't even there yet, so you have time. You gotta download right now.
Yeah,
Why are they
before the
tamale
tamale
people?
people get there.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're friends
They're not
or
real
family.
people, they're tamale people.
Who wants this thing, by the way? Lost you. It's the void item that removes the crit item glasses
I don't like that
and
one.
gives you a 1% chance to insta. You don't like it?
No, you gave that to
Jarchi, do
me
you like that
while I
one?
was a huntress, and it
No.
nerfed me so
I mean,
bad.
it wouldn't really be
But
bad
you're
on me,
but you're
honestly.
not huntress
I'll take it.
anymore. So what? Imagine your turrets insta killing.
I
They're
got
gonna
it.
do
I
that
got it.
Surely.
anyway. As soon as I get some gasoline.
But they can do it 1% more.
So low. Okay, fine. Wait, why don't you want it then? It's kind of suspicious that you're giving it
But
away.
you took it already, so I can't.
I didn't take it.
Oh, Jarchi, you have the
Oh,
insta kill.
Jarchi, you're gonna be so big and strong.
That's
Oh
right.
my goodness.
You're
That's
gonna be so big
right.
and strong 1% of the
Yeah.
time. Let's go.
Oh no, he's gonna get more.
Another item.
Come on now.
Yo, I got a clover.
Yo.
Wait, you got? Oh my God, you got 2% of the time.
Yeah, let's
Yo!
go. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
so huge. This is so huge. Well, thank you for the 7-stream streak, Chicky. Oh yeah.
Aww.
Do you hit people with your bag? That's so silly.
Yeah, if I got something in my bag, I hit him with it. Well, I slammed down him with it.
You just made a
Oh, I did. Yeah, just
Gampa
a little bit.
thing. What the?
No. Oh, I picked it up.
The?
Yeah.
Can you take them across levels?
Yeah.
Yo,
It's just like a timer for them, I think, right?
that's
That's
so
how this one
cool.
ended up here.
Wait, that's so cool.
Check it. I'll go get the other one. I can even pick up like turrets and stuff.
Yeah, I noticed. Picked up mine. If anyone sees a bustling fungus, you should hit me up.
If anyone sees like drones, I'd
If anyone
appreciate
sees
them.
my dad, tell him I'm still here.
Um,
My cereal is dry still.
what does your dad look like? I don't know how to. Like,
don't know.
Will I know? Like, will I see him and be like, oh yeah?
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know,
Yeah, they give off Jarchi's dad vibes.
okay.
Oh, Jarchi dad vibes.
What if I'm secretly your dad? You
That
just
would
like
be a
didn't know.
change of events.
It'd be what?
You've been like
That would
spying
definitely be a
on them
change of
this whole
events.
time.
Yo.
It's a Christmas
You never
miracle.
knew.
Yo.
My dad was an early 20s Fox Girl streamer this whole time.
Early 20s. I'm 100. What the hell?
You're 100.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Could have
maybe
fooled
you-
me.
Wait, where'd my missiles go? Oh, there we go.
How did you lose missiles? That's concerning. Maybe you should keep track of those.
Sir, the nuke is gone.
I haven't seen the teleporter. Here.
I think I saw it, but I forgot where I saw it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You are 90 something. Foster 90 something.
Probably. You know, once you're this old,
Probably.
it's like hard to keep track of your age, you know?
That's my aura. What do you mean? You're stealing my thing.
Oh, sorry.
You're stealing my Unk aura.
Are you Unk? I don't
Yeah,
think
I
you're
got
Unk.
62 on my Spotify rap, remember?
Ah.
Oh, there's an equipment thing here.
Catch.
Yeah.
Who wants the missile launcher?
Oh, I
That's
have
Or
all
actually, wait, do you? Oh, do you want this crit
Oh,
one
oops,
better?
too
Because
late.
like I was thinking like you can't crit with the thing, right? But I got like ocular HUD if you want
None
to
for you.
crit with that. I already got my watch.
I forgot I had that. Also, you can have it back. I was just kidding.
Thank you. Oh,
Ooh.
Oh?
I'm jealous.
Crystal.
Maybe I should have taken that.
maybe. Are you melee?
Yeah.
Oh,
He whacks
Maybe
people
until
with
I get
his
Hurricane.
Santa bag.
oh, are you like one of the scavenger guys? Like, wait, where are you? Where are you?
Like
Like the boss that
bag?
like that has the bags, yeah. Oh my
In
god,
a
wait, you
sense,
kinda
yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Ooh, crit.
Oh,
I want that.
teleporter.
Oh, nice. Oh wait, we should do the green one first, right? Like this one.
The Helicon Shrine, yeah.
I forgot what that does.
We get some more. It's like another teleporter, but we get like some items from it.
Yo!
I started this one.
I love items. We're doing quite well.
Yeah.
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 Oh, shield. Nice.
He's here. I got him. Don't worry.
Who's here?
He's in the bag.
Ooh,
Oh,
what?
he does not look like he's in the bag right now.
Hold on, hold on. Hold on, he escaped.
Um,
He's
Oh.
mine.
yo,
Oh my god.
wait,
Oh, he got out again.
that was so cool.
Get in the bag.
What is the
I can actually
point
throw him
of
off the map if there's
putting him
a
in the
like a
bag?
pit.
What
Yeah.
the? I see.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh.
I'm taking this one.
Blessings.
Give me this, this. Nice.
Man, I wish when you hovered items it said what they did.
Yeah.
I do not be remembering things.
I mean, wait, doesn't it there? I didn't pay attention.
Only if you press tab. I think when you're selecting it, it does it.
Oh,
It is what?
the item
Aw.
like descriptions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hongshu.
Okay, let's do the
Honkshu.
teleporter.
Can I start it?
Yep.
Let me grab this baby.
Bro,
Come on,
You
baby.
stop grabbing babies.
This one's mine. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There you go. Join the fray.
You're making your baby join the fray?
Yeah.
I see. Interesting.
Bring your kids to work day.
Oh, wowie.
Yeah. Oh wait, I should have waited to take that. Damn it. Oh well.
Why is there just a corpse in midair?
I don't see a corpse
Hmm.
midair. That might just be you.
Hmm.
You just see
There's
things.
just like a fella up here, like chilling.
Oh, that's a turret.
What? What kind of
Yeah,
Yeah,
fella?
there's a
so
fella up
weird.
here,
Oh,
like a
Um,
big guy.
a big guy?
There's
In
It looks like the arm of the boss.
the big
Oh, there's a
arm of the
tree.
boss is
Oh, it's the yellow
suspended
one.
in the air. Is that?
Uh huh. Uh huh.
Oh, okay.
There's some stuff over here that I want to get before we leave.
Yippee!
I'm not getting any junk out of it. What?
Not getting any jump.
Yeah, out of my junk cube.
Are you out of?
Did they nerf it?
Oh, you're out of
Nerf it.
junk. This is so sad.
They nerfed my junk cube?
Do you get like free junk usually on your guy?
I used to get like free junk for my junk cubes, so I could just spam it and get a bunch
Huh.
of free items.
They nerfed
Don't tell me they
nerfed
nerfed it.
They nerfed you.
Don't tell me that.
Oh, it's okay. I'll carry. I'll carry.
Oh, you're so right.
Yeah.
These are my treasures.
Wow, they're beautiful.
No one steal
Why?
my
Why did you
treasures.
leave them there? That makes me want to
So I can
steal
come
it.
back and get them.
Well, why didn't you
I'm
get
gonna go
them
over there and get
right
some free stuff.
away?
I guess not free stuff, but stuff. Go, little legs, go!
Bling.
You get any?
Does anyone need a scrapper?
Um,
No.
I would appreciate. Wait, where is it? Where is it?
There's one over here.
Okay. Da-da.
Jarchi, you're so slow.
What do you mean?
I'm ready to go.
Azu's
Wait,
over
I'm
here
scrapping
too.
something. One sec, one sec.
Sigh. I want McDonald's.
What did I just see? Oh,
No, like,
hidden
don't
chest
even
over
I'll
here.
get there in time.
Azu, have you found a hidden chest?
Huh? A hidden chest?
Yeah, there's a hidden chest
hidden
right
one?
here. It's a
Oh.
cloaked chest.
Cloaked.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's a cloaked chest right here.
Yo! Can I open
Where is it? I don't see it. Wait, where is it?
Yo!
Oh, you found it.
That's so cool.
You stole my warped echo!
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
I was looking for the hidden chest.
Archie, you won the scavenger hunt, but Azu gets the prize, okay?
I was looking for it. You didn't even say you were gonna open it.
I think that was kind of awesome. I love stealing.
Is there just like one of those like each level?
I don't know,
I've never seen that before.
because it was cloaked, right?
Well, yeah, but like, wouldn't you see the pop-up sometimes?
I only saw it because the teleporter was active.
Oh.
Alright, which one of you stole two of my items?
Not me.
I don't have any. I got the warped echo though.
We good to go?
Good to go.
Okie dokie.
Pretender's precipice.
Here.
Don't whisper about babies.
I got two.
Oh,
of
this
these
is a
over
new
here.
area.
It looks nice.
I haven't seen this yet.
A good
Where's the boss
vibe,
area?
I think.
Here's the teleporter.
Yo, look at you.
Teleporter, where are you? Oh, here it is. We'll drop this bad boy right here then.
What are you dropping? The baby?
One of those healing shrines.
Oh. Good thinking. Oh my god, I got a feather. This is so awesome.
Opal feather.
Need 4 more void monsters.
Oh.
I think it's pretty neat that the missiles auto lock on the children.
Maybe. Maybe that's like an inside thought. Maybe that's just something you think really hard, but you don't say out loud. You know?
No, I saw it happen. I fired the missiles and they chased the children.
What children are you talking about?
Yeah, I got the missile launcher. Yeah, and I just press Q and it chases the children. Yeah. Pretty convenient if you ask me.
Yeah. You're so right.
Look, there's more.
Okay.
I'm not finding any chests. Oh, there we go.
Where's the teleporter again? I lost it.
You lost it.
I lost the teleporter, guys.
Aw, man.
I found the
Never found
teleporter,
it.
guys.
Oh, I see the children that you're talking about. I don't like them very much.
See, the missiles were justified.
They,
Yeah.
Yeah. Haha.
Oh, do you guys? There's a Topaz Brooch printer here, like way up here.
Let's go! Trading
Who wants some
everything.
Topaz Brooches?
Trading everything I have for a bunch of those.
Actually, I'm gonna actually do that though.
What? Is that even a good deal?
I'll trade my 2 scraps for. Oh my god,
Where's that?
I like the brooch.
Pluripotent larvae. I have no idea what that was. Azu,
What
your
did you
bots are
find?
taking my kills.
Ooh.
They're
Thank
literally
you for the
carrying them where I can't hit them.
Oh, I'm low HP. I just noticed. Oh my god, my HP.
Why
No,
are you
no.
low HP?
How did I get low HP? What the fuck?
Come on, Azu. Get it together. Lock in, twin.
I'm trying.
If only I had bustling fungus, I could help you out. But
The
alas.
Topaz Brooches
What do you
will keep me
mean?
alive, surely.
Yeah. Those
If only I
bridges.
had bustling fungus.
I
on my
will
turret.
larva.
The
You know what?
fungus
I'll
is
take
good
you.
for the turrets.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you.
extra life, and it corrupts all my items. Oh my god, this is gonna work out.
That's just
so
what you
well.
needed.
Wait, how is this different than Dio's
Hmm.
best friends?
It corrupts Dio, and when you die, all your items that can be corrupted will be corrupted.
That sucks.
That's interesting.
It doesn't if you just pick up stuff you wanna corrupt and then you die on purpose. You can like corrupt a bunch of stuff that are good.
I guess.
Yes, if we want to throw to win.
That sounds very Azu coded.
What?
Because
Yeah.
the child is in the bag.
Huh?
Interesting. Haha, you're so funny. Let's maybe get you to bed.
Alright, Grandpa, back in the bed.
Yeah. Where are you getting these scrappers from? Do you spawn them in?
No, I've been finding them and throwing them around.
Jarchi,
Wow.
here's another glasses thing for your 1% crit chance.
Yo.
For that, I will bring you a reward, Azumazu.
Oh,
Is it gonna be a baby?
No.
are you giving me a baby?
No, Azu, I'm not gonna give you a baby.
Oh my goodness.
You can have
It's
this.
a bit suspicious.
This chest I opened.
Oh,
Oh.
An
don't like it?
already open chest? That's your
You
gift?
can put stuff
I'll
in
die
it.
now.
Okay, I die now.
Okay, how about this one then? I'll bring you another one.
Another open chest? Oh my god.
No. This one's better than an open chest.
So
No.
awesome.
Is it an opened multi-shop? Like one of the
No.
Yo.
3-in-1 open chest?
If you're running away, I can't give it to you.
Where are you? I
I'm
can't see
chasing
you.
right-
I'm looking for your name tag. I just see
Oh my
paws.
gosh.
Man, I
Oh,
got
I
Get down
see
from
you.
there.
a drone that like lifts the enemies into the air, and it's so
Hello.
funny to see the babies
Hello.
just like fly away.
Here is your present.
Oh my god, how much money is in it? It doesn't even notify me how much I got from that.
Now you're rich. You're welcome.
Wow,
You're so right.
you're so right.
That barrel will feed my family for generations.
It's better than an empty box.
Wow.
Can you pick up empty barrels?
Empty barrel?
Are there barrels in this game?
Zan, what the,
look,
go back
one.
to fucking Rot Mug. What the fuck is this shit?
Yo, Rot Mug mentioned.
Yeah, Rot.
Wait, did he redeem Ara?
Yeah, he did.
You got so close to the mic for that one. That was lovely.
Oh,
I felt like you were inside my ear.
No, don't say that.
Oh, like awesome. That was so cool.
You should change your name to Awesome Mazu.
Oh my god, wait, you're
Oh.
onto something.
You're onto nothing. What the?
Awesome, Mazu. Oh my god.
What? Sounds like we're like
Don't you think?
in 2008
awesome.
or something.
What?
I just feel like naming
Can't be
yourself awesome is just.
You
a
don't think I'm
little bit-
awesome?
Well, no, I do
What
think
about
you're
Tommy's
awesome.
so badass?
I don't think I can. I don't think I can comment on that. Don't ask me that. Is he even here to defend himself? Listen, that's different because the XD saves it, you know. Probably. Listen, I got nothing. Anyways, guys, do you wanna do this really cool teleporter? It's so swag.
Yeah, I'm good.
What do you mean now?
Yeah, we're just gonna be staying here.
Guys, I
I
want
don't
to get
really
more
feel
items.
like it.
Okay, well you can
I'm good
just
whenever.
you can just sit there and look nice and like I'll do the teleporter.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye aye, Captain.
I come bearing another gift.
Did you just throw a shrine at him?
Yeah.
Why is she so beefy?
Ask her why she's so beautiful.
No, I said why is she so beefy?
Oh.
Oh, one died.
Why is she so beautiful?
Oh, you're so beautiful.
Hey, we did it.
Whose is this?
I haven't. What's the item we got? Is it just yellow? Where's the green one?
I don't know.
I'm losing frames. Oh no.
No.
That's not.
What?
Did we get a green item?
No, I haven't picked up anything yet.
I
Except
haven't picked
for
up
a
anything
lunar
either.
coin. Ah. Hold
Wait, where did the Queen's Gland go? Oh my god. Jarchi just stole all our stuff.
What
What do I
the?
mean?
Jarchi's over there
There's no way.
smirking. Smirking
steal?
as he
Okay, how
puts
did I turn
everything
off
in his
damage?
bag.
The damage numbers are making me lag. Turn that off.
I need to go hit this this thingy real quick. These three
What?
What?
I'm gonna.
gonna
I
go
need to
hit a
change
thingy.
my video settings.
Oh wait, no, I need a scrapper real quick. Will somebody carry me a scrapper?
How do
Why
I
is it on
carry it for
ultra?
you?
What the fuck? That's why I'm lagging.
You're an ultra. What the?
Turn all of these settings off.
Grab that bison steak.
10 corpses only.
Corpses only.
Okay, I will be back.
Run, 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 run. What if I made coffee?
There we go.
Would that be chill and regular?
Surely your turrets will carry.
Chilly. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll wait till we're at the next level and then I'll just AFK under my turrets.
Oh, we
Oh,
can
we
like
forgot
go
a
to the
chest.
lunar. Yeah, go. We can like go to Blue Portal. You can go get your coffee.
Okay.
Oh my god, I
I'll
see
be
my
right
green
back.
item. It's right at top.
Oh my god, I see my green item. Cuber. Okay,
Wait.
I'll be right back.
It was a good green
Okay.
item, man. What the hell is this?
Are we
Is there
taking
any
blue?
chests left? I got one
I
item
didn't
from
look
this whole
around earlier.
stage. Is this a chest? That is not a chest. It's a rusty barrel. Chest. Mocha.
Mocha.
Do you say mocha? Is that an actual thing?
Mocha.
Okay. My god, I'm zooming.
We're gonna turn
Oh.
everything down and hope that we
Barrier
find-
drone. Fuck yeah.
Do you think Pasta will mind if I scrap one of her turrets?
Surely she won't even notice.
No, I couldn't do it. It escaped.
Oh. Maybe like the non-engineer ones.
Yeah, those ones definitely work.
She has... Oh, she doesn't have any though. She has drones. Can you scrap drones?
Scrap drones? Yeah, there is a drone scrapper now.
Oh, another chest. Oh my god. Stun grenade.
Oh, you're finding stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm zooming across the map. The Faraday spur is so nice.
It is.
The max. I'm at the max.
How many spurs do you have?
Just one. Look at this shit. We're zooming across the whole thing.
Yeah, it's so fucking nice. Yeah, I don't get junk out of my junk cube anymore.
Maybe it's like only if like the level's going still. Because maybe they didn't want you just AFKing after the teleporter and just like farming
That's
junk.
probably it, honestly.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I couldn't do it before either.
like during the
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a limit per level.
It's probably just when I hit an enemy.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is there an item that spawns enemies?
Is what?
Trying to think if you can an item that spawns enemies like and equip. I'm thinking of like if you can break that.
Oh, I can't think of anything that actively spawns enemies.
Hmm. There's a child here. Hit the child. Hit the child.
Hit
Oh
the
my god.
child. Where's this child?
Yeah, turn them into junk. No,
Get
they
over here.
despawned. Wait,
No, he just teleported.
wait, no, they're
Do they
still midair.
despawn? I
Look,
thought they
look,
just
look, they're
teleported.
teleporting. Oh no, wait, they did. They're here. They're here.
Yeah,
Get
from
them.
downtown.
Did
Yeah,
you get anything?
yeah, I got scrap from that.
Hey, let's go. Drone? Oh, healing. Do you want the healing drone? I don't want this on my skills.
I don't want a healing drone.
Cause like my guy like uses the drones as skills. The healing one's kinda shit. I don't want it taking up a skill slot.
But healing. But healing.
I still get healed for you guys, drones, so
But.
oh, these are opened already. Oh, that despawns me? What the fuck?
Meow, 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 meow. Sorry about that, everyone. Hello, we're so
Okay,
back.
should we go to a?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Wait, I thought you guys were going
We
through
low
the
key
boot
kind of
portal.
forgot, and we just ran
We were
around.
doing it, but then Azu kept us here.
What? You just ran around for like 4 minutes?
Yeah, I'm getting junk and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I got like a few chests we missed.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so
You know,
glad.
beat up some kids.
What?
Yeah, we turned kids into junk.
The bro,
Why?
you turned kids into junk? What the
No, it's
hell?
okay. It's gonna carry.
Or...
Okay.
What is that?
It says you hear thunder rumbling again.
Isn't it like the little ball that follows you around?
Not regular.
Oh, I don't think it actually gives me like a skill for them. Do I have enough to do it anyway? Hmm.
Is that what I think it is?
I don't want to lose
I
my.
want you for
I
my
don't want to
army.
lose that.
Dream. What is this? Is this like if you want to pick where to go next?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yep.
Oh.
Shaped glass. Who wants half HP double damage?
Nope.
That would probably not be
No?
good with my fungus, right? I'm fungused up. Oh, that sounds like a very you thing. I think you should get it.
I was about to say I'm gonna get it.
Okay,
Oh,
awesome.
no, Azu.
Uh-huh.
2 minutes in. Guys, I'm dead.
No,
okay.
surely Azu
Are we gonna...
is chill.
Do we
Alright,
want to go to the
let's go.
corrupted area, or do we just want to keep going on?
I'm down to do it.
Yeah, we're big and strong gamers.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
Oh, another? Oh my god.
Another what? Oh,
Half my HP again.
Oh
so
my
you
gosh,
have
Azu.
25% HP right now?
I sure do. But I have 400% damage.
That's...
If you have the beetle thing that turns your health into shields, are
It
you?
will still be.
Oh,
No, it's still.
it's
Yeah.
not a loophole. That's sad.
No, I don't have more. I can't re-roll it again. I want another one.
What do you need to reroll it?
I want to get more damage.
Ozzy, you You can't be on like 15% health. That's too aggressive, I think.
Azu, that's not good for you.
But that's 800% damage. Think of the
Azu!
damage.
I'm thinking.
Think of the
I'm
damage.
thinking.
Yeah, that you're gonna take from one bison attack.
Yeah, you're gonna. You know how earlier
No, it's
Carrot
gonna
was
be
like,
fine.
"Don't die to a lizard." That's gonna be you.
Yeah.
No, but the lizard's gonna take 800% damage too.
I'm gonna
taking
roll
him with
Ashley
me.
while we're trying to talk you out of this.
Azu, can you
Alright,
just
are you guys
please
down
come
there?
down here?
Yeah, we're down here.
I mean, I'm waiting for you guys to you guys can just send it without. I'm just up here because I might die from the
Right.
fall. So
Oh my god, you're
I'm just waiting
Get
up
cooked.
down
here.
here from there.
You're so cooked.
And
Are
then-
you
die from
winning?
the
Oh my
fall.
goodness, Hero
Just-
Hum, I'm winning. I'm winning so hard.
Oh my god. Get me in
Although
here.
it is a
You're
little,
already freaking out.
it's a little scary not being able to pick your items, but I think it's going well.
See, the shield Faust has is gonna keep me alive,
Okay,
and
well,
I'll just shoot my
only-
800% damage
Only
out.
if you stay near me. What the hell?
I will. See, and because I have so much damage, the Topaz is gonna just kill stuff and give me shields. See, it's a valid build, surely.
Surely.
Coping so hard right
You
now.
are a little cooper. I mean, you don't even have a single thing of gasoline. This is so sad.
But once I do,
It's so sad for you.
the gasoline's gonna do 800%.
Me when I'm Azu Mazu when I don't have gasoline.
Look,
It's
gasoline
like
from this
Ash,
chest right now.
Ah. Oh, I forgot about my spur. Yo! Who needs hard light?
Hard
What is
what?
that?
It's like
does it-
re.
Oh, it doubles your
Sorry,
shift,
ability
right?
cooldown.
I don't need it. My shift is really good. It like gives you more charges on your shift ability,
Oh, I have
like
my
the dash one, or
things.
I think your shield.
I
Uh,
Yeah,
thought
you-
it was ability cooldown.
I think it's the shield one. You get more charges off it.
well, what's the negative?
I don't need it. Someone else take it. It's a legendary, so it's rare. It's a negative.
Uh,
Okay, I don't
Jarchi, do
need
you
it.
want
I'm
it?
going to the next one here.
Jarchi, you get it.
Do you want to take your item of choice?
No.
Guys, you guys are gonna start dying there. Careful.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, you have Bungus. You're good.
Ooh, little disciple.
Don't go! Focus! What the?
It is no. Wait, who got it?
Got what?
Yeah.
Jarchi,
Afterburner,
you
right?
have it.
I just work here.
That shows your charges of your utility skill. Reduce utility skill cooldown. Oh.
Yep, the shift one.
I get 2 more bags.
Wait, why is it not doing enough damage to me? I'm tanking it. What's going on?
Kind of
huh?
useless though.
I don't know. Maybe it takes a while to.
It's all mocha
it's
printers.
okay.
What is this?
Mocha printers. What does that even mean?
The 3D printers for Damucha.
Oh.
Okay. I'm ready. Oh, I think. Oh my god, wait. Because I have less HP, I think the damage is HP percentage wise. So it's. Oh my god. See?
No way that
See?
worked out for you. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. It barely does anything.
Oh,
It barely. Oh my god, the build is alive.
You're so cooked.
I can just zoom around the map.
Wow.
See, I opened like a void item for 50% HP and it barely hurt me because I barely have 50%.
You have like 2 HP, so it only did 1. huh?
Jarchi, there's another insta kill lens. Oh my god, no. Yo, please, Bungus, save me.
Stop
The
that!
You're
Yo!
so confident.
It's not.
Look how far you've fallen,
Bungus.
Azu.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, there's the fancy glass item there at top. We'll have
Yippee!
like a thing to defend there later anyway, so we'll be good. Is it just me or this area smaller than like normal?
Like,
Uh,
aren't we like kind of in a
I
cave
That's
don't
where
right
the
now?
fence-
know.
Oh, you have the item. You have the convergence thing. Oh my god.
It goes faster.
Aw.
I'm taking this for my survival.
Oh,
Do
it's
that.
up here.
So where? Oh.
Up here, yeah.
Yo. Check
Can I
this
pick
thing
up squid
out.
polyp? I can.
Can you put that in your bag?
The turret? Yeah.
Oh my god, this is so awesome.
It's still dying though.
Oh. Well.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna start.
Yeah, yeah.
Huh?
Ooh.
Where the little critters at?
What's that
What am I
legendary?
looking at here? Some
Oh,
kind
the
of
scorpion
Forgot what that
thing.
does.
I forgot what it does either. I think it's a debuff.
Let me check.
Yeah, take it, yeah. Check. I don't remember what it is.
100% chance on hit to reduce armor by 2.
Yeah, this debuff. Wait, Foss, take that,
Uh,
Huh?
take that.
Huh? Take
Yeah.
what?
Maybe
Take
it's the
what?
Foss, yeah.
Take
This
Oh
red
my
item.
gosh! Take the red
Slurp?
item and then,
Yeah.
yeah, replace your turrets. Why do you have them outside?
No, they tank it, they tank it.
Look, they got bustling fungus. They're chilling.
They're bungusing so
Oh!
hard.
Hey, bro.
They are though.
It is
Don't
like
call fungusing.
That's not a
it's-
bad
Yes,
thing.
it is.
what? Gasoline! Oh my god!
Yes, it
Fuck yeah!
is. If anybody said I was
there.
We're so
fungusing,
back.
I would retire on the spot.
You're literally doing it though.
No, don't say it though. That's not
Oh,
real.
what?
It's not
Oh,
real.
so we're keeping it like.
Azu,
like
you got in my
hidden.
bag.
You bagged me? Wait, can you bag me? Bag me, bag me. Oh, you missed.
Bag me. Wait,
Wait,
can you
I'll
pick
stand
up
here, I'll stand
people?
here.
What?
Yeah, I bagged Azu.
Yo, back
How
to
did- how
bad.
did
Oh, your
you do
turrets keep on getting in the way.
I'm in!
Yo, let's go
Wait,
throw
I'm
him.
dying. I'm dying. Wait, no, 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 no. no.
Oh my goodness. Wait, that's awesome. I didn't know you could pick people up like that.
I didn't know that either. I did it by accident.
Accidentally bagged Azumazu underscore.
Chest, wait, don't start it yet. Let me.
Um,
Arm. Okay, we're good.
it's so chill and awesome.
I'm back here. I'm just zooming across.
Put the Azu in the bag.
put the Azu in the bag. I think I would.
I wonder if I can hurt Azu.
Oh, wait, throw him off the map.
No, like beat people up with him.
Oh. I guess that's good too. Foss is always winning. Oh my goodness, thank you. Yeah, check me out. Going crazy.
Oh wait, I'm shooting the summon.
Don't shoot the summon. Man, I love the music in this game. It's
Yeah.
so
It's-
powerful. I feel like a baddie.
Wait, that's so good.
Can I pick up your mine?
Backup?
No.
Hoof, my beloved.
Damage.
Over here.
Ooch. Oh my god.
You're so turtle pilled. I don't remember what it does.
It's like on kill. Oh, we have a revive here if someone dies.
Yo, backpack. I need that.
Oh, get that backpack.
Duplicator
What's
is
the
so
backpack?
good on what's her butt?
What?
Duplicator's good on my character. Like really good.
Oh,
It's
Do you
almost
get
like
to choose what you
yeah.
duplicate?
Because it's for like
No,
the
it's double
temporary
item.
items, right?
Oh.
so
Wait,
if I get
is it?
temporaries, it'll double my temporaries even.
Yeah.
Yo. Wait, what's the
Oop, oop,
downside?
oop, oop, oop.
Oh my god, that's me. That's me. You killed me, you fuck!
Nuh-uh.
Oh,
I
and
threw
it
you
res
back.
me.
Maybe.
It res me with my. You threw me outside of the fucking thing and killed me. What the?
Well,
I threw you into the ring.
Maybe if you had more health, this wouldn't have happened.
I can't believe it.
Wait, now if Azu does like 800% damage, if you use him as a weapon, does he still do that much damage?
Whoa.
Throw me
Weaponizing
at
the
them
stick?
with my shaped glass collection. Oh my god, I'm dying again.
Oh my
there we
goodness.
go.
I need more fungus for real. This is so sad.
Razor wire.
I got shurikens, guys. I am now a ranged character.
Wow.
Up here.
Aye aye.
Ooh.
Fireworks.
Wait, should I have given you that? Do you have like? Do you interact
I
with the?
just got one.
Oh, okay, okay.
From this chest right here.
We both got
my
it then.
God,
Yeah,
I
I should have given it to
Died.
you. No, that's my
Oh,
shield.
no.
Oh my
You should have
God,
let
I'm
me
sorry.
carry you.
Oh, well I thought I could make a chest, but then, it hurt. a
Your
little bit.
greed sickens me.
I'm sorry, I'm so greedy, I can't help it. Wow, Azu, you really don't have a lot of health, huh?
Oh, you seeing that?
Yeah.
Here, Azu, you take these.
Sure, whatever.
Oh,
these
there's
are.
an infusion in there.
Oh my god, I have HP. Wait, I took
Temporary
so much
infusion?
damage. I'm dead.
Oh no.
Azu. Azu.
Arm.
Wait.
Jarchi, it's up to you!
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Pause. Press
Huh?
shift. Press shift.
The shift? What does that do?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
You can control the drones.
Oh my god, my turret does
This is
800%
so
damage.
cute.
Whoa.
Wait, my turret's kinda carrying.
I've
See,
never
this is
seen
why.
this
This is
before.
why. It's
That's
new.
new.
Yo.
Oh, you get 3 items here now, Jarchi. You're gonna be
Where I am
carrying.
healing you.
Oh, no, no.
Oh, your heal. You went with healing. Then.
Well, I didn't know what it was, so I picked the one I like more.
Get 3 shurikens.
And I think this one just looks a little cuter.
Actually, maybe it would be nice to like make sure Jarchi can just like run around if like the teleporter's somewhere stupid. There we go.
What
Well, it
is
shouldn't be out
that?
there.
What the?
Go, shurikens.
Here, I'm shooting them. I'm shooting them for you. Wait, actually, I'm gonna try to die, and I'm gonna like go to a better. Wait, I have razor wire, so I can just run up to them. Oh my god, this is huge.
Wait,
Whoa.
the drone gets the. Oh my god,
Your
I have
fungus
fungus.
is still working?
You have bungus.
Don't.
It is that.
But there's like 2 funguses. It's gonna get confusing if we just say you have fungus.
What is the other
So we have to
fungus?
specify.
There's
the
fungus
corrupted
and there's
one.
wongus, and you
There's
chose
wongus.
Man! Fungus just sounds goofy. I don't know.
It's a goofy item.
You're a goofy item.
Wow.
What does get infusion mean? Wait, I can heal you.
Infusions will give me bonus
You
HP.
can.
Yo.
Wait. Stand still. Can it like be midair? No, it's like down at the
Uh-oh,
bottom.
uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh
my
no.
god, I
Wait,
was
we should
playing
like
around.
stop. Yeah.
Guys,
Where
I'm
are
out
you,
here.
Jarchi?
You're like in the air.
Wait, heal Jarchi.
He is
yeah.
in the air. Oh my goodness.
I'm shooting
I'm outta
stuff in the area. Don't worry
I'm outta
about
here.
it.
Oh my god, you're wiggly. You're wiggly, come back. That was
Jarchi, did you die?
awesome.
You got in?
No, I left.
Oh my god.
He's really awesome.
I had a little over 100 HP.
You
I
clutched
left.
up.
Oh yeah. Twin locked in.
Oh my god, there's
Lucas.
glass here. Yo, pick up the glasses. Get your percent to kill up.
Awa, are you a fungus enjoyer? I am a bustling fungus only household. I don't know.
Where was it? Up here?
Up here.
Oh, temporaries.
Yep. Ooh, chest. Cautious slug. You know what? I might appreciate healing.
You a cautious slug kind of fella?
No.
Why was that so disappointing?
Oh,
I
teleported.
need more gunner drones and stuff.
Oh, I'll let you know
I
if
need
I
more
see one.
damage.
You need more what?
I need more damage. Oh, I should have given my leaping to somebody else. Does anyone want this delicate watch?
No, but
I
if
have
you
enough
see a
damage.
bustling
Actually-
fungus, let me know.
Azu, if you take that, you're just gonna lose it as soon as you get poked.
And if I can
Yeah,
play
it's
in the
gonna.
same-
It's not gonna. It still takes like max H.
Oh, well, have
like
you played
it's
this
still
game before?
percentage. But if I take one hit, yeah, it's gonna.
Yeah.
They're all Wongus enjoy. I don't know if I don't think they have, but they're just saying Wongus sounds cooler. I think.
I guess Wungus does sound cool, but I don't know why you would
You don't.
shorten
You
the
don't like
names.
Bunga?
No, I hate Bungus.
What is wrong with Bunga?
What?
Don't
Why?
like it. It sounds goofy in a bad way.
It is, though.
In a bad way.
Yeah.
Feather.
I have, but it's been a long time. Okay, so bustling fungus is when you stand still, you get these mushrooms that heal you. Which is kind of inconvenient for every other character, but since I have turrets, they're always standing still. So the fungus will always be proccing. But I don't know what Wungus stands for, but that
Azu,
one,
you want this?
it's like the same, but instead of
Oh, I do.
standing still, it's running.
I do.
So when you move around,
You
you,
don't.
have
You
foam.
don't. I was kidding. I was kidding.
I
No,
think
I
Fungus
can't
is
because
better
I
in
have
general,
topaz,
just
so I can
not
get it for free.
me.
Look at that. I can do it for free.
Oh,
Look at
Fungus!
that.
just eats it.
Man,
Topaz.
something about the word bungus just fills me with rage. I don't know.
Oh my
I
gosh.
don't like it. I don't like it one
You hate
bit.
it that much?
Yeah.
What? Why?
I don't know. You're like a psychology major, right? You tell me why.
Like,
I'm starting my study on why Foss hates the word bungus so much.
Thanks.
15 years for this.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, thank you for the 5 stream streak, Shrimp. That's so lovely.
Is there more chests around here?
Still doing the work. Hope you've been having fun. This game was my favorite game for a long time. Really? I quite like this game. It's pretty cool. I think we're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Me and Azu died, but it's chill because Jarchi's
I'm sorry, what?
Jarchi's locked
okay.
in. Well, not again, not again. That would never happen twice. Don't even worry.
Chest. Who wants a cautious slug?
Stop offering slugs.
I died.
Nobody
no!
wants a slug.
Oh my god.
Man.
I'm getting bullied by drones and stuff.
Healer drone.
How come press tab?
Missile
Azu
drone.
is like not even here.
I may have died.
You died? Wait, what
Sucks
is
up nearby
this?
enemies and turns them into gold.
Wait, Jarchi, do you
Azu
want
gets
this? I
one
don't know what
tap.
this is.
I'm a flamethrower drone now, guys.
It's a Wake of Vultures. I've never seen it before, but it's a red item. Do you want it?
Wake up,
Oh, that's
vultures.
if you kill like elite enemies, you get like elite
Yeah.
enemy abilities for a bit.
Oh, do you want it,
Yeah, you
Jarch?
should take it.
Okay.
No.
No.
I'm playing the new character, guys.
Do
Incinerator
you have
drone.
gasoline?
Do what?
You have gasoline.
I took it.
I have one gasoline. Ugh.
Take it.
Wait,
Take it, take it, take it.
Azu, you can take items as a. Bro! What
You
the
don't know
hell?
gasoline in that drone?
This is so messed up.
Oh look, fungus printer.
Yo!
Yo.
Give me that. What if I go all in? That's probably smart.
Wait, you're just. Oh. Oh no.
What if I trade everything for fungus?
Wait. Don't trade everything. I'll trade some of mine because I have like a bunch of shit white ones.
Oh,
If only we had a scrapper.
Wait, no, I can't interact with it. I'm sorry.
No, wait, Jarchi, you always have a scrapper. How could this
Yeah,
be?
you're
Roll of pennies?
right. Yo,
That's
the drone thingy.
the drone thing?
I missed out on so much. No.
Yeah, you can
Yo,
buy
that's kind of awesome.
You had 3 choices of a drone.
Oh.
You choose.
What do I
Oh,
have?
there's like gambling and chests down here. There's
Oh
a
my
lot of
god,
chests. There's
say less.
mhm,
Gambling.
2 chests and a gamba.
What?
What?
What was that boing?
That was me.
That was you gambling?
Red
Yeah.
item from the gamba?
Whoa.
Yo, spare drone
Spare
parts.
drone parts?
What is that?
Ooh.
Do you want it?
Gives you 3 drones. Or some drones at least.
Drone strike
What does it do?
crasher. Have less cooldown, shoot missiles, and get bonus. Oh, that would have been really good for Azu, I think, if you're collecting drones.
Ooh. No, it's fine. You have your turrets. Surely it counts for those.
Are turrets considered drones?
Yeah,
I
like
don't
it watch.
Hopefully.
Do you not want this watch?
Not really.
Okay.
There's this one too.
Yippee! Oh my god, a box. I have not seen the teleporter. Low-key.
Oh, it's over here.
Whose slug is this? Oh, we are. Come get your slug.
Is that your slug?
It might have
not
been the
my
one I
slug.
died on.
I thought it was your slug.
Slug! Bro.
The slug got me.
You're so
There's so many of
cooked.
these little guys over here to bully me.
Oh,
Help!
dear.
Somebody
I'm
please
helping.
help me.
Wait, they're funny. Yo, look at my fungus range. Pretty good, right? Good thing I traded
Nice.
everything for it.
You got the biggest
Awesome.
fungus in the valley.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
You do?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a shrine real quick.
The biggest fungus.
Pretty jealous, huh?
Oh my gosh.
What are the little blue wisp thingies that you can pick up?
It's an item, it gives you speed when you pick them up.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Oh, don't. Uh-oh. No! Jarchi! No!
I literally got
Oh,
stuck.
man.
No, it's okay. We're here. As drones, you got
I
this.
got this. Oh my goodness, there's so much going on.
I'm burning one of them.
There's so many particles on my screen right now.
How do I
I
drone?
can't tell if I'm
Shift,
winning or
press
not.
shift.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have to change my graphics after this.
Whoa,
Am I
here's my
dying?
drone.
I'm dying.
Surely you're not. Surely not.
Surely not. You're right. Ugh. I keep getting launched into
Magma
the
worm.
air. Is that normal?
Oh no. Oh no,
Where
you're
are
HP.
you?
Oh no.
No,
Oh
I'm
no, you
full
look bad.
health. This is like 3 frames per second. I can't tell if I'm losing or not. Surely everything's fine.
There's a worm somewhere.
Let's see the worm.
Are they above ground or something?
I don't know. I think it's up there.
I'm flying above. Oh, they're like on the other side of the map. I see
What?
them. They're going after. Yeah, I'm gonna go to them. They're over here.
Azu,
They're
you
like
blew
trying
up.
to get something. I'm going to them. I'm 1v1ing them.
Yeah, you
Come
got
on, Miss
this. You
Aldrone.
got this. I'm kind of nervous.
I'm doing damage.
Every 8 seconds I can attack.
Which one did you
Yeah!
choose?
I chose the shield drone.
Oh god, I'm going back over here. This is scary.
I need more attack speed, I think.
I need a worm to get over here. It's so like
Just go say hi.
no, but it's so laggy. I don't want to like accidentally die because I'm not in my.
It's laggy
Fungus.
for you?
There's just a lot of particle. Like there's so much going on.
You get so many breaching fins, they're never gonna come down.
Oh, they're dead. They're dead.
They're dead.
Oh my god.
God, this is so poggers.
Got their ass.
Changing my name to Frost So Badass XD.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, we should all change our name to something like that and be matching.
Awesome, Azu.
No, that's not what I
Awesome,
meant.
Azu.
That's not what I meant. Even a little bit.
Funniest Jarchi.
Oh.
It's okay. I'll add an XD at the end.
Oh, okay, that would help, I think. Hello, turtle. I don't know what the next Gartic phone would be. That has not really been on my radar. Maybe soon. Okay,
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. What the hell? No, let's do it right now while we're playing. this game.
Swapping to it right now.
Yeah.
We're
Alta
gonna switch to
foring
mixed
this.
channel right now.
No, we can play Warframe and this game and Gartic Phone like all at the same time.
All at once?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll boot up Warframe right now.
Yeah.
Oh my
Don't
gosh.
say that like Warframe wasn't already booted up. Oh my goodness.
It wasn't yet.
Really? Thank you so
Okay, now
much
it
for
is.
the follow, Liza. That's to see. Okay, now it is. What? What the? Wait, how many?
Oh, no.
Do you have Rotmuk still open? Or did you
I
close
have the
it?
launcher open. I'll close the launcher.
Okay.
I can't pick up
I'll
the
close
crab.
Chrome too because I'm kind of lagging.
Oh my god, that's a huge crab. Hold on, I gotta turn my graphics
pick it
down
up.
perhaps. This is quite sus.
Line of combat. Give us more.
I died? What? I don't even know what killed me, but
Also,
I'm
you
dead.
have like 2 health. What do you mean?
Man. Gunner drone. Let's go.
Is that enemy still alive?
Corpses.
No.
Aki, what the? Why am I getting caught? Thank you. Hi, I hope you're feeling better. Is there any way to reduce the like
We
particles
might
on
have
the
to like
screen?
restart. Like
Let
relaunch,
me
I mean.
actually setting
Gosh.
graphic.
Graphics.
I'm turning everything to
sure we'll do it.
lowest.
NG Gaming, oh my goodness! Are you an engineer enjoyer? I
There's
love
texture
engineering.
resolution. I'm turning it to 1/8.
Texture resolution?
No more shadows. No corpses.
Oh, quarter. Oh, that will surely help. Shit.
Oh my gosh.
Wait,
You're
Azu,
destroyed
did
over
you...
here.
116 texture resolution.
Azu, what the hell?
Oh my god, wait, it's so smooth at 1/16 of the texture resolution.
Don't say that. Oh my god, it's so smooth. I have to show you that Minecraft YouTube short. It's so you.
What the?
It's so
What
you.
do you mean it's so me?
It's so you.
What does that mean?
I just, that's... I mean what
That's
I
just
said.
the Azumazu experience.
Yeah, I just feel like you would really relate to it or something. Debatable on that, but I live. Oh, well, I'm glad you live. You've been sick for a few days. You gotta get better, okay? I'm not, but I do dabble in NG sometimes. Void Boy main here. Oh, I don't think I have the DLC with the Void character. I never played that one. I'm a...
No Seekers of the Storm?
No, I don't have any of the DLCs.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. I think
Azu, you're back?
Acrid is
I'm
my
back at the
favorite,
gunner zone.
but
Unless you guys
Acrid's
find
kinda
like the
hard.
revive item.
so
Yeah.
I'm an engineer enjoyer.
There's chest up here. It's the legendary up here.
Ugh.
I don't even know where you're at.
Trying to find where like the big red chest is.
Her.
I'll ping the big
Oh.
red chest if I find it. Yeah.
Wait, are you dead?
This one?
I am a
Legendary?
gunner drone.
Oh.
Did you find the legendary chest?
Yeah,
Oh,
this
it's
one
up there.
here.
Hey, nice.
I thought this was the one you pinged.
Wow, look at you guys, pro gamers for real.
Oh, there
It's
it is.
okay, I'll turn it into scrap for us. Don't worry.
No!
Jarchi!
We're not gonna open it, we're gonna turn it into scrap.
Whoa, what the?
It's over here now.
You're a certified beaver. Chainstall? Wait, chainstall, that seems really good.
There's 2 void item things down here.
I'm scared.
I hate blade items.
2 vagrants spawned.
If you can open it, I can take the void items if you guys don't want them. If it's a shit one. I'll take any items right now. I'm just a
Oh.
drone.
Wait, where are you? I'll open them for you. What do they cost?
Here.
Is it like hell?
HP.
Wait, I
Yeah.
can do that. I got
You
fungus.
can, yeah, you can bungus.
Don't come fungus!
That's what it is.
No, it's not. Dude, I don't even know. Are you down more? Oh, I see. Go.
I'm doing like no damage.
Just for you.
Thank you. No, I died. Wait. Keep them there. I'll pick them up. Okay.
You
Go on,
died?
come on.
How do you die as a drone?
I got it.
Oh,
Also, do we
I
have to
got
buy you
shut up.
again?
I love
Hmm?
weight items. Yo.
Do we have to buy you?
Well, that makes one of us. Not.
Sail Star.
Yo, nice.
Okay. So do not buy that chest now.
I think I like the tougher times weight item, and that's about it.
Wait, what are you not buying?
I'm gonna buy.
Oh
this
yeah,
chest
the
and-
legendary. You get multiple from it now,
Temporary
right? Because of
flight?
Sail Star.
I don't know which
Sail
one
Wait, do
is
you have the
better.
Sail Star proc right now? Because like you just picked it up, right? Do you have it right now for this level, or?
Are we
Sail
feeling
Star? Yeah, I just picked it
milky
up.
or godlike?
Oh, I got sniped.
Probably.
Projects a barrier on allies. Wait, I
We
can
haven't
barrier
been
you
sick
guys
for
up.
a week straight. Oh my goodness. I see. Do you know what you have? Like, do you have the flu? That sounds so rough.
I'm barriering you up, Jarchi.
Oh my goodness. Pro gamer plays over there?
I don't do enough to these vagrants.
Okay, I'll actually go gunner drone then, or missile drone. I'll kill him.
You know
Drone
what this
form, get the
does?
rest.
Jarchi, is this better for me or for you?
What?
Huh?
What?
Never mind.
Huh?
Oh wait, that's so good for fungus, I think.
Yo, that is! Hey!
Yo! Oh, I need more feathers. Ouch. Jarchi, you got a lot of little slime balls following you, huh?
Kind of, yeah. I don't really know what's going on.
I know. Ouch. Are you getting something over here?
Yeah.
Let me
Oh,
help
I can
you.
get the legendary. There we go.
Yo!
Sail Star.
Sales car.
Ooh, bag.
What did you get?
Plus, you can have the other one.
Oh, thank you. Can I repair this missile drone, or is there a reason it's not? But
I don't know.
okay, I'm gonna buy it. Nice. Oh, cute, cute, cute. So I heard you
Look
say like
nearby enemy.
don't open a chest
How do I
earlier,
pick
so
up
I
it?
didn't know if there was some
Oh, it was
good
the
way.
legendary one that was by us.
Wait,
There's
I
one that
can
I just
just
opened.
suck up enemies. Wait, that's sick.
Sucking up enemies. What the hell?
Oh,
Yeah, and I turned them
Azu,
to,
you
like,
get
gold.
Listen, I'm not gonna say anything, but just know if Rose was in your chat.
Don't bring Rose into this.
No,
a...
no, she's based.
Rose is a precious angel.
Well, like she is, but I just feel like she would have some things to say about that. Are you ready for teleporter, perhaps?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Will you ping it real quick though?
There's a
Yeah.
chest here if anyone wants
Come
this.
over here,
Okay,
Grandpa.
My way. Ugh. Nope. I don't want to jump because of spur. Oh my gosh, I almost died.
Don't
Um,
die. What the?
Yeah, my elixir went off.
Oh.
You got it, Azu?
I'm sucking them.
Oh, I just opened it.
I'm like a flying Roomba. Oh wait, can I Roomba you up?
Yo.
Oh, by the way, Foss, if you hide behind something when the wandering vagrant does that attack, it'll negate
Yeah, when
damage.
it blows itself up, it needs line of sight.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Jarchi, you got this.
Jarchi, you got this.
What happened?
Nothing happened. Nothing.
Flamethrower drone.
particular.
Get their ass.
Yo, I love being a gunner drone. This is so awesome.
Guys, I'm not having fun anymore.
Yes, you are.
Yes!
I can't see shit, guys. I'm not having fun anymore.
Man, you don't need vision to have fun. Don't worry.
Oh, you're so right.
I know. Don't even worry about it.
Like always, when you're right, you're right.
It's true, and I'm always right.
Yeah, you're always right.
Yo! That's like my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah. Happy April Fool's Day, by the way.
What the? Did you guys do
I don't know where I'm
anything for
swinging my
April
Santa
Fools?
bag.
Swinging your
Where?
Santa bag.
My Santa bag. Oh, the teleporter
wait.
down already?
Look, there's a thing. You gotta purchase it, Jarch.
What thing?
Look, there's a drone in the rock.
Oh,
All sad. You gotta rescue it.
he's free.
Ooh, yeah.
There's another one here.
Oh yeah, cautious slug.
Why are we getting so many slugs this game? What in the world?
They're common.
I guess that makes sense.
Bison steak.
Yummers.
Oh my gosh.
This is kind of awesome. I wish
I
I
like
could
how my
just
little
play as a drone always.
I mean, I'm kind of playing as a drone always.
Yeah.
Because you keep dying?
Oh.
I like being like way up high. Like, ooh, I can be in the tree leaves. Pretty
They are
The
awesome.
new
nicer.
character, the first one you automatically unlock, lets you kind of just fly around.
Back up.
Ooh,
Oh.
that's kind of cool.
Do I want the backup
Yeah,
Hmm?
definitely.
over the missiles?
Surely.
Oh, there's a thing
You know what the
here.
backup does, right?
Oh, there's
Yeah, the
chests
summons
over
drones
here.
and stuff.
I don't know how
Yeah.
far away you are. I don't know if it's worth it, but there are two over here.
Oh, I'll get there in like 2 seconds. 1, 2. I'm almost there.
Don't shout if you're not gonna make it. What the? It's so awesome. I'm like in a bubble. Also, are you like in a bubble too?
Kinda. I went
You
with
glass case
I'm
of
using a
emotions.
jump drone, so I'm just spawning items here for when like we're about to leave.
Spawning
them.
items. I don't think I've heard of that kind of drone.
It's a new one.
Wowie.
Yeah,
Yo!
The jump drone spawned more.
Ooh, wood sprite.
Wood sprite? you guys like
Yeah.
Sprite? Ozzy, do you have
I
Sprite?
like
I don't
Sprite.
drink soda.
We do.
Okay. You what, Jarchi?
Oh, I don't drink soda.
Yeah, that's kind of real. But if you had to
But if
have
you
some
did,
some soda, which one would
Uh-huh.
you pick?
Yeah, Sprite's alright.
What's your favorite?
Wungus.
oh my
Wongus.
god,
Ugh.
Wungus for my bungus.
Ew.
What?
You're a freak.
What do you mean?
Don't say wongus for
Literally just using game
the
terminology.
even aware is hyped about the Mungus.
Man. I wish I had a thumbs down emoji.
Just get one.
I'm gonna get one commission just for the Mungus.
Yeah.
I don't know how often that would be.
Can it be like
useful.
holding a mushroom while you're doing a thumbs down?
Wait, that's cute. There's like only 2 situations that would ever even come up, but I think that's kind of awesome.
You just gotta play more Risk of Rain.
Oh, become a Risk of Rain
Just
streamer.
become
Get that
That's it.
fungus out of here. No. I love bustling
Holy
fungus. Fungus doesn't do anything for engineer. Yo!
I mean, you can get like the wait. Does Mungus work for the walking turrets?
Walking turrets?
I would assume
Oh,
so.
probably. I don't usually have the walking turrets though.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
know where
obviously
they
uses
are.
that.
Yeah, RC. My goodness. What the? Why am I in lava? Hell nah.
Why am I about to die already?
Oh, here's a scrapper here.
You right foot purple. That is a pretty good point. I do like purple.
See?
I'll say
Money.
C. Yay.
Topaz Brooch, I need you.
Yippee, another slug. Slugging. Are these really? They are now. What is this? Oh, a scrapper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot I had Sail Star, motherfucker.
Yeah, you have the triple thing. Did you?
I just
I
used
mean,
it
is
on
there
regular
like a
chest.
big chest in here? I don't think there
I
is.
don't know, but I usually do save it for something.
I don't
I
know what I
usually
just
take a
picked
gander.
up. Slug. Slugging.
Ooh, do we loop?
Up to you guys.
Is it like loop or fight the final boss? Are those the options?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Let's
either way
go
is
fight the
fine.
final boss, and then we'll relaunch if we want to keep on playing. 'Cause,
Well,
Relaunch?
yeah,
What, like what for?
for the graphical settings and stuff.
Graphical. Really?
Graphical
I feel
settings
like
and stuff.
it was able to change my graphics and Ozzy's graphics.
yeah, mine's
and
like smooth.
Are you good?
I'm at 1/16th.
Hold on, let me see. Let me change
Oh.
mine to 116 as well. Wait, Ozzy, was that for texture?
Yeah, it is.
Are you running fine now, Ozzy?
Hmm? Like my game? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put everything on full.
I minimized everything to like the lowest it could go.
I think that helped. I scrapped all the slugs I get? Wait, you're kinda cooking. Maybe I should scrap my slugs too. I didn't see my slugs. Where did they go?
Oh, I got the fucking triple
Am I tripping? Where are
missile
my
item.
slugs? the...
Uh oh, I'm
I
probably dead.
know I just picked one up.
What do you
You're
mean?
My
dead.
items! My items!
Your items.
Yeah, those drones took my items from me.
Ah, hell no.
Temporarily.
That's messed up. How dare they? What is this? Shop?
Wait, is this? Can I get another shaped glass?
Oh
No,
my goodness.
glowing
not.
meteorite. No, that's a bit too. It's a bit too bold.
Oh,
for
hell
me.
yeah, glowing meteorite.
What does
That's a
that
bit
do?
too much.
I'm gonna get just for Azu.
Nope, I'm not even thinking where it is. I'm gone from it.
I'm gone.
I found an equipment drone earlier and I forgot where it is, and I can't find it now.
Oh, I think I
What are
picked
you
it
looking
up.
for?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
wait, no, you have an equipment.
I know, I just got another one.
Oh. Oh, I died. You know what? It's fine then. I am gone from this
Azu,
world.
can you one of my drones? One of my backup drones?
What do you mean?
So I have the equipment for the backup, right? That spawns the drones?
Oh, I don't think I'm picking like a drone we have active right now.
So,
I think I just have to have the drone unlocked once, and it like unlocks it, and I can permanently like just say I want to be that guy. Yeah.
I wanna be that guy. Bombardment drone? What the?
Jump drone. Okay, where's extraction? I'm just gonna spawn a bunch of junk on it.
Extraction? What game are you
The teleporter.
A talking drone.
playing? Someone's a little Warframe.
I'm playing Warframe in the
brain.
background.
Yo, what the? I knew it. Why did I just get a Steam notification that says Azu is playing Warframe?
No, you didn't.
Oh, yeah, must have been another Azu that I know.
Must have been the wind.
TS was not the wind, bro.
Uh-oh.
My goodness, it's graphics. So awesome.
Red temporary item. I spawned it.
For moi?
Wait, if I just like camp in the lava and die constantly, I can keep spawning in like I can keep spawning
Yo,
temporary items.
camping
Oh my
the
god,
lava
wait, I need to
is...
die. Wait, the lava's not killing me. How do I
Dear.
die?
Oh dear. Limbo plus defense? What does that mean?
Oh my god,
What is
they're a
Limbo?
Warframe player! Oh my god, we have...
Wait, what does that
Jet,
mean?
no!
I've never heard Limbo before in my life.
Limbo's a Warframe, and you can AFK on them with the... Yeah.
Oh, I only play Caliban. But it's okay, my Calibans are really good.
I think I'm maining the mushroom one now.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
I'm
half
What
Halfway
is
that
what
one.
is what does it do besides turn tiny with its cheeks out? Like, what do you like about
it
it?
has-
out.
It's kind
Yeah.
of like a
Little booty.
support-ish Warframe where you can give people ability strength, and you can give them a lot of it.
Oh, so that's probably not good
So,
to
like,
play
let's
by
say you're
yourself
playing-
then.
And no, even if you're by yourself, they have an ability that gets really strong because you can also give yourself the ability strength.
Oh,
Fairly.
wait, that is nice. Did you
And
say
it also gives
Kirby?
infinite energy. So
Yeah,
it's
Kirby.
really nice.
Where's Kirby?
But yeah, let's say you're... Oh? Wait, oh my god, I can spawn more temporary items. Azu's just a mushroom fella, yeah.
That suits Azu.
Yeah, I can give you like
Azu's
200%
just a
ability
Oh.
strength if you're on your Caliban or something.
Oh, that's so nice. I will say, when I feel like every time I play with you, I never run out of energy, and it's so nice. I can just spam the little steppies. It's crazy. is her name? Hello? What?
Hello?
The game lagged a little bit. Don't even worry. Okay. Where are you, Jarchi?
I'm at the top somewhere.
The top somewhere.
They're up here.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And where's Kirby?
Did we get everything?
I think so.
Whoa, red item printer.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
Can you print temporary items? Or
I
no?
would hate to lose my antlers, though.
You can use the they're like little machines. These ones.
Little vending machines.
Yeah, you get all the items inside at once. And they're temporary.
Yo! There's
But it's only over one.
4
item.
dolls. It's awesome. Are you ready for a teleporter?
Sure.
There's a bunch of like temporary items up here, by the way. If anyone wants to take these. There's about like 20.
Whoa.
That's all you, Jarchi.
Wait, do you see him? Wait, George, are you dead?
Hey. No.
What was that? I saw you as a drone. What? Oh no, you marked the drone. Okay.
Yeah.
What the? Okay, tell me when you're ready.
Azumazu.
Yeah.
There we go.
Get me the hell out of here.
You ready?
Yeah.
Here's more junk items.
Yay,
On the TV.
John.
If I can die again, I can spawn more in.
You're such a good drone.
I'm supplying temporary items to Jarchi.
Oh my goodness. Ah!
There's even more.
Oh. Oh wow.
Can I die here? Please attack, please attack. No. Yes, I died.
No idea what's going on.
Same. Things.
My BC.
Things are happening.
There's even more items.
There's even more. I can't
Oh
load
my gosh,
this
there's
many.
so much stuff.
I cannot load this many items, Azu. You're going
I
crazy.
gotta. I'm gonna go through the wall for a second. I'll just stop it.
Azu, what
Wait,
the
I have the
hell?
ability again. Do you
Stop!
see this?
I can't
There's some down here.
move. Oh my god. Thank you so much. This is so swag.
This is too generous. You really
Okay.
shouldn't.
You really shouldn't. Okay, I got a work one, so this one is yours. Oh my
Can I
god,
die again?
fungus.
Oh my god.
Azu, we did the teleporter. You don't have to keep going crazy mode.
There's some down here. I kinda lagged, so it fell down here.
Okay, where are
No,
you?
like, it was from earlier. It was from earlier.
Oh my goodness, this
Like
guy.
where I am.
I don't know where you are.
Oh, that's too far
Teleporter's
down.
though. I
Aw.
want to hit Scrapper before we
Oh yeah, you go to that scrapper.
get the hell out of here.
Magic of
I
risk
can't
rate.
even ping things.
Breaking the FPS.
Oh wait, there we go. I
no,
picked
it's
it.
breaking so bad. Oh, missile drone. Like I turned my settings all the way down and everything, and it's still
It's
going
still.
crazy.
I think I know, but I saw what made it lag. Some of us like has like the Gore Stone item, I think, which like, you know the thing where like killed enemies drop gold.
Oh yeah.
I think like every enemy dropped gold, and I saw like the whole floor filled with gold for a second ago.
Oh my god, we're literally
Like-
Midas, the King Midas. Everything is gold and
Yeah,
everyone's
but everything
dead.
is like temporary items instead. Look, I'm almost at another one. 10 seconds.
Azu. Jarchi, we gotta go. Azu's.
Oh
Azu's
my
having
god, the
too much
red
fun.
temporary item. Guys, it's a red one.
Okay, where
And
are
there's another
ya?
one here.
Azu just
Oh, these
needs
ones
us
are all
to
white.
get it. Azu wants our PCs to
It's
crash.
on the it's on the teleporter. No, no, I'm helping. I'm helping.
You're so helpful.
Helping! Game crashes.
Oh
Shoot,
shit, I died.
What the?
Wait, let me res.
What the?
Wait, that's loud.
Why does this suck eggs, Loki? Oh my goodness! Hello, Aphex. I need an Aphex emote so I can say it back. Where's your
Oh, there's an equipment.
Where's your red item?
Give me that. Hmm.
It's like in the ground below here, down here,
In the
Let
ground,
me...
huh?
There was an equipment drone somewhere down here.
where I am. Do you see my name?
Yes.
Here, I'm pinging it.
Huh?
Oh, I died again.
A fungus. A monster log. This is awesome. An Aphex emote? What would that be? It would just be the brat emote, but it would say Aphex. So that people can say it back to you. Wouldn't that be kind of whimsical?
It's like green background, just says Apex.
Yeah! that would be cool. Mocha. Do you guys like mocha? Like in real life? You a mocha enjoyer?
Isn't it just like coffee, but like
What if
I
I
think
gave a
it's
repair drone
chocolate coffee.
I don't actually know what
glowing
mocha is.
meteorite,
I think it's chocolate coffee.
or an equipment drone, a glowing meteorite?
I like
That
ice.
sounds nice.
I like ice.
I feel like
mocha.
Hey,
I
I'll
like
do it.
mocha.
Do you?
What are you doing?
Oh, were you not listening?
No.
Oh.
So openly, bro.
What if I get the glowing meteorite and I give it to an equipment drone?
Oh, do it.
You're right. I don't even know what the
I got
meteorite
Do it.
is.
Captain.
Hiya, Captain.
Do it.
Wait, did you get
We're
that from
fucking dead.
me, or have you always said that? Wait, we're
Red
dead?
item on the teleporter. Red temporary item.
No, we're just gonna get a little silly over here.
Wait, what are
Surely
you-
will
what are you
live
doing?
the meteorites.
Wait, what are you
Do you know
saying?
what meteorite is?
No.
Nothing.
So meteorite is a moon item, like the blue ones. When you
Uh-huh.
activate it, big meteors fall, and it kills everything, including you.
So why would we ever do that?
And it's on an equipment drone now.
Why would we do that?
But
We're
if
getting a
we
little
just dodge
silly
the
over here.
meteors, it'll be so much damage
Azu,
on
look
them.
at me
You
in
have
the
a
eyes.
shield,
Can
don't get hit.
you
I'm a
Look-
drone. I didn't do
look
shit.
me in the
I'm a
eyes and tell
drone.
me you can
I
dodge the
don't have
meteors?
I don't have
think
eyes.
you can.
I'm a drone. Oh yeah.
Man.
I just
No, you
spawned
kinda
junk.
look like
I
you
don't
have
do
eyes.
anything. I can't.
No, look at you. You
I
got
just
like
spawned junk.
you got one big eye.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. Mocha would be so good if it didn't have coffee. That's kind of true. Isn't that just chocolate milk?
Isn't it just a hot chocolate?
Oh
Yeah.
wait, yeah. Hot chocolate is so good.
Isn't that a thing?
Perhaps. Perhaps. There's a Bratify website.
I don't actually think
That's
I've
so
had mocha
awesome.
though.
I think McDonald's has like a
I've had like mocha
frappe,
flavored stuff.
and I've had that, and it's pretty good. It kind of just tastes like a chocolate milk milkshake, though.
That is hot chocolate. My statement stands.
kind of based.
I've had like mocha flavored ice cream. I think that's the most I've had mocha.
Oh, that sounds pretty good. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Cookies and cream.
Is that the one with the like Oreos? Is that cookies and cream?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay, okay.
Well, not. I think so. Yeah.
A pretty good
Like
choice.
crushed Oreos.
I don't really.
It's
The
like vanilla,
cream
but
part.
trying to like pretend it's not.
If it was just
Alright, I think I'm
cookies, that
good.
would be good. But I don't really. I don't like when you take a bite and there's just like a white little blob of cream in your ice cream.
Like it's not like chunks. Like oh, there's like a large chunk
No,
of like cookie in here, and then it's just like pure cream on the other side.
So- sometimes there is, and it's
Lost
really
350 cat
off-putting.
red item.
Aw.
No, we have.
Take what?
It's like for at least the ones
The
we
red.
got, it's like
I don't see
crushed,
a
so
red
it's like
item. Oh,
all
wait a second.
throughout.
Thank you, Jarchi. Well, yeah, it's crushed, but there's still sometimes it's not all the way consistent.
It's pretty consistent the ones I've had.
Oh well, aren't you so cool?
But
You
it's
get
like consistently
you
like
get the
not really that much
super-
cookies. It's like consistently like meh, but I like it.
It's your favorite, but it's
Meh.
consistently
It's-
meh.
Mm-hmm. It's great.
Okay, moving on. Jarchi, what's
That
your
doesn't
favorite
sound
ice
great.
cream?
I don't think I have a favorite ice cream.
Really?
Yeah.
What if I was like, all right, we're going to get ice cream right now? What would you get?
Maybe something mint or peanut butter.
Peanut butter. What the?
Peanut butter.
I don't like peanut butter, but I
okay.
think that would be a good ice cream.
Peanut
I
butter.
feel like on ice cream.
I
I feel like
don't
on ice cream
know.
flavors, that's like nice.
I don't really like peanut butter.
Yeah, but like on imagine it on ice cream. I feel like because I don't like the
Yeah, but
texture
you-
of it.
Ew.
Which one of you has the rusted key?
I have a temporary one. Wait,
Wait, I have
wait,
one.
Can I get
I
there in
have
time?
one.
Oh my gosh!
Jarchi,
the
I'm
meteors.
Oh, my
Oh no,
Jarchi,
oh no.
what the hell? What the hell?
Azu told me to do it. Azu told me.
Why would you listen to Azu? Here you go, Jarchi. Here's your items. Ah!
Yeah, why would you listen to me?
I asked you, and you're like, yeah.
No, you should never listen to Azu. Oh my goodness, Carrot,
Never?
thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, never.
What? Oh my god, I almost got sniped.
I think you should do the meteor thing and just hit it back into space with the baseball bat. Well, they're kind of... Yeah, I'll get on that. Just need to find a baseball bat first. Only 5 minutes late to send hydrate. Listen, things are intense. There's meteors falling from the sky. I'm arguing
Things
about
are
ice
intense
cream.
right now.
Things are getting pretty serious here, okay?
Yeah.
Wait, you've been asking, what's your favorite one?
Oh my god, I'm so glad you asked. Ah! I really like
You've been waiting this whole time, like, when are they gonna ask me mine?
like the two little finger like
Please, I
touching
need to tell them it's
emojis.
pistachio.
Oh, wow. So glad you asked. I don't know if it's technically ice cream because I don't think there's dairy in it, but my favorite is
Your favorite ice cream isn't
this-
even ice cream?
I like the rainbow like
What?
sorbet. Have you ever
Oh
had
my
that?
gosh.
It's like fruit
Sorbet's so
juice.
good.
Rainbow
It's so
sorbet.
good. Yeah, it's not really rainbow. It's just like green and pink.
Like the store-bought one with like orange, pink. and
Yeah,
green.
I eat that up. It's so good. But like at the ice cream shops, they have it too. It's really, really good. I mean, I
You're
feel
paying
like
top dollar for store-bought ice cream?
yeah. Oh, I died a little bit.
Oh no.
Got too
I need
excited.
help. I've got like 50 chimeras over here.
I'm here.
Please, Azu, please. I need this.
Oh my god.
Should I
No!
be a
Well, I was helping for a bit. Then the meteors got me.
Is it a meteor?
Man,
Missile drone. Oh my god, I'm helping still.
the dinosaurs should have done that. Skill. I feel like T-Rexes have fingers, right? Like in a way.
Yeah, they do. I've seen it.
Guys, I can't see what's going on.
You've
I
seen-
don't know if
I
I'm
was
still alive or
there.
not.
You were there? Wow. You what? Don't worry, George.
Are you alive?
I think so.
Oh my god.
Where are you?
There's so much fucking meteor.
Ooh, red item spawner.
Wow, the flag just spawned in the air now. Best ice cream is
The red items
dark
above
chocolate.
are. Do you like head stompers? Are you a head stompers kind of fella, Jarchi?
Stompers.
Head
Not the
stompers.
best.
There's head
What
stompers
the-
at the top.
I don't know what a head stomper is. That sounds intense.
It's the item that removes fall damage, and if you can get really high up, you can
Oh.
ground pound.
That sounds
Enemies.
really nice. Is head
It's a really
stompers
gimmicky item,
the
but
official
it's
name,
re-
or
I-
did you make that up?
Yeah.
Like Bunkus?
Fungus
I
is not
think-
made up.
Is
It is not made up.
It
The
says
same way head stompers isn't made up.
it says bustling fungus. Nowhere does it say bungus.
It
Yeah.
says it there. If you just remove like some letters, technically the word is there.
That's not the
Technically
same.
the word is there.
No. You're full of
You-
baloney.
You can't spell bustling fungus without bungus.
Okay, well
is
that's
true.
not really.
This man can spell. This is
That's
true.
a nothing burger. Like that
It's
doesn't.
a bungus burger.
Ew! Get your bungus burger out of here. Oh
You don't
my-
like fungus burgers?
No. I feel like bungus
Why
is an
not?
adjective that means like not good.
Where
Like-
did you get? See, that's made up. There's the made up
I
one.
just feel like it is, bro. I don't know. I feel like it could be
You
like a
haven't seen, like,
swear
something
word.
hype, and you're like, oh my god, that's so bungus.
That was like really bad.
No,
like-
but like good.
It's like
Like bungus, like parentheses good.
no, it's like you just get hit by a meteor because for some reason we have meteor drones in this game, and you go, bro, this is some bungus, you know?
That you're making that up.
No, I didn't. That's real. I'm gonna run a poll. I'm gonna run a poll and surely.
What's going on? I'm
Is
just
your
running a
bungus
circle
good
meeting.
or is your bungus bad, chat?
What's wrong with you? Oh.
So I don't think that equipment drone in particular was a good idea.
Maybe not. But look, Mithrix is gonna get one shot from it, surely.
You're right. Mr. is just dead at
Surely.
top.
Can I start the Mithrix boss fight as a drone?
Okay.
What if I don't even hit Mithrix?
poll
What if
is
I just run
live.
around while the meteors go off?
Oh my god.
Doing homework. Surely everyone will agree with me. Bungus burgers
Oh,
for
I can't start
everyone?
Mithrix as a drone. No.
If you squint and not read the name at all, it's right there. Thanks, Anthony. That's really insightful. My goodness.
Who the fuck is Bungus?
What?
Apex.
Apex, you don't need to know that. Just answer the poll.
Just say
Just answer. It's not
I
an
need to answer
item.
this
It's
poll. I
not.
need to represent.
No,
I
you can't. That's like cheating.
Twitch.tv X Cinnamon
Is he gonna wake up?
Is he gonna wake up? Who's
I don't
sleeping?
think Mithrix is gonna wake up.
What do you mean? Wait, like
He's
from me being up here? Wait, Foss, do you need to be up here? Foss, fly
Oh,
up, fly up,
okay.
Foss.
I'm flying. Fighting him as a
Going with
drone is so awesome. Sorry, it's a bit of a long flight.
It's okay. I can run a quick Warframe mission.
Oh, I was
Don't
like, I
worry
can go
about
get
it.
you.
Wait, this is kind of awesome. I think it's Scrombly's arch enemy. Not Scrombly from the game, just the name Scrombly. Scrombly and Bungus? Yeah, I think that kind of fits. I like Scrombly a lot better than Bungus. Scrombly's
What?
kind of endearing.
Bungus is endearing,
No,
man.
it's not. You're coping.
I'm so endeared.
You would be so endeared. Weirdo. Wait, I can vote in my own
What does that
poll.
mean?
Rig it.
You're rigging this.
I'm
What
rigging
the...
it.
Oh,
Wait, Jarchi,
No, just
you're going
Mythrix
crazy.
wait till Meteorite procs. Mythrix is dead.
True.
whoa!
You got it, you got it. Don't even worry.
My watch.
Wait, I have
Oh,
I
no.
have fungus.
Yeah, sit still, sit still.
Yeah, just stand there.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Whoa! Just kidding, I'm dying.
Wait. Stand still like a bit far, so like, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, look, you have a healing zone.
Yo!
There you go. Oh yeah, even if you like sit still high up, right? It's on the floor.
I think so.
Oh my god,
my
we have a
God.
healing zone for you, Jarchi.
Yo!
You so got this. I'm shooting missiles at him.
Yo!
Only I could back Mythrix.
The pool is
Oh shit,
tied.
life support.
Ah, hell nah.
Get him, Meteor.
Get him.
We should have
Meteor.
won that.
What? 3-3. Man. I guess I didn't technically lose, so it's fine.
So close to greatness, guys.
I'm changing
Yeah,
your
the
nickname
world
to
and everything.
Azubungus on Discord.
I'll do Bungus Mazu.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. You know what? I take that as a compliment.
So weird. He's so low.
Wait, I'm gonna try to die and I'm gonna like spawn a bunch of like temporary items for you.
Lunar Chimera, what? What is this?
Oh yeah, so when he steals your
Huh?
items, you can pick up the temporary ones, right? Wait. Yeah, it's the phase 2 where like they summon stuff.
What the? I don't really
Yeah, there
remember
you
the
go, I died.
Lunar Chimera. Interesting.
Let me die again. Come on, shoot my ass. Why aren't you shooting? Okay, you're kind of shit.
These cooldowns are kind of rough.
I'm trying to die, but they won't shoot me.
I'm like, don't worry, guys, I can help. Once every
Yeah,
20
meteorite,
seconds.
please land on me.
I'm gonna talk about how there's no
Come
rain.
Here's the rain, but it's raining meteorite. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Raining meteorites. That's not really.
Close enough. Maybe.
If I open my phone and the weather app says, "Oh, there's a slight chance of rain," and then meteors start falling from the
It's
sky,
meteors.
like, I'm a little bit annoyed. I'm not gonna lie to you.
just a little bit annoyed of the meteor.
Yeah.
Hey Jarchi, I'm spawning so many items for you once Metrix steals your ship.
Wow.
You're gonna have a full loadout again.
They really are.
Meteor's
just so
still
fun.
going?
They are, yeah.
Yippee!
Ooh, wait, if Mythrix takes my items... can
Yeah,
I pick
that's
up
why I'm
temporary?
spawning a bunch of stuff on the floor so you can pick those up.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
I don't know if
he's
it's
here.
gonna work that way, but surely it does.
Surely it does. This is the strategy. Nothing that I can.
Metrix hit me.
Yeah, that's kind of real. What about hail? you think you could hit hail with a baseball bat?
Ouch.
Ouch! Don't ouch! Don't ouch!
Oh, meteors.
No, are you alive? You're good, you're good.
Yeah, I'm alive.
I'm getting
Oh.
my drone is getting spawn camp.
Azu
No.
has been shattered into innumerable pieces. Wait, where are you spawning? Maybe I can heal you.
It's like on a pillar thing that like insta kills me.
Oh.
Surely once it times out, I'll be able to.
Shit.
I was like, are we running out of drones? And then I looked.
I don't think
Oh
we're
my god,
running
I
out
spawned
of
in. Okay, lock in
drones.
Jarchi.
You're so locked.
Surely it's not gonna hurt me if I'm in the air.
Sure not. Can't let a pro baseball player probably could hit hail into space.
Oh my gosh.
With Buster's to get on this. I bet Leon could. Sorry.
Where'd all the drones go so I can buy them again?
It looks like there's a billion drones in the air.
In the air. I can't buy those ones.
Yeah, but I thought you should know anyway.
Oh, thanks.
Tips. Yeah, maybe I kind of want to die. This drone. No, like this drone. The cooldown is too long.
Which one are you using?
I was using the bombardment one.
The junk one has like 120-second cooldown. That's why I'm just like cheating it by dying a bunch and then like resetting my cooldown and spawning more items.
Oh my gosh.
What's the cooldown on this?
Surely this is enough. Surely
I'm
once
getting
he,
bullied to hell.
I'm gonna go missile drone. I'm gonna try to like help actually kill Mythrix.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, your HP.
Oh my gosh.
Where are you?
I'm hitting them. I rooted them for a
Yo.
bit.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
Is this where he steals all my stuff?
No, he's like, I think it's when you get his HP 0 completely. He does it.
Man, he has 2 health bars, plus you have to fight like 2 other guys while you're here. I don't
He has like
remember it
3
being so
health bars. Yeah.
I don't remember it being so hard. I thought it was
The
just
second
him
one.
with 3 health bars. Why did we have to fight a chimera? What the hell?
Oh my gosh.
No! No!
It's okay. You tried your best, and that's all we can ask for.
Boss is pissed, guys.
No! I'm not! You did really good.
I had the most damage though as a missile drone with my 8-shaped glass.
Did get a lot of
Somehow.
damage. What the?
the 8.
Don't talk about the shaped glass, Cougar. I think that might have been your downfall, I'm not gonna lie. Hello, Mixsalsa! Thank you for the like! Oh my goodness!
Hi,
So
Mick.
awesome. Hi, Mick. Alright. So we're ready for monsoon, right?
That's it. That's
Ooh,
definitely
yeah.
it.
I think so. I think so.
Are we playing our mains now?
Oh, are we playing our mains now?
Are we? I think Engineer Loki is my main, but I like
I was
Oh,
gonna
is it
play
not Acrid
Seeker to
anymore?
revive you.
Well, Acrid's my favorite. It's just it's hard for me to be like close range. I think I die a little bit. Do you guys like the goopy skin or the regular skin? Thoughts?
Oh yeah, there's skins. I'm gonna use this one. What is that? What is? Oh,
Do you
what
like
am I looking at?
Do you like
Ew.
it? Don't say you. He's albino.
No one's bringing
Circumcised
it.
skin.
Like there's a third one.
He's a what?
He's fully circumcised. That's his skin.
What? What does that even mean?
You wouldn't get it.
It's true, I'm not
I hate that I'm
circumcised.
laughing.
What is Prime Meridian?
That's why, let's see, Sun.
The what?
Oh yeah, the green DLC on the right, the middle one, the green
Oh.
one.
Wait, can we do
Yeah.
that? Can we complete
You
the
wanna?
event on Prime Meridian?
Probably.
And then I can unlock another skin, perhaps?
Hey yo.
If you wanna.
Well, I don't want to make you.
I
do
realized we didn't
things.
even go to the new place, huh?
No.
Void Boy is locked.
We didn't go to the DLC
Yeah.
place. We just went the regular route.
What? No, we saw new maps though, right?
There's like a whole like fella. There's a whole new boss. And
There's a
stuff.
whole fella.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's a whole fella.
A whole fella? Wow, that's so awesome. Robo Jarchi and Azu? Okay, they fine now?
Wait,
Oh.
technically
we
there's
all
also a
acted?
skin for it if we go to the new place, apparently.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I want the skin for him.
Accept the offering of the collective. Wait, what's Acrid's? Reject the offering.
Reject the offering. For the middle one?
So you need to no, for the final skin on the Acrid Purge achievement.
What? For me it says requires
For the
Acrid
skin.
cleared Prime Meridian.
Oh,
These
there's
skins are
another one. Oh, you don't have the
Oh,
DLC. No.
I don't have the DLC.
Hey, Mick.
Uh,
Uh,
It's fine. It's so chill.
I don't like the new skins. Personally,
Oh.
they're kind of
Womp
lame.
womp. Wait, that artificer skin is so pretty.
It's okay.
You look so cool.
I want to see my loader skin, but I don't know what the fucking offering is.
Let's go get it. Yippee! Do you guys
I
want
don't know, I just like the Meridian
artifacts
skin.
or no?
Oh,
I didn't
We
choose any
can.
last time, but I don't know.
I mean we're on monsoon, right? We can like
Yeah,
do
let's
some.
stand still and choose our items while we get shot at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome!
Command.
Yippee! Yeah. Oh my god, the cheese block. Let's go. Oh. Reaper. Oh my god. What is this? Send a petrichor V with gifts
What
from
is
a
that?
previous
Artifact
life.
of Rebirth.
We start with like a random item.
Jarchi's
Usually you can
robot.
choose it if you get to like Petrichor. You can like choose an item you can like send back previously and start with it. I think we don't have anything set, so it just gives us a random one.
Oh.
I remember I sent back a crowbar before.
Bro, get that out
Wow.
of here. Crowbar away. What the? Jarchi's a robot? Is it just Jarchi?
Beep boop beep.
Beep bop beep. I don't know how to
Beep, bop,
fix
beep.
him. Maybe he is a robot. Why are you being
Maybe I am.
judgmental? He's just a little guy. Okay, are you ready?
I'm good.
Yippee! I didn't doubt
Oh yeah, I just need to
crowbar.
press ready. I said
Is-
I'm good.
Is crowbar even good?
It's pretty good, yeah.
Isn't it just like a
Well, it's
regular
some.
item?
It's a damage up, but yeah.
It's good for Azu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wait. If I have to guide my shots, and
Guide
I'm
your
lagging.
shots. Are you lagging?
Um.
You're lagging already?
Yeah,
What?
already.
Wait, did you turn your graphics down? Did that not help?
Yeah.
What? Oh, do you want to
It's
remake
okay,
the
I've got
lobby?
AoE attacks. Oh my gosh.
Um,
Guys, I'm going down. There's too many sky puppies over here.
Oh no.
Puppies? Those do not look like puppies.
Those are.
Jarchi
Oh my
is
gosh.
dead! All caps.
What's the?
Dead.
Oh no, am I gonna be dead?
Guys. Don't say that.
Off this carrying. Let's
yeah,
go.
Azu carry, go crazy. Why do I have a mocha? Is this from your goofy little thing?
Yeah, it is. It is from the goofy thing.
Ah, oh no, we spawned in with a coffee.
No, I picked a really shitty one.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm dead.
But guys,
So our monsoon might be a bit rough when I
Nice.
also am we're both lagging, Foss. It's up to you.
guys, why are you
You
lagging?
got it.
Oh.
I
what
was
if
killed
we,
by
a
the
sky
planet.
puppy.
um, uh, um, yeah, we'll get my damage dealt. Pretty cool. Do you wanna? I can remake the lobby maybe if you wanna close and open the game. If you think that would help, perhaps. I don't know if that would
You
help
know
or
what?
not.
I don't know, but let's do it anyway.
Yeah, surely it helps.
Surely it helps.
You know what would
Okay.
help a lot, though?
What would help
Do
a
this
lot?
I'm just
While we're
gonna raid
waiting
into
to have-
Frost.
What?
Or Azu. I think that
No,
would
don't
help a
raid
lot.
into me. No. You can't see what's happening. Don't raid into me. Don't
I
look.
saw the
not?
Warframe open
No. No, you don't. No, you didn't.
again.
No, you
Oh
didn't.
my gosh.
What the hell?
I'm lagging and I don't know why.
Interesting. I wish I told you how many games someone was playing. Like if they
At
have
one point in
multiple
time.
open, that would be
Does
kind
it
of
not say
awesome.
on Discord?
Oh, does it?
I thought it said. I think if you like click my thing, it shows like all my activities that it reads it.
Oh, yeah.
um
You're kind of doing some illegal activities over there, huh?
this is legal.
I don't think so. That was
Probably.
not authorized.
What?
Just saying.
Will you authorize it?
No.
No, you said earlier like Warframe. You mentioned it.
Yeah, but not while you're lagging.
No, the lag isn't from Warframe. It's
Oh.
the
Well, it's
yeah
surely not
it's the
helping.
servers. I think it
It's the
is.
server.
This really makes you want to play, but I really want to finish this ice cream first. Well, surely you finish your ice cream in like 10 minutes max, and then you grind your scoring too, or you play one-handed.
That's diabolical.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Holy shit! Is that Goo Goo?
Hey yo.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness, Goo Goo.
I freaking love Goo Goo.
Oh
Goo
my
Goo's so cool.
goodness. Hello,
The Goo Goo.
Raiders. Hello, hello,
Hi
hello,
Raiders.
hello.
Hi.
Milking Rain.
Whoa.
Okay. What were you guys playing? What were you milking?
What were you
I
guys
think he was playing like some
milking?
Demon School game or something.
Yo!
Yeah. Hi, hi. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome, welcome. Are we
Okay.
okay?
Oh,
There we
No,
go.
I think
I
it's
was
fine.
like,
It's fine. It's fine.
uh.
It's fine. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it, and it's fine. And we're gonna have a mocha,
oh,
and
I'm
we're
being
gonna
called
be
our
so
Titus.
happy.
Hi, Zen.
Some risky rain. Hell yeah, we
Some
are.
Alright,
risky
Warframe is
rain.
closed. Surely this doesn't lag anymore.
Oh, thank
Oh
goodness.
my gosh. Are we doing mains or do you want me to play healer?
Huh?
Are we doing our mains or do you want me to heal?
I want you to play whoever you want.
Surely we don't need healing.
Surely not.
You don't
Surely
think
not.
so?
We're
Okay.
gamers. We're gamers. We're gamers.
Okay.
Hi, Goo Goo. Oh my goodness. My goodness.
I
Goo
am
Goo
gonna
said hi to
swap
me.
characters to this one because I can't aim right now, so I'm gonna choose the no aiming one.
Oh, smart, smart,
Wait,
smart,
NG.
smart. NG, my beloved. Oh my god, sorry. I was not locked in.
Hi, Suna. Hi, Gugu.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna be a little dog.
That's to read and dash because food, but we'll be lurking. Okay. Enjoy your
Ooh,
food, Gugu.
yeah.
Thanks for stopping by. For anybody else that has to raid and run, go ahead and feel free to do that. Take care of yourself. Go drink some water. Relax. Do whatever you need to do. Use a potty.
Real
Use a
and
potty right now.
true. Right now? What the?
Right now. Go. We're just starting out. Now's the perfect time to go. If you gotta go.
That is true.
Even if you don't
Yep.
have to yet, just go right now.
Just go.
What?
We're all wearing diapers, right?
What kind of advice is this?
You know what? Wear diapers right now.
No,
Go put on your diaper right now, mister.
guys, you're
Stretch. Oh no.
scaring
Oh
your
no, not my
raiders
favorite
away.
regime in the middle of combat.
What the hell?
I'm trying to take care
That's
of
what
them.
I'm saying, Eli.
I'm trying to take care of them. Stretch doesn't want to waste time to poop. Oh. You're not
what
wrong.
a gamer! Oh, yeah.
I think I gotta go. I think I'm gonna go play Warframe.
Oh, you
or
gotta go use the
something.
restroom? Okay.
No, you're so weird. Man, I don't remember how to build Acrid Loki. Oh my god, I gotta stay.
Isn't it just like
gamers.
the
I'm
prism,
just getting
whatever?
crit.
Is it Prism? I know he
Yeah, the
likes
pink
a
one.
mask, but that's not a number. I'll get a Prism.
Should be good.
Should be good. Oh my goodness, thank
If
you
you're
for the
getting that,
switch.
just get like the debuff stuff. So you can activate it. Oh my god.
Is it the poison a debuff? Is that real?
Yeah, but you need like 4
Yeah.
debuffs to like activate mask.
Oh, okay. I'll get so many debuffs. Get some gasoline.
That's a debuff, the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just need to find some.
Best item.
Yeah, you really.
There needs to be like a tummy pain debuff.
A tummy what?
A tummy pain debuff. Oops, I missed.
Tummy pain?
Yeah, where
The
like they
enemies
stop
just,
and they,
like, kind
hold
of-
their tummy.
Yeah.
They like have a diarrhea mid combat.
Oh my gosh.
Say that! Why would you say that? What is wrong with you?
Go Lance in the general
Bro,
direction.
stop!
Oh no.
Oh my god. All Jarchi
Azu,
said
they're
was
gonna
like
leave.
tummy ache. Why are you
I
being
laced
afraid?
Huntress's arrows with laxatives, guys. I'm sorry.
Bro, I can't be here anymore. I don't even know what to say. You're so strange. Man, buy this drone.
No,
Buy
you
this
can buy
drone,
it.
you weirdo.
I can't afford it. I
Okay,
need
I'll buy it.
$11.
Sky puppies!
No.
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
What
Whoa,
difficulty were we
what
playing
the-
on? They're
why
like all
can't
spawned
We're
Right.
on
right.
monsoon, guys. We're on monsoon, guys.
But why are they all the same? You're like doing the
All
cha-cha
these
slide.
5 mechas.
Wow. So awesome. They're having a little party.
I need healing.
I need healing.
What's a green healing item? I don't think there is a green healing item. A leech seed, I guess.
Surely there's something. Yuck.
Is it just me, or can I not interact with the temporary? Oh, there we go.
I don't see any green
There's a
items.
temporary red item here. I'm struggling to interact with. Oh no, now it's a all my spams are catching up. Oh no.
Oh dear.
How's it just built different? Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
it
let's
is
go with
built
that.
different, but like in a bad way.
Like a defect, a factory defect.
What? That's like a little too mean. I would not say that.
Fell off the assembly line a few too many times.
Oh man.
That's what I'm scared of sky puppies. Will you take care of them? Thanks.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm getting gasoline so I can just move them.
I love your gasoline.
If it lets me interact with this. Oh my god. I'm spamming the button. Give me the item. Game. No. Okay, there we go.
Wow. Can't believe Fuzz called Azu a factory mistake. I did not say that. I just said he was built different in a bad way. I didn't. Don't put words in my mouth. What the hell?
Oh my god, wait, I'm lagging. Oh no.
No.
Don't do that.
Yeah, Azu, stop it.
See, it
Yeah,
wasn't
stop it.
Warframe.
Stop
Did
it.
you actually close Warframe? Because I
I
kind
did,
of don't
I did.
believe
It's,
you.
it's close.
I feel like
It is,
you
you
closed
can check
it
the sword.
and then you sneakily went offline and then reopened it.
I like hid my activity, like disabled Warframe from like the registered games.
Yeah. You're like, guys, I closed Warframe, but it's actually like Realm of the Mad God. You just
I
opened
mean,
that
that
one
takes
instead.
up less than Warframe.
It's playing peak right now.
Interesting. Interesting.
Speaking of peak, Azu, did you play the Baby No Money event?
I saw that, yeah. I haven't played. There's a new one. There's a Christmas update. I actually want to
Wait,
try.
really? That's so
I watched
cute.
it last night. And I was like, I'm gonna get the Baby No Money Iron Mouse hair thing.
I think
I
it's
couldn't do it.
gone.
That's
I don't
sad.
think it's a hair you unlock. It's just you can just get to like try it on, but it
I saw
never
this
goes.
video that's like, if you press seven times,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get
yeah,
it.
that thing.
Like, oh,
But it
cool.
doesn't unlock it. You just like get it for that lobby.
Yeah.
It's not like an item you like equip actually. Like
I had
like
it
an
and then
achievement
it
thing.
went away.
Yeah,
It's
I
really
hate
sad.
they're gatekeeping us
They
the Iron Mouse hair.
are. They're haters.
Guarantee
Unfollow
there's like
Baby No Money
mods
right now.
to, like yeah.
What?
Never like this music.
Aw,
Yeah.
hell nah. This music's
I'm gonna give my
nice.
money to a real baby.
Like just
Weren't
like
you
a
hating
child,
on
like...
babies earlier? You were like, I'm.
No, I'm just
gonna,
I'm
like
donating to
go
a better cause
outside,
now.
Oh, I see.
like look for like a mother and a child, like here, money.
Like you go to a daycare and just hand a baby a $100 bill or something. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Use
At
it
least
wisely,
you
young
listen to
one.
your fans.
Wow.
Do we want to do Shrine?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what that is, but sure.
The Helicon Shrine? Where we stand
Oh,
around and they take our money?
Let me get there. Let me get
We
there.
stand around and they take our money.
Yeah.
What the? my god,
Right here.
a thing.
I'm right here.
I'm running there as fast as I can. I'm not very
shopping.
fast.
I'm not very fast.
Okay, I'm here. I'm here.
Buy yourself
Get a
something
red
cool,
whip.
kid. Oh, that's so real. Blech.
I just want my items, guys. Give me a second.
That's kinda real.
Azu, you better not take my items.
Are you taking the green one?
The green and the white one, yeah, these are mine.
Okay, okay. I'm taking the orange one. Oh, the big guys are here. Careful.
Yep.
Ouch. Oh, I wasn't careful. Sigh. Wait,
You're supposed to carry.
Wait,
What are you
I
doing?
am. I am. Don't worry.
Oh, the drones?
Yeah.
Oh.
Buy yourself
I
something
don't know
nice,
about
kid.
that one. You say I'm supposed to be nice to you?
No, I said buy yourself something nice, kid. But you aren't supposed to be
Oh.
nice to me. That's real.
We're gonna come back to this, I think.
Man. A load of beans. This is so
What's a load of
They're
bogus.
dead.
The fact that I died.
Oh. The ice cream!
The ice cream? What about?
Yeah, that kid who got his beans on toast.
Oh, right. That's...
Man,
There's
she
another
hates
one.
me. She forgets.
What?
She forgets the stuff I send her. She hates me.
No, I forget everything. It's not personal, I swear.
Oh, I'm so low. I'm dead. I lagged.
Are you dead or are you not dead?
I'm dead.
He's
I'm dead.
looking pretty
Come
good.
on. Oh.
Oh.
I'm jump droning up. Here's
Are
some
we
free
playing
items,
Monster
Jarchi.
still?
Yeah.
We are?
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, we are.
Pretty cool, huh?
I didn't know that.
Pretty cool, huh?
Wait, you can make a trophy hunter thing to like insta-kill the boss.
Yo.
There's an
Oh,
orange
you're
thing here. There's a
right.
bunch. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Do I go for the boss right now?
Surely Azu is dying on purpose to entertain us. Why
Oh,
would...
it's for content, guys. It's
Azu, you're
yeah.
so smart.
Wow.
Mhm.
That was my...
Now I can alt tab and.
And what? What the... Whoa.
No, we're just like
That was my
we can
lethal
learn about like
company
fun
strat.
facts. Look, you know what? Look. We can like look up some fun facts.
You're looking up
What's
fun
the fun-
facts. That's your
Fun facts
game-
Google.
fun facts Google.
When did
Did you
Puerto
type-
Rico become a commonwealth?
Did you
It has
Google
been
the word
US
Google after your girl?
What?
Oh, it's so gross. It's
No, I
so
didn't. Look, it's
cooked.
not there.
This
So,
guy was
that's
playing
not
Lethal
there, it's
Company
just
instead of
fun
attending
fact.
class, and now he doesn't know it.
Oh,
Anything.
no, Azu.
Oh, this is so sad. Can we get 2 bits for the Azumazu?
Fun fact, Bungus is amazing. Oh,
That's
you're on
not-
to something.
That's
You're
not.
on.
That's not a
Oh,
real
I'm
fact.
having
Yo,
so
is that a
much
red
fun.
item?
I'm having so much fun with this fact.
I'm
Hey yo,
not.
you got a free red?
You're going crazy, sicko man. What if I steal it?
Okay,
from
what if I
you?
take backpack?
I don't know, but there's like
What
little
does
guys,
backpack
so
do?
be careful.
spawns. There's spawns.
Oh, a
There's
temporary.
You have a temporary backpack.
No, the backpack
They
spawns a
don't do a lot
temporary
of
item.
damage,
Oh.
Yo,
Yeah.
another red item. You're going crazy.
See, there you go. You can.
Oh, I need gasoline.
Dame más gasolina.
Watch, how do you know that?
Wait,
song?
I got raided?
How do I know that
Or
song?
what was that?
How do you know that song?
Wait, did I get raided?
I like a lot of Spanish music.
Yo, Kaze! Ayo, welcome,
Yo!
welcome. Hi, Aware. Hi, Arlenite.
Hiya.
Hi, Kaze. Welcome, welcome. You're playing Monhun Wilds. Hey!
Wow.
Ooh.
Welcome. I'm on Boxview right now. Sorry, we were googling fun facts. The fact I got wasn't fun. It was kinda.
That's so awesome.
I'm just trying to pick up
Hi,
items, and these guys keep spawning in.
Teresa.
But yeah, welcome, welcome, Kaze. How's it
Content
going?
steal.
How are you doing? Oh shit. What was that? Hey, Arlenite, thanks for the follow. Welcome.
Yo, you're following the best stickman ever.
Oh yeah, by the way, please feel free to follow these fellas I'm with too. By the way, these two right here. Look, I'll make them
Wow.
larger. Wait,
Wow.
Whoa.
let me make them so large right now. Oh my god, there
They're
they
so
are.
Oh my
big.
god, I feel so large. Let me content steal.
You feel so large.
Yeah.
There they are. Look.
Oh my
The one
god.
on the left is Laughing Jarchi. The one on the
Hiya.
right is Cinnamon Fox.
Wow.
They're in the title.
Wowie.
This is so pog. Oh my god.
Wait, this is not a good. This is crap.
Okay, while
like
they're
crazy.
distracted, let me
Okay.
steal some
I
items.
finally picked up everything.
Yo, what the?
Where is this boss? Where are they?
Can you even steal
Did we even
items
find
as a
teleporter?
drone?
I
Oh my
am.
god,
I
you
am.
can! I didn't know you could. I thought since you couldn't open chests, you wouldn't be able to open those.
I think
Help
it
me,
acts as if
friends.
like those are items that are dropped, and you can like pick those up.
Oh, wait, that's so nice. Oh, wait, this is so awesome. I don't know what I should be building.
Help.
Oh,
I'm running there. I'm running there. Run, Jarchi. I'm very slow as a drone.
You got this, Jarchi.
I'm like make sure you have cover for when they blow up. They might like start blowing up soon.
I
Yeah,
am
there it
not a
is.
defensive drone. Wait, maybe these will kill me,
Oh,
and then I can attack. Oh,
I
never
killed that one
mind.
before it blew up. Nice.
Just exploded.
It's blowing up. It's blowing up.
You're slaying!
let's go.
Yo!
Yippee!
Amazing, amazing! We did it! Time to fly around.
ooh, yellow. Ooh, 2 yellows.
Ooh.
I got my green.
You got your green.
Oh, this is where I get
I
credit
wish
card,
the
right?
drones flew faster. This
This is where you
feels
get
so.
a credit card? What?
Yeah, this is where they get the
So
credit
many
card,
people
right?
here. Yeah, there's a lot of look at them right there. These two. Oh my god.
Yo,
Oh my
what?
goodness.
What?
They're flying across the screen. Oh my god, look at them.
Don't
They're so
make
cool.
Do not make
I've
me
never
fly.
been so fast in my life.
Do not
Oh,
make me fly across the screen.
Wait, I'll
Okay,
rotate
wait.
it so only Jarchi's
Wait.
flying
Oh
around.
my gosh, a flying fox.
I'll make it in.
Whoa.
Wait, Azu, can you put a
Wait, I'm
Santa
dying though.
hat
I'm kind of.
on me?
Can I what?
Can you put a Santa hat on me?
Surely I can find the Santa hat PNG if I stop dying. Oh my god, why are they here?
Why are you dying? Don't do that.
My drone fella is dying.
Oh, this is so sad.
Yeah, there we go. Wait, let me do this, and then I'll get you a Santa hat.
Oh, thank you. I've never wanted anything more.
You
Okay, now I can grab items.
I've never wanted anything more. Like, this is so awesome.
I'm glad this is your dream coming true right now.
It is. It is.
Oh, item. Oh my god.
Wait, why can't I
Wait,
pick
I'm
this
like,
up?
Do you
This is
get
so
the item
sad.
like afterwards?
What do you
Do the
mean?
items like apply to you afterwards? I need to look at the
They
login.
do, yeah,
I
yeah.
think so. I hope so, because
So
I've
that
been
gives
picking them up
me
for
max
real.
health regen. Oops.
They should.
They should.
Don't want the urn. Little disciple. That's what we want.
Gasoline.
Gasoline.
Okay. Google.
Google.
Silly Santa hat.
Silly. What?
Silly.
What?
What am I? What?
Did you say silly Santa hat? Because that's goofy as hell.
Okay.
Man, you better
Goofy
be making me
Santa
look good.
Oh, that's
Here's
like the
what I know.
same. Okay. I searched up Goofy Santa hat and I got like from Mickey Mouse.
Bro. This is...
You want to
Should I
know
do
what I see
yours?
when I see silly? There's like hats
Ooh.
of like Santa's feet.
You keep that away from me.
What?
What is wrong with you? Oh my god. Oh.
PNG.
Hold on, I gotta
No,
open your
there's no.
stream.
Oh wait, no. I should dox the. You're right. I should show this off. Oh my god, it's not even. They're not wearing it. It's like photoshopped on.
Okay, hold on. I'm opening your
Look.
stream.
There is no way they're wearing this. It looks like there's like a gap. It's so photoshopped on. It's just, they
This is
googled like
not what I was
stock
expecting.
PNG. They googled stock PNG man,
Why?
and then they
Why did
photoshopped
you grab
Santa's
his feet? This is like his legs. And you zoomed in just on the
Did
feet.
you think it's just like bare toes?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jarchi, help.
I'm just trying to find items, okay?
Azu's being weird.
When did he stop
Can I like
being
save
weird?
this as a PNG and like use it as a Discord
Wait.
reactive?
Kirby isn't even gonna work
Not
because we don't
yet.
have recyclers. Man.
Oh
Aw.
shit, we're back in the game.
Man, Azu, did you even get a Santa hat for me?
Summer of Hyde Zora.
Hi,
I don't know.
Zora.
Hi.
Zora.
You spent
Aware
like
may have.
4... You spent like
yeah.
4 minutes looking and you didn't even find one.
No, I'm hidden right now. I can find one real quick.
Whoa.
Oh, we may be on impossible
This
already.
is all I ever wanted. And you're crushing my dreams a little bit right now.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. Friendship with Azumazu underscore is over.
Santa.
Oh
Okay,
no.
there we go. Okay, I already. Okay.
This is
Image capture.
transport.
Image. Santa hat. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Browse. Download. Oh my god, I'm being shot. I'm being shot up.
Those are being
Should've
shot
just played
up.
NG.
What the hell? That's teleporter, by the way. I'm broke. Fabulous. Oh my god, that's me. I'm so fabulous.
God damn it. I did not
Whoa,
add
join the
fabulous.
fabulous?
Oh
I
my
did not add
goodness.
fabulous.
When are you gonna add fabulous? Me and Jarchi really wanna see. Right, Jarchi?
Yeah, Zuma girls win.
No.
No.
Jarchi, we want the summer of bouncy now.
The summer of what?
A bouncy?
Oh, you haven't kept up with the fabulous lore. No, it's not. You know what? It doesn't have to be transparent. It's on top of you.
Bro! Hold on, let me look
It's
at
perfect.
this.
Oh, this is one of those drone scrappers, Zazu.
Oh? I'm not the drone
Open in my
guy
Twitch
anymore.
mobile app. Why
It's
isn't it
amazing.
Why isn't it transparent?
I'm dying. It said it
Oh
was
my
a
god,
PNG.
it's taking
It's
up like half the
live.
screen. Yo.
Oh no.
It's okay. It's all people want to see anyway.
Okay, well that's rude. You don't like my
What?
PNG?
You're telling me you're telling me you don't
Oh my gosh, there's so
people
many
don't want
drones
to
here.
see you in a Santa hat? Look at that.
It's
It's
like
perfect.
no. Don't be lazy. Exactly. Your mod is telling
It's
you
right on
to
top of
not.
you. Look at that. It fits so well. It fits perfectly
No,
on
it
your
doesn't.
PNG
No,
head.
it doesn't.
Look, no, look. I'll put it on top of your ear so it doesn't get like maybe it's like stuffy in there. There. Now it's perfect.
Oh.
It's perfectly balanced on top of you. Look at that.
Pull out that screen. Jarchi. Jarchi.
I think see Zora's onto
Oh
something.
my god. Oh. This is a load of eggs. I feel like I'm missing context. If you click on Azumazu underscore screen, I think you will see the context. Santa hat thing
dude.
called Aware,
Don't
why
even
would
worry
you
about
ask
it.
that? Why do you want to
Just
know?
search up silly Santa hats Google and you'll find it.
Please don't Google the word Google. You're so cooked.
Reason?
When's the last time you
Oh
studied?
yeah, who has a throne in here? Send it to their PO box somewhere. You know what to do.
Oh, Jarchi has a throne. You gotta send that to Jarchi.
What? I'm trying to stay alive.
The Santa hat.
You want a Santa hat that's like Santa's?
Or maybe Aware just really wants one for themselves.
Oh, maybe.
Oh my items.
Is it?
It was just
friendly?
that good.
I can't tell if that's friendly or not. Teddy bear pilled. 100-year-old with a foot hat is diabolical. Man. This is so
Oh fuck, you need more items.
Well, listen, it's hard to stop a little bit.
Here, I'll guide you. Get your item.
Okay. I'm cute. Thank you. Well, I'm a little behind, but it's okay. I'm really good.
Yeah, you're playing active. You're playing your main.
Yeah.
Why is that standing out? She wanted a Santa hat, and it was like a high pressure situation. Okay.
You were
Oh my god.
you were literally a drone. It was not a high
No,
pressure
no, no.
anything.
Oh my goodness.
Bro.
I don't. You're telling me drone lives don't matter?
That's crazy.
Ozzy,
Wait,
you're
let
going
me-
to jail. Does anyone
Oh,
know
Elijah.
what
Oh,
red
by the way, thanks
item
as well, Arnold.
is good
Yeah.
for Acrid?
There's like a hammer there. It makes it so that like they take more damage, I think.
Yeah, reduces armor.
Yeah, reduces armor, and it's a debuff, so it counts for your mask stuff if you want that.
Oh, thank you.
Cause the only thing I know is I don't really know what's good on Acrid, but I know you're building the mask thing, and that's one of the items for it.
Yeah. Real and true. Is this even the right mask? It is.
Ow! Oh my god.
Ouch! She doesn't get the vision. Man.
Oh, I didn't.
Anyone who's watching Ozzy's stream is gonna have, like, no sense of the gameplay because there's just a hat PNG.
No, they see me like running. They see like let's see, 3/4 of Huntress. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let me. Where's like a safe area? Let me see here.
Also, I can't help but notice that you didn't give Jarchi a hat. His head is cold.
Okay.
I'm
Wait,
freezing,
wait.
Azumazu.
He's
Oh, do you want the one with
Please,
feet?
sir.
Don't say that.
No, I'm offering. I'm giving them a choice.
Wait, what are my options? What?
Feet or no feet?
Feet or no feet?
Yeah, we're safe here.
That's a rough one.
So long! What the?
If Wawa was here, she would say feet. So let's go feet.
Okay.
You gotta
You're
impress.
giving me work. I have to download another one.
You gotta impress your lady with a foot hat. That's.
Foot.
Okay, guys,
Awesome.
we're opening a Photoshop.
Hat.
Wait, would that just be a sock? Oh, that's
He's on hunt.
so
It auto aims. Wait, you're so right, Zora. It auto aims.
There's an item.
Man. An item?
I'm gonna be behind on items, but
For
this
me?
is fine. We have priorities now.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Feel like these are such
Okay, we're
good
on
priorities.
Photoshop.
Oops.
Let me drag this one. Let's delete the man from the hat.
What? Stop right now. Literally, just look up
Open.
Santa hat PNG
There wasn't.
and they'll
There
be
wasn't one.
transparent.
There wasn't a PNG with the feet one, and they said feet. So now I have to do work.
Oh my gosh. Then you give me the no feet. I don't care, Azu.
No, no, you said it. It's been done. Where's the download folder?
Yacht.
Here. Erase.
No way you were photoshopping right now. Is there
No, I'm
PvP
not, I'm
in
not.
this game? I'm gonna kill Azu.
No, 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 no. Nothing's happening, guys. Nothing's
Wait,
happening.
What's a good healing item?
Bungus?
Yeah, but as accurate, I'm not standing still.
Wungus.
How do I get
Fungus.
that? How do I get Ungus?
You
You need to
get
buy a
your
bunch of bungus.
corrupted.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you don't like have to call it Ungus.
Yeah, we do.
You can just call
That's
it.
what everyone calls it.
No, it's not. I've never heard anybody call it that in my whole life.
Have you played Risk of Rain with anybody else?
Well, no, but that's not the point. Actually, that's not true. I
Ah.
played it with Hero Ham. I played it with Zoralius. I think that's
Listen,
it.
I didn't know for the longest time either. And that's okay.
That's
It's
not
okay, we're all learning.
real. That's not real. We're not learning anything.
We're all learning and that's okay.
Shh.
Okay.
Sorry. I take it back. No, I take it back. I take it back. I do.
Hmm.
I do.
Can we start teleporter? Question mark?
Yeah, get over here.
Or do you guys want to farm for items a bit more?
I have 31. I think that's good. I'm a little unhealthy.
It's the PNG format.
The PNG format.
Found it. Save. Okay.
Goodness, you're so slow.
Jarchi, I got you.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Add image. Santa feet.
Ew.
Okay. Browse. Santa PNG. Oh my god, guys. Look at him. Oh my god, it's perfect.
I'm
Enter.
scared to look.
You know what, Foss, you want the one with feet too?
No,
oh my
I
god,
don't.
we can
No, I don't. That's
we
okay.
can change this.
No, I don't.
to
That's
browse.
okay. No.
Santa feet.
No. I don't
Santa
want
feet.
Look,
feet.
it's transparent now.
I
Look,
don't
wait,
want
your ears go straight in the leg.
No.
Oh my god, wait, it.
Hold on.
Your ears fit. Oh, look at that.
Okay, I'm pulling up your
Alright,
stream.
alright, I'll pull up Azu stream.
The ears are it's like going
Right
in.
now.
It's going-
Get that
going
off of my
in.
head. No. No, lift it off.
Azu cook! Azu
Bro,
cooked!
I
stop,
guys.
bro. I
so
don't want that.
I got pants on my
I
head!
don't want that. I don't want that. I'm gonna
And I'm
crash
alive.
out.
Oh my god,
I'm
we're
gonna
so
crash out
back,
so
boys.
hard.
Hell
We are
yeah.
So you are on the thinnest ice known to man. Take that hat off of my head this
You don't
instant.
wait. Do you not like it? Do you? Do you-
No! Put it on your.
Your head's gonna be cold.
No, I would rather
But
my
you're-
head be cold. Azu, just
Why
put it
is
on
What's wrong
yourself.
with it?
It's
What's wrong?
goofy.
Ow! I died.
It's giving.
Azu worked hard to give me a second hat, and
It's-
you got one too.
It's giving bungus. I don't want it. Man.
You're so
Man.
ungrateful.
I spent how
Don't say
long on
that.
that, and they're
That was for
disgusted with my hard
Jarchi.
work.
That was for Jarchi.
But it fits so well on you.
Wait,
It was made for you.
Don't say it was mean for me. I'm gonna freak it. Jarchi, do you want to do the teleporter?
Going back to Photoshop.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, come here. Psst, 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 psst.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay, guys, back to Photoshop. We go docs here. File. Open.
Are you good?
I'm so good.
Is everything hunky dory?
Everything is hunky.
Now you get a boss item. Boss item.
Huh?
You get a boss item now.
Yay!
There we go.
What did
There
you
we
do? What?
There, are you satisfied with this? There, I Photoshop.
I'm
It
in
doesn't
the
even
I'm in
fit
the middle
as
of
well.
a fight. You're gonna have to maybe
Wait, I can flip this.
wait.
In a fight, send more
Transform.
men.
Huh?
There we go.
Send dudes. I'm in a
Send
fight, and I need more
dudes.
men. Send dudes.
Well, Azu is goofing off.
Okay, I can send the drone in. All right,
Don't
I'm
narrate
here.
it like we can't hear you. Alright.
I've never seen a mid-boss fight Photoshop out loud. That was so smooth.
Oh, don't encourage it, please. Man. Wait, Azu, you're behind on items. You get some of these. Where are you?
It's the gasoline. Oh, there's a white one. Gas.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me look at your stream.
I fixed it up. See,
It's
it looks
loading.
okay.
Twitch mobile is kind of funky wonky.
Alright.
Oh, thank you. That looks so lovely. This is so much better.
Why is her hat kinda hairy?
Yo, don't say that.
It's like fluffy.
It's
fluffy.
fuzzy. Yeah, it's warm. Don't call my hat scrunkly. What the? Yo.
I worked so hard to bungus it up.
What?
Oh. Yeah, it's like make it look good.
Bungus does
Yeah.
not mean good.
Yeah, it does.
What does it? Can you use it in a sentence?
My day was so bungus. I had so much fun. I'm
Hi,
having such a
Bungus.
bungus whole
You,
time with these
Bungus.
fellas right now on this collab.
Ishi, we,
Makes
Bungus.
it sound like you hate you hate
No,
it.
no, there was like a statement to like clarify, and I had so much fun.
Yes. Thank you so much for the raid, Sean. That's so sweet of you. Oh, the kobolds are raiding my pantry. Yo,
Ooh.
what's in my pantry? I have honey barbecue
Honeycomb.
chips. The kobolds can have honey barbecue chips. What are you? What? Thank you for the raid. Hi, Justin. Hi, Sean. Stardew Valley. Oh my goodness, that's so lovely. Hi, Skylar. Oh my goodness. I love Stardew Valley. Wowie, wowie. I hope you had such a good stream. Set it to B for Bungus. Should have said W for Wungus. Wait, if you guys are saying that Bungus is a good thing, does that mean Wungus is like the opposite? Or no?
No, they're not like opposites.
No.
They're just like
It's
they're both
advanced.
very like
It's
yeah.
alternate.
Oh, they're synonyms?
Like sometimes you have a Wongus day and sometimes you have a Bungus day, but they're not one doesn't isn't better than the other.
If
Yeah.
I ever say my day is Bungus, like I don't give me an ice cream cone or something. 'Cause like it's so over.
And ice cream.
Yeah. That means things are at an all-time low.
You're like having a crisis.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be on your status on Discord. My day was Bungus.
Yeah.
Someone send me
Feeling
an
really
ice cream
Bungus
through
right now.
throne.
Oh,
Help me
man,
Wongus
that's
my
so-
day up.
So awesome. Oh, thank you for the follow, Justin. That's so sweet of you. Oh my god. I don't know. I just don't think I could ever be on Team Bungus. I don't know.
Zora's asking about Mungus.
Are you guys
Bungus.
familiar with like mung beans? That's what it reminds me
No.
of.
Mung Dal from Chowder?
Mung dal? That might be what mung beans are named after. Or
Oh,
that
they're
might
named
be.
after
the
Mung
food
Dal?
after
No, like the
cartoon.
other way around.
They were like, oh, this I like this cartoon so much. I'm naming this bean I discovered after it.
I love
Bro.
this
Like
blue
the
guy.
scientists just
Blue guy
they
is great.
really like chowder, okay?
Oh.
Like all their whole
Shut up.
families
Shut
on
up,
that
shut
on
up,
that
shut up.
show.
You're not shutting up.
I'm gonna start teleporter.
You teleport. Oh my god. Bro, like, my day was so monkey. So real. The lab is so monkey.
Oh no.
What does that mean?
I'm feeling really mung right now. I
Did you
need
guys-
to cook.
Did you guys watch Chowder? Were you Chowder enjoyers?
I think I watched it a bit, but I felt it was like weird, like
Really? That's understandable.
like there's a bunch of those shows that I felt weird watching. Like I feel like I'm gonna
Mung
get, like,
mung mung mung
an
mung
online
mung
stalker
awooga
if I
bean.
watch this show. Like
You watch Chowder?
Like, I get what you mean though. Like,
it gave me paranoia. Like Courage the dog was one of them. I died.
you are not locked in, twin. I guess it
I
made me
need more
paranoid,
Bungus.
but there were a lot of
just feeling really
shows that like
bug right now.
feeling very what?
I don't know why, but it's like
That's just
Chowder's
like-
art style I think was like close enough to like Courage, and I Courage messed with me as a kid.
Oh, there are shows I didn't watch because I
Fucking
thought they were like strange or like a little too much.
My
But not
aunt thought
Apparently.
Adventure Time was strange, and they
Oh.
It
looked at me
is.
weird for watching. It
I
was so
mean-
peak though.
It was peak, but like it was also quite weird.
I got.
Especially
Oh,
like the
now you can
earlier
get one
seasons.
gate.
Now you can
Oh, I
do
watched
what?
the earlier season, so yeah.
You can get one gate now. Because we can corrupt items now.
Oh.
With the what you call it over here.
Wait, how do I get it?
So you gotta use that,
Wait,
and then yeah, you'll just choose the one gate.
Okay. Oh. What if I die?
Surely you won't.
Oh, what if that already happened?
Oh.
This is
Ah?
so
Wait, you
pointless.
can choose. Wait, you can open it, Jarchi, and then she can like choose it as a drone. Yeah. She can
That'd
get
be
one
funny.
good.
That'd be funny. Too bad that's not gonna happen.
Yo, what? This is so bogus.
It's not happening. Cause she hates bungus.
Wait, none of these even look like a mushroom. Is that normal?
Wait, let me see. Let me see.
Oh my goodness,
I
hi,
could choose
Ducky
it
Duck,
as
no.
well.
Hi.
Oh no, we didn't get one because it's like kind of random, right? We didn't get one here.
Oh, so it's RNG. You don't just like get the choice of all of them.
Yeah.
Darn it. This is so sad. Like Flapjack?
I'm grabbing this.
Yeah, for me, like
Oh.
Uncle Grandpa and Flapjack and whoa, why am I alive?
Oh my god, I'm back. Ayo, we're alive. We're alive.
What happened?
Oh, it's because I use this.
Yo!
Oh, you survived.
This
Oh
is
my
so
god.
peak. This is so awesome.
Oh,
Epic.
the artifact. Oh my god, wait. You're carrying. You're carrying.
You're carrying so
Whoa.
hard. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm a bit behind. Okay.
Did you say, oh my god?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard that right.
How many Wingerton beads worth? Oh. I don't think anyone's calling me that.
Word.
Oh, we did.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's.
Ooh, give me one.
Oh, I also got a yellow.
Cool.
Crazy.
Plus items.
Go crazy.
mine.
Stupid.
It sounds like you're suffering. Go crazy. Ah.
Just go crazy. Just like that for real. Yippee! I like these plants. They look quite pleasant.
I like
What?
that boulder. That is a nice boulder.
Oh, for real? What is a node?
A node.
Does anyone
Oh.
know what a node
Oh,
is?
wait.
That thing you can activate.
Did you find the
Yeah.
thing you can activate?
Yeah, what does it do?
Oh, that's for
It's
the new
the-
levels.
Can I
Yeah.
activate it?
Yeah.
Activate it. Activate
Sure.
it. It
Okay,
it
it's
acts like
activated.
the, you know the lunar stone thing that like opens the blue portals to the shop.
Yeah,
It's like that,
Oh, it's green.
but it oh my god, I'm about to die.
Oh.
Oh, same.
Oh, don't do that.
Kind of.
You have an extra life still, I think, Jarchi, so
Yeah.
surely you'll be
What is
fine. Yeah.
this? The
Surely
hell
you
is...
can't be serious.
You can't be serious. Mungless. Ooh. That's nice one.
Ooh. Miwa no Mungdal.
Even no Mungdal. Man, I love Chowder. I would watch that with my sister so much.
I don't remember any of the characters. And I remember like the
Really?
tall blue dude with the
That's
glasses.
Mungdal!
Yeah.
That's him.
That's
Oh my god.
literally him.
I remember them. I don't remember his name.
Wow.
I thought Mongdal sounded like the name of like the brown fella.
No,
was, like,
that's
like
Schnitzel.
Oh my god.
Oh, I
Don't
remember.
laugh at
Yeah, I
that.
remember their
Don't
name. I
laugh at
remember their
that.
name. Oh my god, wait, I remember Schnitzel. Wait, you guys are unlocking memories.
Yo.
Whoa.
So cool. Oh, I need crit stuff.
Schnitzel was low-key my favorite fella.
Really?
I don't even remember why, but
He
I
kinda
liked his name.
scared me.
He scared
Why?
you?
He's just kind of intense. I don't know.
But his name is like Schnitzel.
That's true.
The one that scared me was the little monster guy that kidnapped them and had them play board games with them.
Oh,
I don't
I
remember
know. I
that.
remember that episode.
Yeah, that guy scared me. I hated that episode.
That's understandable. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Foss. If you get like a green item, there's like at the very bottom, the very last items, I think good for you. It like
The very
when enemies.
last time.
Yep.
Okay, I'll look for one. I got hella items. I've been stealing for real.
Oh, Berserker's Pauldron? Ooh, yeah, that is good. Uh,
Wait, do we know where the teleporter is? No one's spawning.
Over here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yippee!
Ooh, larva. Wait, did people not spawn? Oh wait, no, I can't take larva. Oh, that's gonna fuck me up.
yeah, he's gonna corrupt our items. Corrupt
I
our
have.
boss
I need
items,
crit.
rather.
I need my crit. It's gonna mess me up.
Yeah, imagine playing Huntress and then getting your crit corrupted. That would be so horrible. That would feel like kind of a betrayal if your friend told you to get that, huh?
I didn't specifically say
Anybody
that
put them over
one.
here?
Yes, you did. You were like, yeah,
I was
it'll
like,
be
oh,
funny, it'll be
all good,
Gamma.
and then they weren't all good. But that one could be good. Maybe sometimes.
No, you didn't say maybe sometimes. You said they're all good.
It might sometimes maybe be good on occasion.
Yeah.
I need a new equipment. I keep on using the tricorn.
Yeah, that's kind of real.
Wait, are there more orange
Razor
stuff?
Blast.
If there's more orange stuff, we can get more tricorns.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any more.
Ah, wait, I found one.
I keep putting stuff in equipment drones.
Oh no.
No,
All the
it's
drones have
Tricorn.
it's
tricorns.
nice. No,
They just use them on
trust,
basic
trust.
enemies.
No, trust, it's good.
Oh, let's come pick these up.
Take the tricorn down here, Jarchi, because I have a thing.
Stuff up. Guys, I have more items than you by like double.
Don't you want your pauldrons?
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, what is this?
What's happening?
Happening.
Oh my god. I almost died. That's what's
fun.
happening.
Why is that happening? Good. I'm so pauldron filled. Here, you guys can do that one.
Okay.
Does one of the
Are we
equipment rooms have a
ready?
scanner?
Yeah.
That's so poggers. I didn't even think about that.
Mhm.
There's a boss with me. Excuse me. What?
Come here. Psst, 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 psst.
No, I'm killing them. We're good.
Come here.
Okay, I'll get there. You guys can start it.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Oh.
Oh wow, there's some particles going on. Wow, this
I
is.
see that in the distance. What
This
is
is-
going on
Why
over there?
8 of them? What the hell? They all.
How many mountain shrines did we get?
They said, okay, Apple up. Shit to the apple. But they all pulled
Easy
up.
claps.
God, that was so cool.
Oh, we have so much items though.
Yo!
Oh yeah, it's not the very last item. It's like the second to the very last item, like
Wait, it's
the green
not?
looking thorns with the pink tips one.
Oops, I jumped.
Oh, I thought I was getting Pauldrons for real.
Oh my gosh!
I need the
I got
Pauldrons.
killed!
Jarchi,
No!
no!
I actually need the Pauldrons.
Wait, I wasn't supposed to get
back.
the Pauldrons. No. It's just...
But yeah, the thorns.
Oh,
If
wait.
someone dies, they pass on the debuffs, and it's yeah.
Oh wait, that is so awesome. Is there a point to getting multiple? Or is it
I'm
like
not sure.
one
It might be like the range of the enemy transfers to, but I don't know how it works.
I got a few just in case. Oh. Oh.
Did you die?
Yeah. It's okay.
Oh no, wait, I'm the only one.
I have
Oh no, Jarchi still. Jarchi had a
No,
life.
no, I'm here too.
Jarchi.
Okay.
Jarchi spawned in.
Oh yeah, you can loot stuff as a drone now. There's like
True.
everywhere here.
Yeah, I be looting. What's this?
Oh yeah, there's the portal. Look, this is the new portal for the new area.
This?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Let me get some of this thing.
Ooh, I should get
Enter a
Hopo Feather.
frenzy.
You should get Hopo Feather. What a banger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get quail.
He's thinking.
Ooh, Sail Star would be so
Looting
good.
sim. That's so real, Rose. Oh my god. Hi, Rose.
Hey, hi Rose.
Whoa. We were just talking about Rose.
Don't say that so ominously.
That wasn't ominous.
Well, if I was Rose, I would feel like that was ominous.
Well, it's a good thing you're X Cinnamon Fox X.
Well, it's a good thing you're.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
What is it? Is a seed? Does not look like a seed.
Void Seed?
Yeah. Maybe it was like open or something, and that's why it looked funny.
I think I've looted all the actual items and non-temporary ones.
Yippee! I'm surprised
we-
people still play
We're
this
going to the
game.
portal?
I am fire.
Oh wait, no, this
Yep.
this
It's
is
a
real.
good
Wait,
game.
I
It's a good
forgot.
game.
More pauldrons, more fire rate. Okay, we ready?
Real into,
Hell
real
yeah.
into. Oh my god. Thingies. Is it new DLC just dropped? Oh yeah, there was a new DLC that just dropped.
Yeah, the Alloyed Collective.
I think we're in Is this DLC stuff we're in right now?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep, this is the DLC area now.
Oh yeah, check this out. Dark person. 57 leaf clover, yo. Wait,
Temporary clover.
yo. Wait, ride. Oh my god, I'm electricity. This is so fun. Wait,
Yeah.
wait, this is peak gameplay.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Oh,
I'm dead.
Mazu.
I don't even know what killed me.
Mazu. Are you building anything
I
defensive?
lagged.
Is that real?
I lagged.
Guys, I lagged, I
It was.
swear.
Oh my god, wait, my gunner drone does so much damage though. You know what? Yeah, fuck the huntress. I'm playing gunner drone now. Look,
Oh my god.
So you're playing that.
I'm killing the boss. Look at him. Oh my god.
Is there even a boss at this point in time?
There was like the jellyfish, the big jellyfish
Oh,
guy.
I don't like those guys.
Yeah.
Never could find any lobbies to escape to? Oh. That's fair, that's fair. I don't think I would ever play this game on like a public lobby. I think I'd rather play this game by myself.
I tried it once when I was like I was new and I didn't really know what I was doing, and I felt so confused
Oh
because they
no.
were like in this other area. They were in the void area on a different game mode, and I'm like, what is happening with this game?
Oh, that's an symbol. I just feel like I die too much. I would not want to be perceived by random people.
I feel like
Whoa.
I'm the one that's played the most drone gameplay today.
It's cause you're too offensive. Your defenses are kind of lacking, I am afraid. God, all the drones cost so much.
You know what? I'll get a topaz brooch. I'll get my defenses up.
One topaz
Yeah.
brooch.
No, this is my second one.
Oh my
There's
god.
two.
I'm going crazy.
I am looking through my items, and those two are the only defensive
Yeah,
items I've picked up,
that's what I thought.
other than the medkit I started with.
Oh no.
The med kit that you started with? That's crazy. What the?
Wait, did you not pick up any other healing items?
No,
That's why you
Not
keep...
even leech seed.
Man.
no. Maybe I
Ozzy.
should have.
Isn't there
I've
like
been
a
getting
crit?
monster teeth
Yeah,
just
I'll
for
get
you
leech
guys.
seed
Isn't there
just
a thing
now.
that's like
I'm doing it.
critting heals you and like you're building crit? Is that real?
Actually, wait, no.
Like the side?
I have the crit one. Yeah, wait. I have
Yeah.
2 of those. See, I have 4.
You need more of those.
See, I have some
You should be
healing.
critting a lot, right?
I am. I have 90% crit chance.
My goodness.
Oh my god, I one-shot them. Look at that.
Oh my god.
My gunner drone gameplay.
Yo. That's so awesome.
Okay, so to actually get through this area, some enemies will drop like the yellow items right here.
Uh-huh.
Pause. If you pick it up, you'll see it's only one thing.
Oh, I see.
Hmm.
Can be
And you have to
placed?
bring that item to like these keys, like these triangles over here.
Yeah, I don't see where you are. Up there?
Up here, yeah. There's like 3 of them. I think Jarchi got 2 already. Yeah. Oh no, don't die. Oh, there you have healing. Hell yeah. I'll get the birds. I'll get the birds. I'm getting them.
Get him, get him. Oops. I jumped off the map.
Oh.
No, it's chill, like in the chill, cool way.
In a chill, cool way. Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the
Like God of War
teacher?
3 Kratos.
Yeah. That means.
Foss, I'm gonna go open this chest and we're probably gonna get 2 red items. No, I don't have Sail Star. Hold up. Let me pick up a Sail Star and then I'll open
So,
it. Yeah.
yeah. Oh my god, I have so many
Wait.
triangles.
It's gonna be down here.
Yeah, now that the triangles are done, the next like place is like opened up, and then there's a boss in there we fight.
Jarchi, I lost you.
Up there, birds.
Over here, come here, come here.
I'm coming, where are you? I see Azu. Oh, I see you, I see you.
You have to use this zip line and then jump out over here.
Oh.
Yeah, over here.
Wait, where are we going?
Down here, off to the side,
Like fall off the map?
and then here, in. There's like a hole on the side of the ship.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, you see it? Yeah.
Yippee! Okay, what do we do in here?
Oh, you got a free red item. Red item.
Is this not yours?
Oh no, I already picked one.
Okay.
keep on forgetting about.
Equipment drone.
Equipment.
Return the slab.
The slab. What?
Yeah, do you not?
That's this
That's
one.
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Oh, I didn't,
Everyone knows
I
that.
didn't watch that one too much.
Everyone knows
I didn't watch
that.
that one too much. It made me a little scared.
I need another equipment.
There's another equipment right here.
The temporaries. Yeah.
For you,
Wait,
for
let
you.
me get this.
For you, for you.
I'm getting some defense ones. Get fire rate here.
It's a good equipment.
I'm cube pilled.
Missile launcher
For a drone.
for a drone.
Missile launcher's
The one that
probably
like
good.
buffs our attack speed, maybe like ocular HUD or some shit.
Isn't it like a drum or something like that?
It's weird. I don't know how to explain what it looks like.
What the?
Like a drum, right?
Like a drum.
Is
or do
it
you
a
mean
drum?
the red ocular HUD thing?
Oh no, not the red one. The what's it called?
It's like a war drum or something, right?
Yeah, the one that like makes you go fire rate up. Yeah. Yeah, that
What?
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That
I know what
one.
you're talking about.
Mhm. See, Jarchi knows. Jarchi knows.
Jarchi be
I think.
Red's opus. Now, where was that drone? Oh wait, I remember.
I have so many sentry keys.
You're so fast. You're so fast. Where'd they go?
What though?
Oh, all the enemies just disappeared.
It's because you're so big and beefy, they just explode.
No, no, they were just
So
gone.
afraid of you.
Yeah.
No, 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 no.
Is there still a place to like put the keys? Or
No, we can go forward.
Further in, yeah, there is, but you need to go forward.
are we not going
I'm
forward?
looting.
No, we're kind of just sitting here.
What the?
Yeah.
Jarchi, don't you have a sense of bloodlust?
Not right now.
Not right now. Oh
Not
boy.
right now. I think you got it. Why don't you go on ahead? Why are you going the
How
opposite
are
direction?
you up here?
Well, I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be.
Over here.
Okay.
Do I have enough? I do. I have 9. I think that's it.
Okay, I see you with your temporary crowbar. Slay. Man, imagine falling off the map.
Couldn't be me.
Yeah, haha, couldn't be me neither.
I fly.
But fine.
I can fly. Can you
I'm a
fly?
drone.
Well, I can jump a bit. Does that count? Oh my
Um,
god, look, it's
No,
lightning-y.
it's falling with style. Do I start it?
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Let's go. I'm shooting them as a drone.
Let's go.
Are you dead already?
Oh, we're so good.
No, there they are. There they are. The big bird.
Big bird.
Oh.
I got this.
Oh. Shoot.
They're dead.
That's embarrassing.
What's embarrassing?
Nothing.
Wait, did
Surely
you die?
not somebody
No,
launching
you're
himself
not.
off the map.
Okay, well, you know, it's hard to gauge how far the thing will go. It
No,
happened
I
to-
assumed that you jumped and then I killed the boss and there was nothing to hit.
Listen, you can't stop it once you already start jumping.
Can't stop mid jump.
No, you have to smash your little dog fists on the floor.
He's a doggy.
I think it's a dog.
Are there other enemies like Acrid?
I haven't
Hmm?
seen any.
Isn't Acrid like one of the lizard people, maybe?
What? But he's
I don't
got
know.
spikes.
Oh, Lemurian?
Do this have
maybe?
spikes?
Oh,
Maybe that's
that would make
you.
sense.
Yeah, but he's colored like purple, so that's how you know he's chill.
Oh, a red item dropped, guys.
That's all you. I got 90 items.
Maybe he's albino.
I'm greedy. I'm greedy, so someone else take
I
it.
can't get to this item.
I am lagging.
It's
I
right
can't
here
even
and I have to jump.
interact any items. I'm lagging out.
What?
Everything's like frozen on my screen.
What the?
Oh wait, no, there we go.
Close
There we go.
Warframe twin.
Kinda. I'm not. I did.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not.
It's fully closed.
That's what I would say too if I had the launcher still open.
Do I have the launcher open? Okay, not anymore. It's the launcher's different.
Uh-huh.
Also, yeah, I can't take items. Y'all should take them.
You can't take them.
Oh
Jarchi,
my.
get this red item.
I'm gonna choose your items. Whoa, what is this? Functional coupler? Holding additional equipment?
I
Am I moving again? Oh my god.
Being fast.
E plus Q.
Oh, I can move again.
Yay!
What's a funny item I can get?
I'm so confused.
Oh, I know.
I don't like
Tougher
items.
times.
Desk plant.
Death
Only
plant?
tougher times.
Desk plant.
Desk plant?
Yep.
Yeah, do not. Please do not get desk plant.
What is desk
I
plant
already
do?
did.
Oh no.
It's too
Azu's
late.
throwing.
It's
Plants
too
a
late.
healing fruit on kill?
Azu's fucking throwing.
Are they just gonna be
What do you
like
mean? It's a good item, Jarchi.
You're gonna break us.
what does it,
It
do?
won't,
Are
it
there just gonna
won't.
be fruits all over the floor?
Yes.
Wait, that sounds awesome.
See, it is awesome.
That's it right now for D&D. Yo! Till we rest the stream. Happy holidays if I don't see you before the 25th. That is so sweet of you, Sean. I hope D&D goes so well. Thank you again for the ring. Yippee yippee.
I'm
Yeah.
getting defense items.
Thank goodness.
What is this item? This is new.
I'm gonna
do
combine
you
our
do?
drones.
Pickups grant a bonus. Huh. Okay. That's an item.
I like the sound of Acrid's like little feet on the tile. Good ASMR.
Ooh, new ASMR idea.
What is
Acrid feet ASMR.
it? Hey, don't say
Stompies.
eat, guys. Let's say feet ASMR and stompies.
Acrid Stompies ASMR?
No. I don't know, you ever hear like dog feet on like hardwood floor? And it's just like kind of cute
Ooh,
and
you're
happy?
gonna buy some dog feet?
Can you buy dog feet like not attached to a dog? That's terrifying.
My dog, I guess. I don't know.
What is wrong with you? This is why you have the foot Santa hat.
Not a
I forgot I
foot.
had
It's
that
like
song.
the lower
I forgot I
torso.
made those.
Man,
It fits so well on you, Forrest.
bro.
Why won't you take it?
I don't
It's
want
so
it.
good.
Man, no. You can have it for yourself if you like it so
I already
much.
have a hat. I have a hat already.
Well, so does Jarchi.
Look at me. Yeah, you're the only one that needs it.
No,
Yeah.
I like my scrongly hat. Man.
I can scrungle up the feet if you want.
Say that again. Oh, God.
I'm gonna start the teleporter.
Yeah.
I guess we'll let Azumazu play.
I guess so.
I guess. I keep on forgetting that we're playing on Monsoon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gamers.
We're just going through it. We're breezing through Monsoon.
I see you were just dead for like the whole level.
My drone was breezing through it, okay?
Wow, V. This is so.
Poor guy just getting called out.
This is so
Oh yeah, you
awesome.
haven't seen this yet, right?
Ah, what a fun little tunnel.
We die from fall damage.
Yo!
Alright, go fast, go.
Going,
Go get 'em.
going. I'm getting him.
Get 'em.
Oh, I'm in a cutscene. Wow, 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 wow.
Alright, get it, Foss, get it.
Are we locked out?
Oh yeah, we just go home now. We close the door.
Aw, man. Peak song right now? I'm listening.
What if I,
Oh. Yo, this thing
teleport?
looks awesome. I love little mech dudes.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die already.
Oh no.
Wait, I don't really know how to get him.
Wait, are there enemies? If I can proc my desk plant, I got you.
Aw.
Desk plant proc, get here, get here, get here.
That's cool.
Oh, it's gonna go away soon. It's gone, it's gone.
Top? Ah!
Tricorn doesn't work.
Oh, I died. I got one shot.
What?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I have my gunner drone. I have my
Oh!
gunner drone right here.
I also got one shot.
Oh,
Shoot.
oh, oh.
Jarchi, you got
Jarchi,
this.
lock in.
Jarchi, you're so locked.
We're shooting
What
the
if-
ice.
Tricorn doesn't
Survive,
work.
just survive, just survive.
Oh, man. I don't understand. Well, I guess you gotta get its little nubs.
Little nubs.
We're getting the nubs.
I didn't get it. It's okay, I'm getting it now.
Laser things from the floor. Careful.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. I'm 100%
No, you're not.
dead.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No! Oh, man. It's okay, we tried our best.
It's because I used my my jumpy,
You're jumpy.
Oh, you
laser
were
went
out
up.
of it.
so I got hit twice.
Oh, yeah.
Ozzy,
Hey, we
how
got
did
to
you
see it,
do so much
though.
damage when you're dead so much?
My drone. See, I told you, my drone was breezing through it.
Man. Didn't know you were cool like that. Oh wait, I didn't get an acrid skin.
We
Sigh.
died.
We died.
Do-
Was that the Prime Meridian?
No.
No, that
Oh.
was the other one. The
Oh.
collective.
Oh. Smirk emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling? You guys can do more?
I could do more, but I wouldn't mind like changing games either. I'm good with whatever.
Are
Yeah,
we
anything's
swapping?
fine. Do you
I'm
want to swap?
so flexible.
I mean, I'm down for whatever either. I don't really know. I
Yo.
Oh
We
no.
can't
I
all not
am.
care. Somebody's gotta
Uh,
make a choice. It's not gonna be me.
but you have the Scrongly hat that gives you
Yeah.
What?
that
You
gives you
have two
seniority.
hats. You guys have two hats on my stream.
See, that's because we're number 2 and you're number 1.
Whoa.
Don't say that. What the? Um. Well, I think Warframe's pretty cool, but I think this
Ayo.
game's kind of pretty cool too. I
You want to
don't
play
know.
Warframe?
I
I think she wants to play Warframe.
There is an event on Warframe.
An event like a
But I
Christmas
don't know
event?
if you have access to it yet. It's not a
Oh,
Christmas one.
probably
It's
not.
there's new content they added. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not super far in the story. I don't think. Wait, Jarchi, how far are you in Warframe?
I think you guys are like about
Not
the
super
same.
far.
You might be further than Jarchi.
Jarchi, have you like made a character at
Made
all?
the character?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be farther than Jarchi.
Oh, yeah, I was grinding because I really want a fish tank.
You locked in for the
I
fish
locked
tank.
in, yeah. Yippee!
Guys, none of us want to make the decision. Work.
That means you have to step up.
Repo?
Of course. I don't know why I expected
That
anything
wasn't
else.
even anything we talked about.
I don't know why I expected anything else.
I mean, I don't hate repo.
Oh my god.
I'm not that good at it.
So you love it.
Well, I didn't. It's just kind of average, I would say.
Okay. What about
It's too late. It's
Rot
already in
Realm? Jarchi,
Realm?
would you be willing to hop on Rotmug? Ayo, Jarchi.
It's already in motion, Azu.
It's you download. Oh my god.
He's
Ayo.
downloading.
No. Repo's running now.
Oh.
What?
Oh, why are you disappointed now? You literally asked for this. Oh, we're playing the game I wanted to play.
I guess you're playing Repo.
Why do you sound so disappointed? You suggested it. What the?
Hop on, guys. Let's go.
Gotta download Realm of the Mad God.
I'm disappointed because like I was reminded Rotmug and then you didn't download it.
Oh, Jarchi, you broke his heart.
You
Look
broke
at
my
him.
heart.
Look
That's
at
okay.
him. What?
Look at me. Look, you see how my eyes are shiny? That's because I'm crying. Those are tears.
Oh, really?
And my Fuji, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
My
Mine
Azu's
doesn't do that.
Azu's like, those are tears while I get a Steam notification that he opened repo.
No, don't look at Steam. Don't.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
one of my favorite games. Oh.
Oh.
Hop on. Let's go. No, don't worry, Foss. We'll show you like the stuff. We'll teach you. You're
Last
gonna be
time I
pro
played
at
with
the end of
Jarchi,
this.
he killed me.
I did not kill you.
Well,
No, it's.
you locked the door behind
Oh
you.
my god, you can get your revenge. See, this works out perfectly.
Oh.
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick while you guys plot and scheme.
Okay, I love plotting and scheming.
I mean, let me make the lobby.
Yippee!
New game. And let me game capture. Oh my god. Why are we playing repo?
I don't really know. Me and the whole team
Repo.
pivots and plays League. Oh my god.
Oh, so I guess we're
I
playing League
love
now.
League. Wait, Hero
Okay.
gave
You
me.
love League?
I love League.
I
Hero
do have a
gave
US
me.
account.
Oh, I was just gonna say Hero helped me make a Oshinyanya
Oh.
account.
Oh, I have a Oceania account too.
Yeah.
I have 3 accounts for 3
Whoa.
servers.
Wait, what's the third one?
Well, Asia, it's the one I'm actually on.
Oh, is Asia and
Southeast
Oshinyanya?
Asia.
They're not.
No, they're separate. They're separate.
Oh, that's kind of
Yeah.
sad.
My first account was USA because I wanted the game to
Why
be in
was
English.
that?
And it was asking me what region, and I'm like, I want English language, so I picked US, North America. And then I'm like,
That's
oh, I can't
crazy.
swap regions.
Was your
Oh,
ping
I
like
need to make a
really
new account.
bad?
It it didn't feel noticeable when I first played, but now that I know how to play, it's horrible.
Oh,
It's like
that's
the better I
awesome.
got, the more I noticed how high the ping was. And
Oh,
then, oh,
oh, you hate to see it.
it's all right on Oceania though. If you're all right on that server, are we booting it up?
Do you think Jarchi will strangle us if we boot that up?
Surely not, right?
I've never seen Jarchi on League of Legends. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's surely they'll love it. It's such a fun game.
I don't know what Jarchi plays. I guess.
I know they
I've seen
played.
him, like horror stuff.
They play a lot of like like Repo and Peak and the Murky Divers one they're trying to get me onto, and
That's not really like League of Legends at all, is it?
Yeah, they're also trying to get me on like Outlast Trials, so that's another one.
Those are
what?
not
Let's
any.
go to Jarchi's theme. Jarchi.
Same.
View profile.
That's so
Game. He has
awesome.
300 games. Okay, what most played? Playtime.
Oh,
Dead
yeah.
by Daylight. And these
Oh.
shit talking Vic for trying to invite us to the. You have 700 hours on this.
What? 700. Wait, what's your most played
Don't-
game?
Oh, we don't talk about
See.
my okay,
Let's
maybe
see.
700 is maybe I shouldn't talk about the 700
3,000 hours on Warframe
no,
and Realm of the Mad God. They're both over 3,000.
No.
How many days is
Don't,
that?
don't.
Hold on, I gotta do the math. Divided by 24. Wow. Wow, you spent half a year on Warframe and half a year on Realm of the Mad God. That's crazy. Over 3,000? Yeah, Warframe is 3,422 hours.
Don't say it's almost like 3.4. Don't say that. No.
Azu,
I
that's
don't
crazy. I know you're like AFK on Warframe a lot, so it's probably like not.
It's
It's not
probably closer
as
to like
bad.
2,000.
Yeah, but still, 2 games over 3,000 is kind of. Wow. I don't know if I should be like impressed or like a little bit horrified.
Okay, they're good. In my defense, they're fun.
Hope you think they're fun. What the hell? You're like, I hate this game. These games suck so bad.
What did I
and-
say? I hate Rotmug. Wait,
No, I'm
when
just
did I say
saying.
this? When
You're
did I-
saying they're fun, and it's like, well, obviously you're gonna think they're fun if you played it that much.
Oh.
You goober. What the hell? What's my most played game?
Hey, some of my other games aren't even 1,000 there. Okay, it's not
It's
that
true.
bad.
Oh, mine
It
is
goes
Stardew
down to like
Valley.
650 after Rotmug.
Yeah, that's.
Well, how much hours do you have on Stardew?
I only have 286. Which
Oh.
is like a lot. I will say though, I think the games that I spent the most time on are not on Steam. Like Genshin Impact and Hearthstone are
Oh, you're right.
probably
Genshin would take
much.
a lot, yeah.
Yeah, they're probably much higher, but there's no way for me to track those. Thankfully.
There's one game I played a lot that isn't tracked on Steam that is probably more than both Warframe and Rotman combined.
Really? What would that be?
Mobile Legends, bang bang.
Is that an app? Mobile
It's the League of
Legends.
Legends mobile ripoff.
Girl,
Mobile
what is
Legends.
this?
No, because in the Philippines, it's more popular
Um,
because not everyone can afford a PC, but everyone has a phone, so people play Mobile Legends.
hell nah, you're a
See?
mobile gamer.
No. It's different. It's different. Hey, Genshin's a
Okay.
mobile game. See, Flare's online. See,
Can
it's
you play
popular.
it
It's
not on the phone?
if you have like BlueStacks,
What?
like Mobile Legends.
Yeah, cause like, yeah, Genshin has an app, but
Yeah,
it's not.
yeah, you can if you have like a mobile emulator, you can
Oh,
like
okay.
BlueStacks. Yeah,
Have you ever streamed
but
this one?
no, it doesn't. I've streamed Mobile Legends. I doxed myself on it actually.
Okay, well that's not great. Don't don't
My
tell me that.
username, my
Don't tell
username
me.
was like my name,
Don't.
and it was just
Why is your username your real name
no,
on
because like
the
I
League of
wasn't
Legends
Azumazu when
ripoff?
I was a kid wanting to play some Mobile Legends.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't Azumazu yet,
Did your
and
parents not
but
tell you internet
nobody called
safety?
it out.
Okay.
I just didn't call attention to it, and now the VOD's gone. It's gone.
Okay.
It's we're safe.
Okay. Well, I
See,
guess you
we're
have to
good.
create
I didn't
another
bring
account so that you can
I
stream it again. I need to see this
I
gameplay.
do.
It does look
I
really
was
similar to League. Why didn't you just play
it
Wild
it was
Rift?
based.
Like you're saying people
No,
in
Wild
the
Rift. No, I did not like Wild
Why?
Rift.
I loved Wild Rift.
It was
Okay, okay.
okay, but like Mobile Legends had my heart already.
Okay.
Oh, hi
Oh,
Jarchi. Do you
hi,
want to play
Jarchi.
League?
Hi. What?
Jarchi, we're playing League. Yay!
You guys
Oh
are
my
playing
god.
League?
No,
No.
we are playing League.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Alright, hop on, Jarchi.
No.
Wait, why not? Is it because you like Mobile Legends Bang Bang better?
Oh my god. Surely.
What?
Apparently, Azu's most played game of all time is a mobile app that's just a ripoff of League of Legends.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So.
Jarchi secretly ADC main hard carry. Trust.
Yo! Oh my
What do you
goodness.
guys play on? Have you played
Have you
League,
played
Jarchi? Oh wait, we should like do the thing where we mute on Discord, huh?
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Let me figure that out.
Okay.
Zero volume. Can you guys hear me in game? Hello.
I
Does the freeze still
can.
work if we're at 0?
If
I
you
think we're
put
at
the
0.
user volume at 0, yeah, they do because it's just like personal settings. But Discord can still detect that like you're talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I love ADC mains because
I
I'm
learned
a
this from Mick.
support.
I don't know why I can't hear Faust. I
Oh.
think she's talking.
Oh wait, I think I
Oh,
might be on
no.
push to
Your
talk.
mic isn't micing on the game, Faust.
Shh.
Um,
Hello.
Let me.
I
Oh,
was on push to
yo,
talk.
it works. Oh, there we go.
The last
Oh my
time I
god.
played Repo, there is like someone else over, and you could just hear him constantly.
Oh.
So I put it on push to talk.
No, this time we're gonna be so ready. Alright.
We're so.
But yeah, who do you guys play on League? Ayo? Do you guys play... Have you played League, Jarchi? Like, I'll start it while we yap. So we can yap while we're in.
Mike Twins?
There we go.
Oh,
Oh
you
my
have
god.
a Sure. I don't even remember what it's called. Sure plus M7. something like that. I like it, but I fidget with the screws and then it flops down quite a bit.
Oh, we're in.
Oh my god,
But yeah,
hi.
Jarchi, who do you play on League?
I don't really have a main. I'm just playing a bunch of people.
Oh, for real? Hi, I see.
Yeah. I really
Oh.
like Rammus.
Yo, I
Do you
could
play
see.
jungle? Hey, yo, do
Could see
you also
being
play
a
jungle?
jungler.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
Yo.
Where do you bring him?
Oh.
I've only seen him jungle. I haven't played it much.
Wait, Jarchi, if you actually play League, then what is the issue? What? What?
Oh,
You're feeling
wait, where's the
spicy?
card?
Oh, I brought it. It's right here. Rammus is based. I've never played a jungler in my life. I played Lilia, but I played her
Jungle
mid.
is so easy.
No, I'm
Jungle is so
scared. I'm
easy.
so scared of all the little
Hard.
critters. And everyone gets so mad at you if you don't show up to their lane. They're like, ugh,
Yeah.
where's my jungler? I hate everyone. I was like, oh, I don't think I'm ever gonna play jungle in this case.
I like jungler because if they shit talk me, I can just never come to their lane and they can die.
Oh my gosh.
Just throwing the game,
Yeah.
huh? I'm a support
I mean,
main.
the other lane can carry.
Oh, that
I
okay.
usually go play support.
Soraka jungle. Okay, well, I don't know about that.
Jungler's easy, but you're the punching bag punches back.
Oh, yeah. I can't handle people being like mad at me.
I do that so often.
See, don't admit that.
Icy gets it. Icy gets it.
Oh
The
my
jungle. The jungle.
No, what the hell? Where my little support mains
Icy
at?
knows the jungle grind.
Where my little stun enjoyers at?
Is there a guy? Why are you crouching?
Oh, I thought this was like a
No,
hallway.
I'm just over here eating chip.
Oh.
Wait, what kind of chip do you have? Chip review, chip review.
I could only find pickle chips in my pantry.
Pickle? Oh wait, I gotta change my
Yeah.
game category.
Oh, you're so
Risking repo. Yup. Looks good. Nautilus stun enjoys rise up. Yo, I love Nautilus. I love Nautilus so much. I think Rakan is my favorite, but
Guys,
Nautilus
we
is
have
a
a guy
good
with
second.
a bomb.
Oh, a guy with a bomb?
There's a new enemy that
Oh,
wasn't
don't
here
tell
when
me
they played
that.
before.
Okay.
What they do is they walk up to you. If they see you, they eat a bomb at you, and you have to just run away from the bomb.
Okay, can you grab
When
the
you're
bomb?
running away,
Can you like throw it back
you
at him?
can, but you can only throw it to the side like that. You can't like use the scroll wheel to like throw it back,
Oh.
and it's kind of difficult. So I would
Yeah.
suggest just like running around the corners because it doesn't turn that well.
I would suggest running. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Wait, how much is this? 3,000?
Also, the enemy can hear you. So when we see
What?
them, if you're hiding down a table, try not to like.
Bro,
Yeah.
you're stressing me out.
No, it's gonna be so fun.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Love a good sour cream and onion. I think sour cream and onion's pretty okay. I do not like pickle flavor too much.
You don't like pickle?
I don't like pickle.
Are they still here?
I'm a barbecue
siblings
chip
love pickle.
enjoyer. Is this a tarot card? Huh. Why are all the items like
The other-
witch items?
Oh.
Oh?
We're in like the witch academy right now.
Oh, are we learning how to be a witch?
Yeah, look.
Yo!
A star is equal to. Oh,
That's
what's
not
music?
an equal sign. That says
wait,
plus. Bro
no,
is
shush,
not learning.
Shush! Shush! No.
Mhm.
Cat. Oh, you're right. My category. Oh my god.
Goodness.
Mazu.
What if somebody is
Repo.
like screaming in the background? Is that normal?
Yeah.
Did you see your shit today, so giving?
Oh yeah, Jarchi is looking pretty
Look at
divine.
all the repos, guys. Oh my god.
True, he
I'm
is.
just that funky.
You're so funky. You're one of the funkiest guys I know. This is away. Class of 87. That's when they got bit. Oh. Oh.
Can we get the card in here? There's a big oh wait, here's a card. Okay, here, I'll stop it here.
Here you go.
Nice.
We have so much profit
I have the card here for the candle.
for the candle.
Look, we drop it here. Off the
Drop
ledge,
it off the
probably.
ledge. It's gonna
Yeah.
break.
Not if the card catches it. The card's cushioned.
The card cushioned.
Yeah, let go.
Okay. What scent do you think the candle is? What's your favorite candle scent? I'm a big lavender enjoyer. I also like gardenia.
I like the smell of wax.
Like
'Cause that's the
unscented.
affordable one.
Oh,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
What?
Because it's affordable.
Is it cheaper to get unscented? I don't think that's true.
Probably.
I
I
don't.
mean, they have to spend money on the scenting, right?
Have you ever bought a candle before? I don't think that's necessarily true. Give
We
me
actually
vanilla.
bought, like,
Vanilla's so good. I think I
Um.
prefer like floral scents. Wait, Jarchi, are you okay?
Yeah,
She actually broke a thing.
Oh, that's coming out of your paycheck.
Okay, I'm gonna get that.
I blame lag.
That's true. It's a little laggy. Wait, you forgot an eyeball.
Oh, I did? Oh my god, they did. Put that in.
Ew, I don't like the veins on it. What the hell?
Veiny eyeball.
Yeah, it's like red. Damn, girl, your eyeball's looking veiny. Sorry. Wait, you keep missing stuff. Come back.
Excuse me. What?
I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
Damn, girly.
I'm nervous. I'm self-soothing. Don't at me.
It'll go
Yeah.
backwards now. We can extract this.
Floral and forest scents are my big fave. Oh my goodness, yeah. All the like autumn scents go crazy.
Those are so nice, yeah.
I haven't actually
Cinnamon candles. Oh my god.
I haven't smelled enough scented candles to recognize which scents are which. I just know, like, oh, that smells scented.
Wait, oh, like you don't know how to identify scents? Like if I gave you a
Yeah.
lavender candle and like a vanilla
I'd be
candle.
like, that smells like a candle that smells pretty.
Oh, okay.
But like, I wouldn't know, like, oh, that's lavender right there.
Oh, I guess that's fair. Do you not get like scented deodorant or like body wash?
I don't know what lavender. Oh my god, it's like different each time because they lie.
They
Typically don't
what?
smell like
They
lavender.
lie? What?
They're like,
What?
this is the smell of it, and then it just like smells like some random pretty smell.
What are you talking about? Are you telling me that like the soap makers are lying about it being lavender and it
They-
just changes every time? That's not real.
Maybe I just
Yeah,
don't
that
know
scent
what
is
it smells. Maybe I just don't
Um,
recognize it. I don't know.
Next time you take a shower, like look at what the scent of your soap is and then give it a
It's
big
like
sniff.
mint shampoo.
Mint?
It's like mint doesn't really smell like anything because it's just supposed to like feel cold. But the
Mint?
yeah,
Mint has a smell.
Yeah.
Like Icy
Not
said
like
he
a-
doesn't
a
care
good-
for a mint candle. I haven't really seen that many mint candles, but I like the scent of mint.
oh my god, the gun. Hell
Orange
yeah.
scent candles? Icy, where are you buying candles at? That you got mint and orange. Like those do sound good. Those just seem like they'd be kind of uncommon.
No, we can't afford the HP up. What is this? Strength.
We don't need HP up. We're gamers.
Boss needs
HP up
HP
is
up. I
really
guess we
good.
don't need strength. that much.
Okay. Well, if you just
Okay.
kill everything for me, then I won't need it.
I'm not gonna kill
No,
anything.
it's really good because
You gotta
sometimes like,
kill
there's an
things.
enemy that like we don't know about and they just like one-shot you.
Oh,
But
that's
they
fair.
do 100 damage. So if you have
What?
120, you live the one shot. Yeah, most
Yeah.
enemies like that one shot
Oh.
just do 100 damage.
Oh,
You get to live one hit.
that does sound a bit scary, huh? I like the graphics.
I think we saved 2k because there's nothing worth 2k.
If this was a cereal box, I would get it. I don't buy them, my mom
Even-
does. Dragon fire candle? Dragon breath.
It-
I have not heard of those. Is it like dragon fruit?
Dragon fruit scented.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that
what
was
I
what I was
get.
thinking.
I don't know what else
Does
a
dragon fruit
dragon.
have a smell?
I don't know. I never had a dragon fruit. They're not common in the
I just
United
remembered
States.
some diabolical candles I've seen before.
Like what?
Here, fast. Here's the HP.
Yippee!
They're not stream appropriate.
Oh.
Oh no!
You got not safe for work candles?
Yeah, you want to see the link? I'll send you the link.
I remember
Don't
like
send sus links. What the?
I remember
No,
hearing
I
about
got
some
you, I
some
got you.
stupid
Oh, okay.
controversy about like some big shot making like some candles,
What?
like some celebrity candles.
Celebrity
Is that the one you're talking
candles.
about, or are you talking about something different?
I don't think I ever
I
heard of
found it.
this. Hi, Sam. Hi, Ella. Hi, hi, hi. Happy weekend. I'm waiting for my suspicious link. Celebrity candles? Are
Let
you
me
thinking?
Google it to see if it's still.
Are you thinking of the Sydney Sweeney like bathwater soap?
No.
Is that what you're talking
No,
about?
no.
That's the only like
No,
celebrity
it's not that name because I know the name.
controversy.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. It exists. Oh my god. Okay, you guys. Do you guys know the candles Gwyneth Paltrow made?
No.
Yeah, just search up Gwyneth Paltrow candles because I don't want to read it out. Search it on Google.
Wow. I literally
Oh,
I'm
wait,
searching
no,
it on-
so-
EWY. It's
Um,
there. Oh.
candle.
Oh.
Have you Googled it?
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I remember hearing about this one a lot.
I
Yeah.
never heard of this one. That is.
It was.
diabolical.
Yeah. It is diabolical.
Oh. Wow. Thanks for sharing. What?
Now we're all cursed with knowledge.
Thank you. Oh.
What, did you see the one that I
Azu.
sent you?
Yeah. Azu. Oh, sorry, not Azu. Jarchi. Why do you guys both have?
We both. Oh my god, Jarchi, you know another one?
Oh my god.
My bro.
Yeah, I
Let's
sent you
go.
one.
Don't say my bro after I open a link. That's like Dragon Coochie.
Wait,
Are we
let me see
winning?
this link.
I don't know. We kind of just started.
What is this link?
What's up, Lala?
Dragonfire is like.
Oh my man!
I've never heard you laugh like that. What the hell?
Oh yeah, boys!
Azu, it's like 9 a.m. You cannot be this excited for the coochie candle. Thanks.
It's not just a coot, it's dragon coochie. Oh my god.
case at all.
Oh my
It
god.
does
he
so.
said it.
It does so.
Wait, Jarchi, did you purchase this candle? What does it smell like?
No, I didn't buy it.
Oh.
I was gonna
See,
buy it
the
for
moment
one
I
of my buddies.
mentioned dragons, YAHOO was interested. Look at the
You were gonna
the
buy it for
moment dragons.
what?
I was gonna buy it for one of my buddies as a joke.
Mhm.
But it should say what it smells like.
Oh, I didn't get that far. I
I
kind
didn't
of
get that
I
far
closed
either.
the tab so
I
fast.
saw the branding and it was already perfect.
So weird. Dragonfire is like cider with spiced leather and whiskey. Oh, that sounds nice. A very very masculine sense. I like those.
Boss, do you want a gun?
No, I feel like I wouldn't use it in the moment. Like I would rather run away. But thank you
Let's
for
go then.
offering me a gun.
Jarchi, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh
Are
my
you
god,
eating
let's
pickle
go.
chips?
Pickle
I
chip?
just finished them.
Wow!
Pickle
Sounds
chip
like
sound nice.
Dragon Coochie oh. I never I never experienced that before.
Oh, I hate
Um,
this map.
really?
No.
What's
Yeah,
wrong with it?
it's the hallways are very tiny.
Oh.
I don't like it.
Oh no. It's okay, we're gamers. Surely it
It'll
will
be
be
fine.
fine.
I was just claustrophobic.
Oh!
Oh,
Nobody saw that.
see
Nobody
how
saw that.
tiny the hallways are.
Nobody.
See, now you can hate it with me.
Yippee! Oh.
Mutual
It's
hate.
kind of cozy in here. I don't know. I think my least
But yeah,
favorite one is the art museum.
oh really? Oh, that you're with aware like that one.
I don't know. It's not very pretty. Yo, you got a frog.
I think it would be
That's
cozier if they
right.
like made the hallways twice this
That's
wide.
right. Like, whose house hallways are like humongous? A monkey. Ooh, we're a little bit laggy because our host is in the Philippines. But I mentioned, yeah, I said I don't like the art museum map, and Azu said that I'm with you on that one. We are in agreement.
Up. Good shit.
Ooh, look at you,
Yeah.
monkey.
Well, you found a Monsley.
I found a
Oh my
Monsley.
god.
This is so epic. Something else in here.
Was I mentioned? Yeah, the museum. Yeah.
This game is so quiet in a way that's a bit eerie. Oh, oh, what? Oh, oh, a music box. We're just spinning. It's chill. Oh, shh, 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 don't do that. Okay. How are you supposed to safely get it? Oh, oh, shh, shh, shh. It's okay, it's okay. We're going. Ah! Oh. What is that? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. My sleep is so cooked. I'm almost going to bed at a reasonable hour. Can't be having this. Wait, no, that's good. If your sleep is so cooked and you're going to bed at a reasonable hour, then that means surely like progress, right? Like we're so back, we're so locked in. I like this music box. This extraction. I'm just gonna take this to extraction. I don't know where the cart is. And I don't wanna break anything in the cart. Okay, here you go. Okay. Kind of some ominous knocking, huh? Oh, Tammo is so back. Yeah! Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We're not in danger.
I'm going slow right now. I have an orb.
My heart is beating so fast. And it's not just because
Okay,
Wawa's in chat.
So, I'll hydrate later, Zan. So I found the monster. They're dead.
Oh my god, really?
So,
I saw the big
so
fish-looking guy.
they're dead.
Yo,
Yeah. So for repo, how it works, each time like a monster spawns, there's like a limit to how many there are. So that guy is already like our big monster, and we have like one tiny monster around, and it's the eyeball one, because Jarchi saw it earlier.
Oh, so there's only 2 monsters per level?
For this level, and then they like ramp up the further we get.
Okay, okay.
For the first 2 levels, there's only 2 of them, and then we get like an extra one on 3 and 4.
Yo, that's good. We're slaying. I'll be so nocturnal again soon. The sun isn't worth not being awake with the friends I've made around the world. Oh wait, that's so precious. I kinda get you though. I kinda get you. A lot of my friends are in super opposite sides of the world. And it's like, okay. Okay, I'll stay up till 3 a.m. to be able to hang out with my pals. But I think even if I didn't have pals on the other side of the world, I just prefer being awake at night. I couldn't tell you why. Maybe it's because it feels like there's less pressure to be productive when the sun is down. Oh, yeah. That is exactly why. Being up at 2 a.m. listening to Screaming Fuzz. Yo, I'm so brave. I would never scream at a video game.
Oh, trophy.
Oh, a thing. Yippee!
I totally didn't break the orb. Don't worry about.
What is the orb? It's okay.
The eyeball.
It's
The
okay.
eyeball got me.
It's okay. It's okay. We have plenty of money. Don't even sweat it. I'm calling the local foxes Foss. Oh! Wait, that's so cute. That's so cute. I don't think there's a lot of foxes where I live. What
But
are
yeah, the
you
big guy said so they
doing?
won't spawn in for a while. But they do respawn after like 10 minutes or something.
Oh. What the?
And the longer you're in the level, the shorter the respawn gets.
What
So if you stay here
the?
for like half an hour, they just insta respawn.
Sorry, I'm...
Guys are still on? Yes.
What the?
Yes, Carrot.
Yeah, we're gaming. Wait, but we have enough to do the first extraction thingy, right?
We leave
Local
the doll
foster
here.
area?
We leave the
Wait.
doll here. We take this vase in the cart. So help me with that.
Okie dokie.
Yep. Let's go. Let go.
Letting go?
Nice.
Yippee! Local fuss in your area.
Adjust this.
God, I'm so local.
So local. Oh my god.
So local. This is so swag.
It's like gonna fall over.
It is.
This is so unstable in here.
Wait, why? It looks so stable. It's not gonna jump out, surely.
Okay, wait.
Tiny base.
Tiny vase.
Tiny base.
Is there a reason to not grab the doll? Like, is it... Will it move?
Right now it's a bit difficult to like bring because how the doll works. If you grab it, it will like slowly attack you. Like it'll try to like influence you. And you know how like wait this. You know how like you can scroll wheel to like push items away and stuff. The doll basically slowly scrolls itself into you, and you have to like fight it back with your scroll wheel.
That doesn't
And
sound
it also
very fun.
breaks items. You
Oh,
can put it in the cart, but it kind of breaks items, and I don't want to break the cart.
that makes sense.
How do I put this?
Glad we haven't seen any other monsters. At least I haven't.
Come on, fit through the door. Nice. Yippee!
Yippee! Oh yeah, look at all that money.
Whoa.
Whoa. Yo, big tax
Oh, Ozzy,
return.
did you see what the update's gonna add?
Oh my god, we're rich. Hmm?
Did you see what the update's gonna add?
The car? Or vehicles? I just saw the thumbnail.
There's gonna
Huh?
be walkie-talkies.
Walkie
Wait, that's hype.
talkies.
Oh my god,
In
that's
this
so
game?
hype.
Yeah, they're really weird though. Yeah.
Wow.
No, that's so hype. I want them that good. Hell
I,
yeah.
I want that
so
good.
weird.
How are they weird?
Wait, there's some room here we haven't seen yet. We can
We kind of just take
this.
over the walkie-talkie.
Oh.
You stay in place,
Oh.
but you take over the other person's walkie-talkie.
That sounds awesome.
Big ass clock.
Big ass clock. Yeah. Oh, what?
Eyeball,
No.
eyeball,
Oh,
eyeball.
oh,
Back
oh,
off.
oh.
Just to the side.
So the eyeball, what they do is if you're in line of sight of them,
Uh-huh.
they just make you stare at it and make it like hard to like exit the room.
If
And you
you
take damage like constantly.
if you don't look at
Like,
it,
let's
is
say
it fine?
No, it like
Oh.
forces you to look at it, and you have to like hide behind the
Oh,
wall to break line of sight. Yeah.
that makes sense.
It also makes you drop any items. It's how I broke the orb.
Oh no, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, little cup.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, there's some stuff here.
Oh, oh, oh yeah, fits perfect. Oh my
There we
god,
go.
we got so much money.
Okay, there's another item here. Oh my god. But yeah, by the way,
Uh-huh.
once we finish this extraction, oh my god.
Oh, oh.
Once we finish this extraction, the monsters will respawn.
What?
So, what? Place the in. Yeah, so before I put this part in, I'll ask you guys to like run to the truck so you guys don't have to like
Oh, okay.
run through the enemies.
I'm going to the truck then. Is this the truck? Hmm. Oh, yeah. Chippy. Yay! We're doing so good. I mean, when I played this, I usually play this with like a bunch of people. But when I played this with just Goat, I feel like we did not get very far. But this is going very well. Maybe I got better. I haven't even died yet. Pretty cool, huh? I hope they make it. Should they be back by now? Oh yeah, you made it.
Wait, where's Jarchi? Jarchi didn't run with me.
Oh, I thought you would be together.
Hide. Here, no, under here. Shh, get here.
trust Azu.
I'm running out of energy. Give me a sec.
Oh, take your time.
Jarchi died.
Jarchi died. No. Our little jester. Gone too soon. I don't really know what he's fighting. I don't hear anything. Yippee! Oh my goodness! Hi!
What the hell?
Why?
I thought
What
you'd run with
happened?
me.
I didn't do anything and it killed me.
Aww. I don't even
I
know
didn't
what it
even talk.
was. It sounded weird. Interesting. He said it woo and Goat died laughing. Yeah, that was kind of awesome. I like making Goat laugh. He's got a good laugh.
It doesn't make you invisible. It just like makes it so that they have to like.
Oh, congrats on getting not first, Carrot.
They have like a
Oh,
vision
yeah.
zone that gets super.
I low-key never do anything during the shopping phase. I never know what items are good.
Oh.
I'm
But
gonna
it
wait
can
in the
still, like,
car.
yeah.
I mean, I remember being like 12 years old and being
Yep, the
edgy.
manipulation.
And like I'd go run errands with like my mom and my sister. And I'd be like, no, I'm not gonna go into the post office with you because I'm too cool for that. So I'm just gonna wait in the car. But I outgrew that pretty fast. Because I like being around people more than I like being alone in the car. Don't do anything in shopping either. I just run around like a toilet. Grab some groceries. That's so awesome.
Yeah, Azu does.
I love going shopping, but yeah, I'm never the one like picking things out. I'm just there for the good vibes.
What it looked like, and I couldn't do it, so I don't know if it does or if Tommy just was fucking with me. You gonna try it?
So like, what do? You just spam it?
I think. Anthony, what do you do with the health bug? How do you do it?
Health bug, health bug.
Jarchi's trying to get infinite health to see if it.
Oh yeah. You got this, Jarchi.
Can be 50-50 with. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ouch.
Oh.
What the?
You just spam it out.
Oh my gosh, thanks. What the hell?
No.
Down! I thought you were being nice. Bro.
You see the toilet behind.
Oh my god. First the foot hat and now this. Oh. I hate Azumazu underscore.
Oh no, poor Azumazu.
I even gave you a Santa hat. How could you hate me?
It's
Well, you
gone.
gave me a goofy hat first. Man.
Here, you
It's
can have
cool.
this.
What is this? Oh, thank you.
Jarchi. You can have I trust you with the drone.
I don't want that.
I don't think I can.
Yum.
I don't know how to use that.
Okay.
We're so ready for this, surely.
We're so
Surely you can't be serious.
prepared.
Oh yeah, did it work, by the way, Jarchi? Because I don't think it does, right?
Aw.
Yeah.
Unless I did it wrong.
Nah, I don't think you did. I think it was Oh, it's. Oh my god.
Aw, museum.
Oh,
Bro!
Sorry.
You ran me over with the
Look,
shopping cart.
I'm giving you a ride. Look.
Oh, oh. Aw, thanks. This is kind of fun.
Azu, this is disgusting.
Oh my god,
Oh, look, you can share a ride with it.
Get me out of here, bro. This is
You don't
me
want
right
to
now.
share a ride with
This
the
is
hair?
me right now. No, I don't.
Is it dabbing? Oh no.
No, it's like screaming in agony.
Oh my god, you can share a ride with two hands.
Azu, you're
Ew.
so... Man.
That's yucky, Zazu.
It is yucky. Yo! Wait, you don't want my basketball. My basket box.
What the hell?
Oh, excuse me. Here we go. Okay. Oh,
Oh,
man, what kind of museum is this?
it's a tiger.
Yo! It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the museum isn't so bad. I think I just don't like the white walls.
Hello.
Oh, maybe this is heavy. Oh,
It's invulnerable now. We can drag it around.
it's
Bring it back to
invulnerable.
like extraction. I attached the
There's a
drone that
frog,
makes
there's a
it not take damage.
Oh wait, that's nice.
I'll shoot it.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Extraction is this way.
one.
Man, I wish I knew we had a invulnerability drone before I dropped it and it lost 8,000 value. Don't tell Azu. Don't tell Azu it was like 9,000 before I got my grubby little paws on it. How fun would How fun would it be? Ah! Okay, it's fine. If the game had spray cans so you could graffiti some, that would be really nice. Or even if they're just like pre-made graffitis and you could just like, I don't know. Like if there's like a little smiley face and you could just like spray it on stuff. Okay. Here you go. How do I unattach this drone?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, nice, you got it.
Yippee!
Yeah, you can put these items in your inventory by like holding it out. Yeah. And press like 1, 2, or 3.
Oh.
Yeah, and you
Oh,
can charge them
oops.
over here. Look at this.
Wait, I dropped it?
No,
Huh?
it's in your inventory.
It is? I don't think that's
1, 2, or
real.
3.
Nuh-uh.
It disappeared.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not in your 1, 2, or 3?
I can press 1, 2, and 3, but it doesn't do anything.
Okay. I'll just show you how to charge it usually.
Okay.
It's over here. It'll spawn back
kick
in
is
on the
here.
next round, so it's fine. But you just like hold it out and you slam it in the box.
Oh.
And you have this amount of energy to charge it. The bars. It's the energy crystals in the yellow rocks in the shop. Go in
Oh.
here
I didn't ever know.
automatically.
Wait, that's so cool. Yippee.
Shit here.
Alright, let's go.
The tick is here.
TF2 and Left 4 Dead let you import images to use as sprays. That could be fun.
Okay.
Wait, that would be really cute. I feel like people would be a bit naughty with that. But that is very cute. I can only imagine the horrendous stuff you would see. I feel bad. I lost the drone. I swear it's not my 1, 2, or 3. I had it and then I didn't have it. Ooh. Yo. This thing is awesome.
Oh my god, there's so many items. That's gonna blow up if it breaks again. Careful.
Oh. Should I just walk it back?
Place it here.
Okay.
Oh.
We are so
I
safe.
think
Who's this dude?
I think you take. Hello.
What?
Look at that.
I don't like that.
What's wrong with it?
It's so creepy. Why do you like take over it?
Here, boss.
No,
You
that's
take it.
that's okay. I don't.
Bring it back. It doesn't fit the cart.
Oh, okay.
You need this.
Thanks.
Yippee! Oh my god. Do you think you can carry the egg, Jarchi? We extract.
I can try.
Meow
Let me
meow 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 meow
slowly rotate.
meow 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 meow. This reminds me of Talking Tom, like the little app. Talking Tom if he was evil. I guess he's already evil. If he's like extra evil. Oh. Okay. Spy players have definitely been naughty, getting people to look at walls in the backside. Oh, that's not what I meant. But that does make sense.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Ah!
sorry.
Hi.
Hi. This doesn't seem as hard as it was in the past. I feel like I'm running into less spooky fellas. Oh my goodness. Could roast a s'more here. Man, I've been oh. I didn't know you could do that. I've been craving s'mores. I mean, I feel like I haven't had graham crackers in a long time. And graham crackers are so good, especially the cinnamon ones. Ugh.
Everything cinnamon with this one.
Yeah, I love cinnamon. Man, it's the best flavor ever invented.
Is it?
Yeah, what do you think would be the best flavor if not cinnamon?
Peanut butter.
I like knew you were gonna say that. I was just hoping you wouldn't. Man.
Peanut butter. Oh, this is a
Do you
big
think
one.
Hello. Do you think they make cinnamon peanut
Whoa.
butter?
This is the bang horde.
The what? Banghor. Oh. You spelled
Yeah, this is the bang horse.
bang horse. Wait, it's kind of lovely. I like it. Yo! New milk! I need this.
You need some milk?
I need some milk. Wait, help me carry this milk.
Where to?
Isn't
Oh, over
the
here.
extraction just this way? It's so close. That means we can
Okay,
totally milk it. Let's
Mega
milk
milk.
it up. Mega milk.
I know how. We could put that in the cart actually. The milk. It can fit.
Yellow! This is awesome.
What about the bang horse?
No, the milk is more important. Oh my god, wait, this is me after drinking some milk. Arms in the air, big smile. Fun and games. I mean, I get the gallon, like... I guess it's a half gallon, but it doesn't come in a box.
Okay, my cart
plastic.
is here.
Okay.
Wait. I'll help you.
Okay.
Just straight up. God. Okay. Walk a bit here.
Walking.
Okay, we just adjust it now, bit by bit. Perfect.
Yay!
Yeah.
Wow, look at that big,
It
beautiful
fits
milk.
so snug.
It's so
Ooh.
good. I love milk.
What about the bang horse?
Well,
We
man,
carry
you,
it with us.
you and that bang horse. Do you want to carry it with me? Hello? Where's my Bang Horse Enjoyer? When I played with Hollow and Jan, I really did just be jumping around looking for things the loot goblins didn't already find. Valid. Okay,
Let's do this.
got it.
I'm afraid
Oh,
this has
it's
a bomb
so
inside
heavy.
it.
Is that why it says Bang?
I don't know, because I haven't really broken this item yet.
Oh, well, surely we won't start now.
Wait, stop. Stop moving. Wait. Okay, keep going. Slowly.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Wait.
Oh, oh,
Go forwards. Yeah, walk forward.
oh.
Let go.
Okay,
Lift. Okay, grab the head and lift it up.
okay.
I don't know what happens when the bang horse breaks. I'm good at this game. Spoke the Azu.
Tam, listen.
Okay, let go.
Okay, letting go.
It's balanced for now. We look for Jarchi.
What kind of balance is that?
Well, we need Jarchi here.
Yeah, he was so excited about the Bang Horse. Is this... Oh, I guess that's not grabbable. It looks like it should be grabbable.
Oh no.
Tam, I must say, I've noticed you've been a bit extra sassy lately.
We can't.
Oh, okay. Yippee. Oh, wow.
It's upright. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just keeping it upright. I'm holding it by the head.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh, wrong way.
Oh, is this the wrong way?
Should I grab it differently?
No,
I'm
it's
grabbing
not.
the
It's
back
going.
feet.
You're going right.
Okay.
Foss, you need to go. Yep.
Okay, I'm going.
I'm grabbing the back feet. Should I grab the front feet?
You know, you're doing good. It's working. We just. Yep.
And this is an expensive horse.
That is. Holy cow.
Wait, I don't know where I'm going.
Okay. We can take our time. Okay, we just have to set it like to stand up in here, like right outside of it.
Okay. Wait, why does it have to stand up?
Because I'm gonna be pushing it with the cart, and I want it to be stable.
You're gonna run it over with the cart.
Jarchi, walk backwards.
Horse stable.
Foss, grab the
Jarchi.
head and like drag it forward. No, Foss, drag.
Drag it forward.
Jarchi, you go down. Okay, let go, Jarchi, and then help us with the upper part. Okay. Nice, let go.
Yay!
Oh. I just have to slowly. Okay.
How is
someone
this
help me
all
with-
gonna
just, like,
fit?
grab this leg at the front.
Grabbing
The
leg?
front leg.
Just from the bottom, and we slowly move it. Yep. Wait. Okay.
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 Wah!
I'm holding the top, so don't worry about balancing. I'm
Oh.
balancing it. Just move it.
Okay.
Okay. No.
Oh!
We're good.
Good, it's okay.
Okay. We just get this thing now.
How is
Me.
it all gonna
No.
fit?
Watch.
Okay, I'm watching.
I kind of feel like this is actually a bit far still, but
Oh my god, you're doing it.
okay.
Didn't you say this egg thing blows up? What if it...
Mhm.
What if we
No,
touch...
it won't. I'm more worried it's gonna be in the way. Things don't take damage if they're in the cart or if they're in extraction, because it's like cushioned.
Oh. That's good. Yo, you did it! That was so cool!
Help me! Grab the head and push it in. Okay.
Is it...
Jarchi, let's go back. We're in.
Okay, bye.
No, the horns. No.
The what?
We lost 40k.
What?
We don't talk about it. We don't talk about
We
it. We
lost,
don't talk about
but
it.
everything was
We lost
in.
the band horn. We lost the band horn. It was a
What?
unicorn. The horn was sticking out. It wasn't in enough.
What? The horn.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So there's a border around each extraction. If
Okay.
your
It's
item
explosive
sticks
guy.
out when the ceiling drops down, it breaks
the
the
explosive
item.
guy.
Oh.
Hide. No talking. Run.
I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was, but that was not very fun. It's okay. It's so chill. At least it was a smiley little head, not a freak.
Yeah, the bomb guy's kinda bullshit. Don't worry about it.
Azu's so sweet. Thanks, Azu.
I hate that guy too.
Eggs mentioned. You win where eggs mentioned.
Okay.
Am I missing out on egg
When I try to
conversation?
aggro them, we go around.
Hi, she. Oh my goodness. I just got exploded. It was a bit scary, but not too bad. Oh. Wait, do those?
It's over here.
Keep going, keep
Bug. What the? What? There's so many things.
Jarchi, you better be right behind me.
Do,
Good shit, good shit.
Run, Azu,
do
run.
the bomb guys? Is it like a cluster of grapes? And like a bomb falls off? 'Cause I don't know why there's a bomb guy and also a little
Start the car.
fella. Oh. Oh, hello.
Yippee!
Yippee! Thank you.
Oh. Alright.
What's your KD ratio? I think that's the first time I died. Maybe. I think.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I'm doing pretty
Yeah, first
okay.
time ever.
Yeah, first time ever.
Also, Jarchi, yeah, we lost the unicorn. The horse, the back
The-
horse.
What?
Yeah, cause it was sticking out. Still, I was like trying to like push it in,
Mm-hmm.
It
and
looked like you were
it was a
pushing it
unicorn, and the horn was like just out of bounds.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's cool.
We would have 100k right now if it didn't break.
Listen, 66k is still a lot of K's. If you think about it. It was so rusty. Oh no. I don't know. I thought he
haven't
did
played
good.
this in a while.
I thought he was doing good. He was
Do we have a
pushing that
feather
horse
drone?
in there.
We do have a feather drone. Oh my. You know what? There
That's what
we
I
go.
like to
Now
hear.
we're
Buzz is
good.
doing so good. Oh, thank you. I'm learning. My model's being silly.
Now we're gonna be so locked in, guys. I'm redeeming myself for that horse.
Oh, okay. So locked
What are you
in.
doing? Are you
A bit too
gonna
much.
take all the upgrades?
What upgrades do we have?
I was just gonna take all the upgrades for himself.
Oh my
I don't need
goodness. That's
You
okay.
guys
Like,
can
I
get
got
some
this,
energy
guys.
up.
He can have all the upgrades.
No.
He's slaying.
Azu, what's your favorite? The tumblewings.
We can't
Tumblewings.
afford it right now, I think.
Azu's a bit rusty. Guys,
Can we afford it?
guys, why are we hating on
can afford
Azu?
it. Oh
He
my God.
literally took my head back to the truck.
Yippee!
Do this. Yippee! Yeah. You've been saying yippee a bit more lately. I think that's so swag.
It the tumble just makes me yippee up.
Yeah. Let's do this. I mean, my model won't like look exactly like that, but I can try. Do you like that?
Yo.
Meow.
Yo.
Meow.
Okay, 1 energy up each for you guys, and
Yay!
Jarchi, you can have the strength.
Wait, is this
Yippee.
energy
I think you
up?
bought that. Yep.
Oh my goodness, honeycombs.
Alright.
Cereal aisle has a clearance sale. You say that, but that's not even wrong. Like, I went to the grocery store like a month ago, and honeycombs were on sale. It was 2 for $5, so it was only $2.50 each, which is such a good price for
Why were they on sale?
honeycombs. So I got 2 boxes. Why? Because they're really swag and they give good sales.
Sure.
Well, what were you thinking?
Nothing.
Have you even had a honeycomb before? You look like someone who's
Yeah.
never even had a honeycomb.
Okay.
I was watching Stranger Things the other day, and one of the characters was eating a box of honeycombs. Like, he was sticking his hand in the box and just eating it like that. And it made me feel so
In, like, the new
seen.
episodes?
No, it was in season 4.
1 second. Ano ba?
Oh my goodness.
Wala naman.
Wait, he didn't mute.
Good job.
Good job.
Ukulele.
Alis na kayo?
Yo, I love hearing Azu speak his language. That's so cool.
Sorry,
That's so
I
cool.
hope you guys didn't hear any of that.
No. Yo, another an instrument. You guys know how to play? Wait, chat, what instruments do you know how to play? If you are musically inclined. I am not musically inclined. I know the very, very, very basics of piano. And the like... Oh my goodness, hello.
Don't.
No, I'm
Do
sorry.
not pursue that.
Sorry, I'm not.
That was for Tam's ears only.
Oh, okay. Tam would want me to hear it, I think.
What did I miss?
Too lazy to practice?
Nothing.
Are you saying I'm too lazy to practice, or you're too lazy to practice? Like, that's real for me. Like, it'd be cool if I knew how to play. Ah!
Oh, my bad.
Bro!
My bad. Sorry.
It's okay.
There's a clown here. Are you alive?
Yeah. Is he? Oh, he's scary as hell. Us!
Did you get hit?
A
How much
little
HP
bit.
are you at?
I'm at 51. That's
Okay.
like chill. It's chill. No biggie. Time to up
For that enemy, by the way, because I know they're gonna respawn later, if they start charging up the laser, they always aim at your head height. So let's say they aim at you now. If you crouch under it, you'll crouch under. Or if you're
Oh.
crouched when they aim at you, you can jump over it.
Yo, wait, that's so good to know.
There's also a second attack they have if you
What?
get close or after they laser, they run up and try to kick you. But you just spam jump when they're doing that, and you pray that you... Because it's a really low hitbox, even if it doesn't look like it. So if you just jump and back off, usually
Okay.
they miss. Also, we can leave that there.
Oh,
There's an
that's
extraction right here.
Yo, okay, perfect. What's...
Oh, it's the bomb guys. Go back, go back.
Oh, go back. Go back where?
It's the bomb guy.
I don't like the bomb guy.
Oh, the little ones. Oh, okay.
The little ones.
Oh,
Ugh. Sorry, chat. I feel like I keep getting in the middle of saying something and then I have to lock in. Sorry for all my half-finished stories. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I learned how to play recorder in like elementary school. 'Cause I really
Hello.
had
We
to.
killed a random kid on their birthday. Yippee!
What? Don't say yippee to that. What did you do? There's kid
We
enemies?
got approximately 2,000 bucks. Almost 3K actually. 2.7K.
Can you?
Oh, don't step on him.
Oh.
Don't, no.
Oh,
Get
sorry,
off, get off.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
There's kid enemies in this game.
There's a birthday boy.
That's kind of messed up, Bazu.
So what the birthday boy does, they put balloons around, and if you pop one, either with you or an item, they go to where it popped, and if they see you, they get you.
Oh, well,
Mm-hmm.
that's nice.
The other thing that's unique about them is they don't care if you don't pop their balloons. So if you just decide to pick them up with a friend and slam them on the ground, they won't mind.
Why would you slam on the ground? Bro, that's kind of that's kind of messed up. That's kind of messed up. I appreciate having everything explained to me. I think I'm learning a lot. I think maybe Azu's played this game a little too much. Yo! Mechanic Station. Arctic Research. Yo, are we researching puffins? I like puffins. I don't know any instruments, but I have an ocarina! Zelda and the second Pokemon movie made me want one. That's so sweet. Oh my goodness.
What's up?
I do.
I'm going down.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
What are we getting?
I got this. I'm not
Is there a big
single.
item here? Jarchi was saying something like he didn't know how to get something.
Yeah, behind the vending machine.
Behind the vending machine?
Behind the vending machine.
Yeah, I see a thing on the map.
Are you sure there's... I think it's upstairs. If it's... Yeah.
That's what I thought too, but...
Aw.
Well, be careful with that fan.
Ah!
Yep.
Oh, I see.
Mhm.
Ooh. Creaky. Will that break the items?
It can.
Oh. I see, I see.
It's not like break it, but it can like launch it off the cart. It's what? What's up?
Oh, it's really
Launch.
upstairs.
Ooh, I'm getting launched
an
off the
enemy?
car.
No.
Never finishing a
I
story. I'm sorry, it's true. I do be doing that. Plus, do be telling stories like The Sopranos sometimes. So my cousin Benny walks in, and he... Listen, I haven't seen The Sopranos.
Oh yeah, it's this item we saw earlier.
So I'm immune, I think. I know how to play the brass instruments and maybe the guitar.
I think that's it.
Is that it? Yippee!
Mm-hmm.
I like all the brass instruments. Like you can do tuba and trombone. And what else is brass? Trumpet. Trumpet's one of my favorites. I love hearing a trumpet.
Watch out, don't go here.
Oh my god.
How much damage? Are you good?
Yeah, that's gonna be HP.
She's doing it on
How about you,
purpose like
Frost?
Splingus. No, I didn't take damage from that. I'm still on 51.
Nice.
Yeah. Rage bait streamer. It's true, I'm rage baiting. Rage baiting.
Okay, we're getting close to just
Is it
extracting
getting me
this.
more
I just
views,
wanna
do you
pick this
think?
up.
Pick what? I was not listening.
I think we extract this now. I just wanted this item.
Extract. This way. I can play the trumpet. Ugh, I love trumpet. I think trumpet, flute, and guitar are my favorite instruments to hear people play. This door is off the hinges, not a tuba though. Oh, I see.
Hello.
Hello. Makes sense.
These doors. Oh no. I'm just checking if Jarchi's like trying to follow up a last item. No, okay. Let's go.
Let's go. You ran over the guitar.
But yeah,
and I
if you go
should.
here, look at the floor. Here, there's like gonna be a red border.
Oh.
And there it is.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That
the
makes
unicorn
sense.
horn just stuck out of it.
That's so sad. So we didn't get any money for that whole horse.
Yeah, the whole. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, we fell.
Oh, thank you. This is so awesome.
Oh, I'm bringing the door. No.
It's funny
That
that the
door's-
door can come off its hinges like that. Wowee, this is so awesome. Plus, of the type
Are
to
we
be like,
waiting?
what are you gonna do about it? Then you don't want to do
Yep.
nothing. Wow, that's so awesome.
I want to go to like
love-
final extract and leave the money bag there.
I love getting away with things.
Okie dokie.
So many vending
Is
machines.
this the final one or is this second?
Yo, there's like an incinerator looking thing.
Wait, Jarchi, is this the last one or is this the second one?
Is this dangerous? It's looking
I
a
don't
little
know.
dangerous. The
Ah, we
Christmas
can
tree
run
is
incinerator.
fast aura. Ah, thank
There's
you.
another one
Thank you
over
so
here, though,
much. Are
somewhere.
you impressed?
I'll activate
Are
it.
you impressed?
Okay.
Is this safe to touch or will it like blow up?
What is?
This thing.
Oh, if you touch it near the nozzle, like this red switch.
Oh.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
But if you just carry it, you can. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
If it gets damaged, it also spews out fire. But
Oh,
yeah,
Interesting.
shove it in here.
interesting.
There we go.
Laughing like a villain. Wait, are these things? Yo! VHS tape. What do you
Do
think's
you
on
even know
it?
what that is?
Yes! We had a VCR when I was little, and I would watch Peter Pan on it.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty cool. And you have to like rewind it every single time. That sucked
I'm
eggs.
just gonna put this on
That
extract
was
actually.
cool.
Oh, you thought that was
The guitar.
cool? I was impatient. I was like, I want to watch Peter Pan now.
What? It takes like less than a minute.
No, it takes like 2 minutes.
What?
Yeah.
What
Maybe-
kind of VCR did
Maybe
you have?
had some fancy newfangled VCR, but mine took forever.
Man, that's crazy. Okay.
Sorry.
There we go.
I'm uber impressed. Yes. This is so awesome. This is so awesome.
Just there's an item.
It does
here.
not take less than a minute. See, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you're looking at them with nostalgia glasses.
I think it's
And
been
so
a
you
few minutes. That, like I'm afraid the clown's back.
Oh,
I was just scared of clowns.
oh. Yeah, Jarchi, you're real scary, huh?
Oh my god.
I'm not a clown.
Talk to
You
your
went-
brother.
You went to clown school, right?
Or I guess your distant cousin.
Yeah,
Distant
that doesn't make me
cousin?
a clown.
What? Jarchi's distant cousin is a clown?
The clown?
What?
I mean,
What?
probably.
What? Are you just assuming?
Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're so sweet, Pookie. You're so sweet and kind. Oh my goodness. This is so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait. I low-key
Yippee!
got distracted. Yippee!
I literally saw them here, by the way. Look at this shit. I saw like 3 of them like just congregating here, like having a fucking meeting.
There were clowns having a meeting?
I walked into that shit.
Are you safe?
You know, the little bomb guys.
Oh. That's not
Yeah.
very fun. Yo, table tennis. Y'all good at table
We
tennis?
can extract this.
I kinda suck at it. But it's fun. Oops. Oh, there's
Holy,
3 extractions on
we're
this
so
one.
rich.
We're so rich. We have to do another one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the more
Ah,
levels you do, like it also the big levels get bigger, so they add more of these.
I don't think I've ever
But
got
that
this
means more
far
money.
without, like, dying a bunch. This is so swag. Mm.
You're doing good.
Oh my goodness, thank you. I'm kind of running around saying yippee yippee. I haven't seen the other extraction point.
It's over here.
It's over here.
Remember, we saw it. We saw it. I remember it now.
Is it
Like
not the
beside the
first
big
one?
item.
Oh, I thought that was the first one.
I low-key didn't notice. I let go of the cart.
That's so awesome. Yippee.
Um,
I feel like this door is gonna be an issue. Oh, maybe I can't really pick it up. Maybe I'll just like drag it out of the way. Sheesh, this thing's heavy. Okay. I'm trying to get the door out of the way.
Oh,
Or the
okay.
cart.
Let me.
Oh,
We can kill him!
kill
Oh,
who?
that means the clown's back too.
What?
Oh, yeah. We killed them at about the same time.
Ah. Okay. Oh my god, wait, you're so strong. What the hell? Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Oh. That's so awesome. Shush. Oh, hi. My, what
Okay, I wanna
big
kill
eyeballs
the...
you have. You wanna kill? What the?
I wanna kill the... Where's the birthday boy?
Am I what? Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh,
Crouch.
oh! Oh, I did crouch, but, it was a little
Dumbass.
bit too late.
You're dead now. Bitch, eh?
Gosh, Azu with the Glock.
Foss died.
No way he
gonna
said
take her back to
dumbass
the-
as he was shooting him.
Wait.
That's some aura. That's crazy.
Can we... Oh, actually, yeah, no. Take her back.
Oh
I
my
was
goodness,
thinking, like, if I
Jarchi's
could,
got
like, heal
my
her,
head.
but that's a bit too risky.
Risky.
Can we
That's
kill
what
the
you're trying to
birthday boy
heal her.
first? Oh my
How do
god.
you heal?
Crazy.
I
he's
hear them walking.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Nope,
that's
nope,
not
it's the
him.
bombs, it's the bombs.
Bombs. Wait, I thought Jarchi had my head. Oh, I'm on the table tennis table. It's so awesome. What the? Bro,
There's still two more!
Azu is like literally
are.
Gojo. You literally Goku. You literally Steve Minecraft. I don't know. What's the strongest
Birthday
person
boy.
you can think of?
Oh, you got them.
That's Azu for
Keep clicking
real.
them, they'll stun lock for some reason. Just spam click. Yep. I'm out of energy right now.
Oh,
Let's
that's the
go.
birthday boy? I don't
Happy
like him.
birthday to you.
This is fucked up, Azu.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Interesting.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh.
Yippee! Wow.
Alright, let's get your big ass head out of here.
Ah! My big ass head. What the hell? Hold on. I'm gonna open up Jarchi's
Ooh, not that way.
stream. Compare head sizes real quick.
I forgot the right way to go.
Spectator
we're gonna
boss
go
is
on an
back.
adventure
I
together.
swear, this is only the second time I've died, and we're on level. I don't know what level we're on. At least 3. So we've got past more levels than I have died, which is pretty good. That means my survival rate is like, good.
We'll stand
A good one.
right here.
Oh, thank you, Jarchi. Let me look at his head. Oh. He's using his PNG model,
Oh,
so I
yeah,
can't
you
get an
in time.
accurate.
Oh, hey, you're back.
Oh, hey, I think your head's bigger than mine, by the way.
Oh, yeah? I think
Yeah.
they're about the same size. They're...
Oh, well, you called my
Well,
head big,
well.
so if they're the same, that means you called your own head big too.
Hello.
You know, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Well, I think yours has a little bit more bigger inside.
On the inside? You're saying my brain
Yeah,
is
on the
big?
inside. Yeah, yeah.
What? It's like a good
Yeah.
thing. You know
I
that.
think you got a big brain, nerd.
Wait, nerd! What the? Am I supposed to be offended or happy?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know anymore.
that's nice.
You can be like both. You can be like
Okay.
happily offended.
That's. I guess
Huh?
that's how I always feel talking to
Whoa,
Jarchi.
Shan, you got a
Happily.
7-stream streak? Holy.
No!
Oh, what happened?
Well, thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Doc.
Did you say what would happen? What? What?
And congratulations, Chris Dreamstorm, for getting not first. Oh my goodness, I love Deltarune. I love Deltarune. No, I did not even stretch. I only hydrated. I hope Azumazu underscore buys me some cereal.
Wait,
That'd be
Foss,
awesome.
how are you feeling? Because Jarchi's done.
Oh. I could maybe be done too.
Yeah, okay. GG's
Oh, well
then.
then.
Thank you guys for
GG.
joining Repo.
Are you gonna stay live, Azu?
Probably.
Okay, I'll raid into you. And then we can watch Room of the Mad God content.
Okay. I wasn't even saying.
Yeah, but
wasn't
we
even-
knew. We knew in
What
our
if I
heart.
keep playing What if I keep playing Repo? Oh wait, before
No,
we
you're
before
in
you
an
guys leave, wait,
addiction.
let me buy some stuff before we leave.
Okay,
So it
okay.
like saves
Thanks for
that
the
we
bonk.
bought it.
How do you
Okay,
like
low-key, these are
go
kinda
back
shit
to the
items.
same lobby? Is that even a thing?
Where you
It
go back?
saves your progress and like it becomes a save file on my PC, and I can like host a game with the same save file and have you guys join or someone else join. But it says there like, oh, I was playing this save file with X Cinnamon Fox and Laughing Jarchi.
Wait, that's so cute.
So I remember like who I was playing with. So I can drag you guys back in.
Yay! Wait, this is so
So
fun.
we suffer.
Thank you guys for collabing with me 2 days in a row.
Thanks for
Yeah.
showing
You guys are
up.
pretty cool, I guess.
Oh yeah, we were like playing Lethal yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love collabing
Yeah.
with you guys. You guys are cool.
What are we? Rotmug collab next.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah!
Alright, you guys have fun.
No, Jarchi, you gotta!
No, you guys have
You
fun.
gotta. Come on, it's free, so you can just try it, and if you don't like
It
it,
is so
you never have to
No.
open it again. Wouldn't that be
Oh,
so
this is
swag?
expensive.
Oh my god. What is on me? Why am I pink? Hello?
Why are you pink?
Roll drone. What is this? Am I rolling?
Are you rolling?
I don't know what this is!
What are you doing? Oh, the roll drone.
I didn't. I don't think I even touched this. Bro, what the?
You can
Fox
attach it.
raid,
Look, I can
yeah.
attach it.
Oh!
You can like take it and then you roll.
What is the point of rolling?
On items, the items you attach it to roll towards you. Look at that.
Oh, they roll towards you?
Mm-hmm.
Does,
And
does it
enemies
get
roll
damaged?
away from you.
Does it ever
It
break?
sure does.
That sounds awful.
It sure does.
But if you
It
have
sure
the unbreakable
does.
drone, you can just have it follow you.
How many hours do you
Or
have
you
on this
can-
game, Azu?
You can do something funny like this. Look at this. Look at this.
I'm looking.
Where's the prod zap? If you have a melee and you do this,
Oh.
it's like
and
oh,
it
I
kills
myself?
you. That's
yay!
Yippee! That's
Oh,
so
no.
awesome.
It's more effective on the inflatable hammer, where it
Uh,
does that a bunch and it can like hit a bunch of enemies chasing you.
Wow, that's
Or if
so
you can
awesome.
put it on an enemy, you can make them roll away from you, like what's happening with you earlier.
Oh.
And yeah. And you can
Yeah.
have them roll into a pip.
Oh
A pip.
wow. Wow,
Oh,
that's
towards me.
awesome. Thanks. Thanks, Azumazu
How do
underscore.
you get away from you then?
Okay. I'm gonna hop off. Thank you very much for the
Alright,
class.
GG's. Thank you for
GG's. Thank you, thank you,
joining.
thank you. Goodbye.
Azu.
Bye.
Okay. I wanted to be able to talk to you guys just a little bit before the raid. Hold on, let me queue up the raid though. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I think this was quite fun. Um I was gonna say when I'm live again next, but I low-key don't know. But my schedule will be out tomorrow. if you want to join my Discord server, you can take a little sneak peek at my schedule and see when I'll be live next week. I am traveling on Christmas Eve quite early in the morning. And then I'll probably be taking a little break from streaming while I'm with my family for about a week or so. So this upcoming week will probably be the last you'll see of X Cinnamon Fox X until 2026. So be sure you tune in next week. But yeah, thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate each and every one of you. Sorry, my model my model's fogging a little bit. But yeah. Let's go show Azumazu some love. You can copy the raid message that Tam made. A little fox raid. And yeah, I'll see you later. What's everyone's favorite X-Men Fox X? Mine is screaming. Oh, mine is hold on. Wait, let me end this share chat real quick. Okay. I think mine is maybe this one. I don't know, something about the big boba eyes. It's really funny to me. I quite like it. Okay. Okay. Let's raid. Azu. Show him lots of love. Azu means a lot to me. Okay. Bye everyone. Have a great rest of your weekend. Drink lots of water, eat lots of protein, and make good choices. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh my goodness, that's me.
Raiders,
Wait.
look at this.